since at one point.
Yeah, you know, we were headed in that direction, but things changed, and here we are, 20 years later, celebrating our 20th anniversary of Drag Illustrated. And what a way to kick that off with the biggest pro mod drag race on the planet, the Drag Illustrated World Series of Pro Mod, presented by Redline Oil.
It cannot be discounted, the blood, sweat, and tears that the Drag Illustrated staff continues to put into these events to make them what they are, the spectacle that they are, the Winter Series what it is. But it all comes down to this, really. The first two races, as big and bad and awesome as they have been, all are lead up to this particular moment. So let's talk a little bit about what it means to bring this series literally to a head here at the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod.
Well, like Courtney and Wes were laying out for us with the point scenarios, 1.5 points, so a lot can change here very quickly. But we saw some attrition happen in testing, some stuff that we don't normally see. Probably the biggest of the two was Jimmy Taylor going into the wall late yesterday. That's going to shake up the point scenario. And also somebody that we kind of had our eye on as a dark horse, John Dock.
Man, performed very well at the first two races.
Yep, had an unfortunate incident with the transmission in his car actually coming apart, U-joint, I believe, drive shaft, whole drive line situation went wild inside the car, actually injured his hand, so he's out for this event. So we've talked about all the testing and how hard these guys run these cars, how much they run them, and we haven't really seen it that much. But as we get to this third race, we've kind of seen that come into play here, especially as we talk about these championship point scenarios.
Yeah, the pressure and the tension and all these things rise, and people push, even in testing, they push the stuff harder than they ever have. Let's talk about another unique scenario that really is, in my estimation, almost unprecedented in terms of what I've ever experienced in drag racing. We're going to do points first. Let's get into the points chase, and we'll get into that story we'll talk about. This is a big deal because what does the points winner get if you come out of this race as the champion of the Winter Series?
We've got a $25,000 bonus on the line, but as everyone says, it's really not about that money. It's about the trophy. It's about the bragging rights. We've talked about Ken Cortuccio has carried that crown all year. He's not here to defend that. This year, someone else is going to be crowned at some point on Saturday, the Drag Illustrated Winter Series champion. You know, a lot of focus has shifted onto that, but these three events, you know, as a standalone event, especially the World Series of Pro Mod, with $150,000 on the line and the huge trophy for it as well, and the bragging rights, still probably carries more weight than the overall series championship. So it's an interesting situation where instead of a championship kind of being the ultimate goal, these guys just want to win one of these events, especially this one.
You sent us a document earlier this week outlining the hows and whys of how various racers can earn a championship. It contains Stephen Hawking levels of math to some degree. But the bottom line for those of you watching at home, and we're going to go through a bunch of different scenarios, but those first three drivers, meaning Harris, Jackson, and Gustafson, they have the simplest path to a championship of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, which is simply outlast the other two guys.
Exactly. And we've had some shakeup. There's been a rule change with the centrifugal combination. Those guys are up front. It's interesting because you've got Harris, and Gustafson, but then you've got Stevie lurking there as well. We'll see how that plays out. I actually talked to Jason last night at our 20th anniversary celebration at Yard House, and we kind of ribbed each other about the additional 20 pounds that got added to his combination. I don't think that that's going to affect him too much. The bigger story is the actual 45 pounds that were added to Eric Gustafson's combination due to not only being a centrifugal supercharger, but also having a 5-speed lockup combination, which we saw go low ET at multiple events earlier in the Winter Series. They've tested the wheels off that car over the last 3 weeks to kind of figure that out. We'll see how that comes in, but I would not count out any of those three guys. The other interesting wrinkle that we've not talked about, Stevie Jackson is not in his normal car, the Shadow.
Oh, that's right, too.
He's in the Dave Pierce-owned Purple Gorilla.
Yes.
Which is a 68 Firebird, I believe a G-Force race car. Very capable car, but that's kind of another wrinkle in the mix. So all three of these guys in the top of the, you know, we talk about the top of the point scenario, have a little bit of unknown as we come into this event, which I think is going to be really interesting to watch.
Listen, I was just hoping you weren't going to tell me you woke up with a horse head in your bed this morning after the rules changes. You mentioned, you know, some of the ribbing's been good-natured, some of the people have been very intense, but again, we talk about parity, and this kind of leads into the point I was going to make before we got to the points. Never in my life have I seen over a 3-month span of time more people invest more money to make power adder, significant power adder changes, and we need to talk about that to set up this first round of qualifying.
Yeah, that's another thing that we're seeing, and another reason why we've just seen, you know, honestly, outside of Stevie Jackson, we've seen pretty consistent dominance from the centrifugal superchargers, especially the Hartz-Charger, which is new on the scene here this year. And we've seen a lot of guys make the switch from turbo to centrifugal. We saw Vic Alvarez. We saw Sean Ellington. We've seen, I mean, we can go down the list. There's probably over a half dozen at this point.
It's incredible.
Unprecedented, really, to see that kind of change, like you said, during the winter. But I think it speaks to the raceability of that combination. And as it's hot out there right now today, it's only going to get hotter as the weekend goes on, which is unique for this event compared to the previous two.
Absolutely.
That raceability that these guys are forking over the big money and making the time and effort to make this change, that's what they're seeking. And we'll see how that comes in as we go into Saturday's race day, which should be the hottest day of the weekend.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, you can remember back in the day, I mean, I remember as a kid, I mean, it was literally on the covers of magazines when Scotty Cannon decided to put a blower on his car, right? That was like, when that happened, it was front page news. And, you know, the class and the sport have evolved so much now where it's a pragmatic decision anymore. You know, back then it was like guys would hang with the thing because that was what I did. That's who I was. And
there was a lot of identity back in the day. It was, your identity was the car, the body style. It was your power adder. We see some guys still hanging on to that, but it's very agnostic now. Everyone is like, I just want the best car. I want the best power adder, whatever that may be. We don't see a lot of loyalty sticking around in that regard anymore. And that's just how this thing's changed and how competitive it is. I was talking with some guys last night at our celebration party at Yard House. We're starting to see guys maybe jump, you know, team owners jump out of the seat and put a real deal driver like a Travis Harvey, like a Lyle Barnett, because for one, you know, lighter weight, being able to move that ballast around, and then these guys just pure ability to drive these cars. We see, you know, we'll talk about it all day Saturday, the tightness of these fields and how competitive race day is. It's coming down to the starting line.
It is.
More so than you've ever seen in Pro Mod. That's really a pro stock type of thing.
It is.
It's pro stock level driving ability that you have to have in this Pro Mod field at the World Series of Pro Mod.
And look no further back than 2023 when Spencer Hyde proved to the world that, yes, in fact, you can hole shot your way to a World Series of Pro Mod victory, because that was how he lived that entire race.
We're getting a good look there on the drone shot of some new entries that we've got for the World Series of Pro Mod compared to the first two races. We've got, there's the Ed Burnley-owned, Tony Wilson-driven Ironman car, Manny Bajinga in his Mustang, Robert Abbott, Winsley. There's a new car, the blue car back there. That's Raymond Matos in a brand new car.
And Haney's car, I mean, it's not, you know, it's brand new by my standards. I mean, it was really debuted at the last race, but also basically and effectively a brand new piece.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it. There's a Nitrous car lurking up front. Now that's going to make its Derek Ford's going to make his first attempt at the Winter Series. Dustin Hart, how about this?
Yeah, that's great.
So the owner and the mind behind the Hartz-Charger and Hartz Turbo, he's decided to throw his hat in the ring.
Which I didn't even know he was licensed to drive one of these things.
I was talking to him last night, and I'm like, where did this come from, man? Because I didn't even know this was on the radar. He actually said when he left this race a year ago, he was so overwhelmed by what he was seeing. He ordered a car from Larry Jeffers and got that in process, recently completed, and he's ready here as he makes the turn in that gray machine that's pulling over into the left lane. The man behind this power adder that's kind of shaking up this whole class over this Winter Series is behind the wheel and going to see what he can do. So that's, you know, we talk about Victor Alvarez, the track owner here. He's competing. We've got sponsors that are competing, and now we've got a guy that you know, builds this power adder.
Parts,
jumping in here. So a lot of interesting scenarios as we fire this up. And this first pair, as we've got one of our new entries, I believe, out of the KTR camp.
Yeah, Adriano Cayen coming up right now, and really cool. I mean, we've seen a lot of these C7, the new C7 style body that has been released has become very popular very quickly. This is another one in bare carbon fiber.
That's a popular way to run that body. It's got that unique weave.
It does.
Unique look. It really looks great. Much better than these cars typically look unpainted. So weight, a big factor with that as well.
Kayla Morton down there in the starting line. She'll once again be a part of our broadcast team as our roving reporter on one end of the track or the other. She's done a great job over the first couple Winter Series races. Earned her keep. She was up there at Lights Out just last week up there at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Wes is going to assume the chief clapper position here as he moves, he moves into place.
See some warm-up claps right there as he walks in. The man actually breaks his watch more times than not with these claps. He has to go to the watch repair shop between races.
Hey, keeps the watch guy in business. But yeah, this is a great moment. This anticipation of this Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod. Officially, we were running our index cars, our bracket cars this morning. And a reminder, if you're tuned in on FloRacing, you have friends that are not FloRacing subscribers, we are streaming live on Amazon Prime today. They can go to Amazon Prime and just simply search up FloSports.
Yeah, FloRacing. Yeah, actually, or just search World Series of Pro Mod. It's going to pop right up. And, you know, if you're a true drag racing fan, you've already got the algorithm tuned up.
Yeah.
It knows what you're looking for. And probably the first thing when you flip over to the live tab on your Amazon Prime TV or app or whatever platform you're using, it's probably going to be the first thing that pops up. So hopefully all you guys are joining us on that. That was a huge deal. I don't think that anything we've done has been more positively received than the Amazon preview and putting this product in the homes of so many people to check this out and then possibly make the purchase on FloRacing to keep up for the rest of the weekend.
It is a great way to get a taste, and then you're going to sign up for FloRacing to watch the rest of the event. So Adriano Kayan moving forward. Jeff Pierce there opens the door. He says, hey guys, don't push the car yet. Let me look at the gauges.
Yep, get a good look. This is really, you know, we're going to talk about conditions and changing track conditions and weather conditions, especially here in the heat of the day. This is really when you want to go out. First pair right here, just shortly after noon. It's only going to get hotter as the session goes on, which should take about 2 hours to get through these 64 cars we've got on the grounds, which is a really nice even number because it basically means if no other entries show up between now and Saturday, everyone on the grounds is actually going to have the ability to compete here this weekend as we have the Air Motive Wildcard Shootout.
Yes,
that's part of our deal here that we're doing, and we're going to basically have a second chance race for all the non-qualifiers, which is an exciting deal.
It really is. Now both cars begin to move ahead. One of the things that will be different in perhaps a positive way for our Pro Mod racers this weekend, this is a strictly big tire race. Radials are not on the property, so that transition we talked a lot about at the last race, scraping the glue off, changing it, that's not going to happen this week. The consistency of the surface may not get as tight and may be more forgiving in the heat. Whoa, man, Dustin touches the wall. A 365 or 2.5 on the right side for Kayan at 209 miles an hour. Dustin Hart got over there and scraped the paint off the left side. Welcome to Pro Mod.
I was watching Kayan's car, you know, on a really good pass, a 362. I saw Dustin out of shape, but I didn't realize he got into the wall until you said that. That's not what you want out of a brand new car making its first pass in elimination or in qualifying here today.
It was a gentle, light kiss as we're going to watch this happen again.
Yeah, it's shaking the tires, just hanging with it there as this thing's drifting to the left. We talked about Dustin Hart and kind of dipping his toes into the water here, and that's one of those things that you kind of learn with experience and get a feel for these cars. And you know, it's almost like there's no way to do that except for actually go out there and see where you can toe the line and how far you can push this thing. You pushed it a little too far there.
And if it's a test session, I guarantee he's out of the gas by the time he gets to the tree. If it's some other scenario, he's out of the gas by the time he gets to the tree. But it's your first qualifying session at the biggest race you've ever been in. He tried to hang with it. Derek Ford and Johnny Camp, and certainly that is not terminal damage. That's a little touch-up paint, and he'll be right back.
No, they'll be okay. Probably the biggest issue there will be the headers.
Yes.
Did he get the headers? And they'll have to, you know, kind of bang those things back out. But that will really be the only performance issue. I expect to see some gray duct tape on that thing. He'll be back up here for the next round.
Well, here comes Johnny Camp out of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania. NGK Spark Plugs, Tappan Electric, Proline Racing, and ProCharger for Johnny Camp.
Johnny Camp, #1 qualifier at the World Series of Pro Mod in 2023. Always a threat, but this is his first appearance in the Winter Series this year. I think he's had some business commitments, even some commitments with his crew not being available, I think was one of the issues as well. So a guy that wanted to be here but wasn't able to until now. And then in the other lane, we take a look at Derek Ford, who very early on when we were putting together the roster for the Winter Series, he made it known he wanted to be a part of this. Intended to be here for the first 2 events. Also had issues, and is making his debut here for the World Series of Pro Mod. One of the lone Nitrous cars.
Yeah.
We'll see what they have the ability to do. We actually basically took all the weight restrictions off the Nitrous cars, made the minimum weight 2,300 pounds. From what I understand, Derek Ford has the ability to get close to this car. So we'll see what guys are able to do with that reduced weight on the Nitrous cars.
The Ford purchasing the Nitrous out there, and again, a very small plume, much smaller than we've seen in races past. The humidity was much higher. Ford shakes the tires, and Johnny Camp will go to a 362.3 at 210 miles an hour, an early pattern developing of 62s.
Yep, at 210, big speed out the back for that ProCharger. Now, that's not a hard charge car. That's the new ProCharger unit. Johnny Camp, a longtime ProCharger loyalist, so we'll track that kind of as we go.
And so Camp will make his way around the corner. That'll bring up Tony Wilson and Ryan Fireball Martin coming up here from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, rolling up through the water in his particular Camaro, and Tony Wilson driving the Ironman car.
Taking a look at Ryan Martin, is he having some issues keeping this car running? Brandon Stroud's going to take a look as he pops in the driver's door. We talked to Ryan on the West Buck Show a couple of weeks ago, and he's excited about this debut with this machine. Tested really well, but his first qualifying attempt, maybe, oh, there we go, we got it going. That's just not something, you can't get a run behind this deal. No, everyone talks about that. So losing a run to something like that, it can be catastrophic.
The XPEL SMR sponsored Hugger Orange Camaro, heating the tires and backing his way up to the starting line. Yeah, it's a great interview with Ryan on the West Buck Show.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that he gets it. We talk about that, his experience with the Street Outlaws and kind of being in front of the camera and basically having his life, laid out in front of everyone all these years as one of the stars of that show. He's been a big addition to our True 10-5 program that we brought to the table this year. Now dipping his toe into Pro Mod. He's very excited about it. So take a look at the Ed Burnley owned, Tony Wilson driven Ironman car, a proven piece in PDRA Pro Boost. I believe a former race winner with this car.
And you talk about a name that has been involved in Pro Modified since its really early roots. Ed Burnley is a guy that has decades in this category. As once again, Martin's car had lost fire, but I do believe they got it restarted.
Yeah, all kinds of issues over there. Then on the other side, you've got Tony kind of waiting patiently. Not ideal for him either, but the veteran driver will be able to overcome that and not build too much heat in the motor or in the transmission torque converter and be all right here.
Wilson was off like a shot, and Wilson with a lot of blow-by goes 364.5 at 206 miles per hour. Off like a shot because of the fact Martin's car was lazy to leave. It was a disparity. I thought he was going to be like 008 on the tree. It was the 85.
Let's take a look at this and see if we can figure out what happened. Just blew the tires off.
And you can see all that blow-by coming out of the back end of the Tony Wilson-driven car.
Yeah, it kind of it sounded lazy, or like it was laying over on the top end for Tony. Only 206. Car capable of going 210, 211. They'll go back and take a look at that. Hopefully nothing's hurt too bad. When that happens, you got to kind of take a look at everything.
Joel Wensley Sr. on the left-hand side of your screen out of Brooklyn, Michigan. And Robert Abbott from just down the road at Bowling Green, Florida. Will be on the other side. Abbott for years has worked with Todd Tutterow. Tutterow out there getting a look at the starting line as our starting line staff does a little mop job out there for Joel Wensley Sr. It's Patrick Barnhill and the tuning skills for him. So Tutterow's once again making a quick and close inspection of that starting line. Wensley has run, the Wensley family, I should say, has fielded 2 cars at the first 2 Winter Series events. Joel Wensley Sr. and his son. And the Abbott team has been given the high signs. They're going to squirt a little fuel in the injector, and spin this baby over.
I think Todd Tutterow actually drove this car at Snowbirds,
yes.
I believe. And then we've seen Robert Abbott in the car since then.
In the business of growing oranges, I believe Robert Abbott is.
That's a big deal around here.
It is.
Yeah.
Turns out they do a little bit of that in this state. Wensley, a retired HVAC contractor from Michigan.
Cool shot there from our jib cam as he kind of did the burnout underneath it. We saw Samuel Peterson holding the car in the burnout, a guy that kind of had a Cinderella story the first time out with this car.
It is.
Snowbirds. And,
yes.
And filled in as the driver, but since then, Wensley's been back in it. Consistent piece. Also affected by that rule change that we talked about. This is the only other car, I believe, in the field that runs the 5-speed transmission with a lockup torque converter. So it's carrying more weight this weekend than it did at the first 2 events. We'll see how they're able to overcome that.
The only concerning thing about the great Sam Peterson holding onto that car is the fact that Sam could be blown away in a stiff breeze.
He could.
He's a slender man.
Yep.
So that is that. I don't know if I want him hanging onto a race car.
Todd Tutterow stepping in. Just made his way back to Qatar, where they spent most of the winter over there with Khaled Altani, KH, Jason Sharp
was running over there.
Yep.
And all those guys.
The whole squad over there. Mike Stavrinos, JR Gray.
Now you can see what he's doing with the bottle there, and my understanding is that is a method of just kind of keeping things a little cool. That additional fuel he's just kind of bleeding into the injector up there is just a method of keeping engine temperature down.
Yeah, interesting. You'll see a lot of these Tutterow tuned cars kind of sit on the RPMs for a little bit and bring up. I believe they're trying to get the engine to a very specific temperature. But we don't see that today. You won't see as much of that as you see in the first 2 events, where they're kind of battling these full temperatures.
Yeah, we had guys who wanted a block heater at the first couple. Plug them in. Really same story both sides of the racetrack there.
It was a mirror image, shaking just past the 60-foot in both lanes.
See the door on Wensley's car hanging open on the right side, the tire shake jarring the latch loose. Abbott goes through, just for academic purposes here, a 5:53 at 105. Wensley a 6:91. Going to get a look here at Abbott's launch and tire shaking shutoff.
At this point, I mean, and a lot of times we look at it like, we talk about the heat, we talk about the track conditions, but this track is so well prepared. Yep. A lot of times I feel like they're probably maybe down on power, underestimating. That's what we would call a slow shake, rather than overpowering the racetrack at this point in time.
Manny Bujinga and this man, Brandon Plyler and the Chemical Imbalance Willis. This is a really neat car. We didn't see him at the US Street Nationals. He brought this car to us at the Snowbirds.
Yes.
And that name in the paint job carries more than just a snappy significance.
Yeah, Casey Cato, the team owner for this car, has a civil engineering company, but his real passion is men's mental health. So he's big on, I mean, just a really cool guy that maintains a positive attitude, and I think that is kind of the root of his passion for men's mental health. So if you look at the details on this car that are included in the wrap, there's a lot of really cool phrases, verses, there's a prescription pad, a lot of stuff to really play into that. As we see Casey actually standing in front of the car with his USA socks on. Shout out to the gold medal winning USA hockey team. That's probably what inspired that. Then, as you said, Manny Bujinga, a real hitter in the other lane that has kind of been off and on with this car, but great to have him back for the World Series of Pro Mod.
A great shot for the Modern Racing drone. A big thanks to Modern Racing for sponsoring our drone coverage again here at the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod. Bujinga, of course, has done exceptional things over the last couple of years on smaller tires, but it's good to see this car back on the big slicks. This car has all kinds of neat stuff built into it, including the roof hatch you can see here. It has roof flaps and various flaps on it like NASCAR uses in case it gets out of shape. Man, Plyler was just on the verge of shaking the tires, goes a 371 at 203. Bujinga goes through what I would call a relatively safe 367 at 209.
Yeah, the Plyler team, Casey Cato and his crew over there, I believe they worked all night to repair damage during testing, or that occurred during testing. So probably got some figuring out to do with that car. But Manny with a solid pass in the other lane.
I mean, you could see Plyler's car as it was going by the tree. Those tires wanted to shake in the worst way, but they didn't quite let go enough.
He actually carries a pretty significant weight subtraction due to that Willys body. So that car is going to come in around 50 pounds lighter than these other cars, because we're doing everything we can out here to encourage body diversity. It's kind of a tough deal at this point.
It is.
Because everyone wants to build these aerodynamic cars. But we try to reward the guys that come out and compete in the Willys or a 63 Corvette or a
Studebaker or you name it.
Yeah, 57, 55 Chevy, things like that.
In fact, if you have a 55 Chevy, Michael lets you weigh 1,200 pounds.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. You can stage with the back tire. 55 Chevys can stage with the back tire out here. That's a new rule we're implementing. We got a brand new car for Raymond Matos with the Puerto Rican flag flying there.
I mean, it's always nice to see new equipment, so don't take this the wrong way. I'm kind of surprised by this because Matos' car, the car he got out of, was a really good working piece.
It was. I don't know the history of that car. I kind of just think it was probably getting a little older, getting some laps on it. It's a brand new machine, tested down here in the last couple of weeks with the Proline squad. And put up some really good numbers. The bad part about this whole deal is all the testing for the last couple of weeks, and even the testing this week was in 50, 60 degree weather. We're going to hit the 80s here now this weekend. Everything's out the window.
It is.
I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. The focus is going to be on who can navigate those conditions and who has the ability on race day versus just absolute raw performance.
Absolutely, and I also think that shifts the focus of qualifying. The focus of qualifying when we had these first two races that were frigid was like how quick did the cars go. Now it's about how tight is this going to be grouped, and Keith Haney will not be part of the field after qualifying session 1 with a 405 at 195 after tire shake, but Matos 363.5 right there near the top of the pack.
Yeah, that's kind of where you want to be out here today. Get that low 60 number, come back and shoot for the 50s in this second session. And really, you know, we're going to go in the inverse order of how they qualify here today. You want to go out later tonight as we start the next session at around 6 p.m. You want to go out as late in that session as you can. Getting down here and making a good low 60 pass is going to set you up not only from the data you're collecting, but as far as where you are in the run order for tonight.
Andrew Handress out of Dix Hills, New York, and Scott Palmer out of Cassville, Missouri, the people's champion on the left-hand side of your screen.
You were talking about the field. We were talking about the performance we've seen and how tight these fields have been. All these stellar cars that we're sending home, sending 40 and 50 cars home that don't make the 32-car field. We've got the wild card shootout going on, which is going to be a laddered, traditional 32-car field. So the number 33 qualifiers is basically your number 1 qualifier, and all the way down to 64. It's really cool to see because I mean we've had 70, 80 cars. We would still be sending some people home. But if everyone everyone's stuff hangs together here and everyone decides to participate in that race, everybody that entered this event on ProMod is going to get to compete on Saturday.
Talk about being trapped in a glass case of emotion.
Yeah.
Being number 33 is the glass case of emotion because you want to race for the 150G, but yet you're going to be the best seated car in the Aeromotive race.
Yeah, in a $25,000 to win laddered race. I mean, I don't want to get inside these guys' heads too much, but would you like to be the 32 car in the chip draw of the main event?
I would like to be number 1 for 25G.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah, it's a pretty good consolation prize.
So Palmer, of course, the J&A Service Camaro of the Whiteley family. Jim Whiteley actually just sent the wheelie bars out there. And Whiteley's going to watch his car run down the racetrack with Palmer at the tiller, who has been at the wheel of this car for a couple races now.
Let's see what Handress can do. Put up a mid-60 with his Nitrous car. Oh.
Trouble there for Palmer. Handress, on the other hand, is going to drive this one. He goes through with a 372 at 201 miles an hour. Nice piece of driving there by Andrew.
Yeah, it was all over the place. He hung with it. It looked maybe a little rich. It had some black smoke coming out of it. We see that a lot out of this car. But just down on power, 201. He's really got to probably go back and lean on this thing as hard as he can to make this field. I don't think a 72 is going to get it done, obviously. So you got to, I mean, we can start talking about bump spot with the weather with the cars we've got here, are we going to see a bump spot anywhere near what we saw for Snowbirds or US Street?
I mean, anywhere near. I think we're going to get into the neighborhood, and look, a lot of that is going to depend on how late a second session today goes, how late a third session tomorrow goes. So I'm not ruling anything out, because with the quality of cars and the volume we have here, anything's possible. But that's a tall order.
Now let's talk about that also. We've got 5 qualifiers.
Yes.
You know, time and weather permitting.
Yep.
That's a big feature of the World Series of Pro Mod, is a 5th qualifier.
Yes.
So we'll see how that comes into play as well in that last session. Guys bumping in, bumping out to make this field for the chip draw.
Justin Swanstrom and Nick Janik making their way back to the starting line. You can see Janik, the Redline Oil sponsored C7 Corvette. Swanstrom in a car that was new as of a couple of races ago. They made nice incremental progress here with this Hormone Logics, Rich Bailey Racing, Modern Racing, Quick Performance Corvette.
2 different takes on the C7, the older body style
Yes.
for Nick Janik in the right lane, the brand new style, I believe, ZR1 Corvette from Synergy Composites. Another one kind of left bare so that we can see that carbon fiber weave.
Great shot there, the zoomy headers for Las Vegas, Nevada's own Nick Janik. As Jared brings the camera up, it is that area of the body from the top of the doors going up to that rear quarter panel. That is one of the biggest changes they made between these 2 generations of cars. And the change they made was it reduces drag. And look at the difference in the shape of the rear quarter.
It's dropped down.
Yeah.
It's they found that getting that rear out of the air is key versus kind of this high tail that the C7 has for Nick Janik.
And look at Swanstrom hang on to that baby. 372, 193. Janik goes 372, 4, 198. I mean, pretty much mirror image runs.
Yeah, I mean, way down, 193 miles per hour, especially out of Swanstrom, 198 in the other lane. I believe those guys were out of it early.
It didn't look like they hurt anything. And
a lot of wheel. Look at
Yeah.
Swanstrom's car. Look at the wheel speed early in that car. Just, you know, damn near hazing the tires off the starting
Yeah.
line, 20 car style.
Gabriel Andino and Matt Deesh coming up right now. Matty D out of Patchogue, New York. And Andino out of Puerto Rico. And Tomato Red 69 Camaro for Andino. And of course, Matt Deesh has the market cornered on orange.
Andino tested here all week. Watching him on the testing, he looked impressive. Some of the, you know, obviously we don't have the boards on during testing. We don't know exactly what these guys run. We kind of get some intel here and there, but really look consistent and look good. This is a guy that cracked into the field at Snowbird,
Yes.
I believe, and someone to keep your eye on. We talk about a lot of these heavy hitters, these big names, but this is a guy that I think could make some waves here Saturday. And Matt Deesh, we want to see him make some waves.
Yes.
These Nitrous guys coming down here kind of fighting the good fight all winter series. We want to see these guys have some success and really keep this power adder diversity alive. Unfortunately, we've seen it all kind of converge into the screw blower and centrifugal world. It kind of has become those 2 dominant combinations. And to me, Pro Mod, a big part of Pro Mod is the body style diversity, but also the power adder diversity.
And look, let's say something that I don't know if anybody in drag racing has said in 30 years, but there are more nitrous cars here than turbo cars.
And we lost one yesterday. That hurt. That hurt. I mean, at the first event, we lost Halsey to you know, these power adders that we're already really down on in parts of quantity. We've lost to some incidents, and we hate to see that. But Jimmy Taylor will be back, I guarantee you.
Both guys trying to shoot down into the mid-60s for Deesh, and Andino trying to run down to that 62 zone. Deesh shook the tires immediately, and Andino goes a 368 at 204.5 miles an hour.
Good run to collect some data. I don't know what happened in that other lane for Deesh. Looks like it just never went anywhere.
Never went
got
anywhere.
up on the tire, never did anything. 937, 247. 368 puts Andino 6th for the moment. Johnny Camp still holding court. That's a guy to watch too. But Johnny Camp, I mean, a well-known name, but a guy that hasn't been out here for the entire winter series. You got to keep an eye on that car as we go into race day.
I always love a guy like Camp with the experience, with the championship pedigree, but who is in this very early part of the field. When a guy like that is early in the field and he fires a shot, I kind of love it. It's like it's when you go to, like, we used to go to the Greyhound track in Massachusetts. They have the little rabbit that the dogs would chase. Right now, Johnny Camp is the rabbit.
He's the rabbit. Kenny Lang starts his burnout and then getting the signal in this right lane for Luis De Leon to start his burnout in his one of the few turbo cars. Actually, an interesting combination in this car. The only turbo car that runs a non-lockup torque converter.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about rules a lot, and one of the things that we made an adjustment to coming into this event, we took 25 pounds off of the unlocked turbo. So this car got 25 pounds off of it. It can actually weigh 2610 now compared to 2635 at the U.S. Street Nationals, because I think we've seen some potential out of this car.
Yes.
Luis has made some good runs, but just due to that non-lockup torque converter, down on overall power out the back door, and he thinks that that's going to be able to help him. So again, we take a look at all this stuff, and we want to try to where it makes sense, give these guys something to work with these unique combinations.
Luis was employing an interesting indirect approach on his approach to the rules on social media. Always classy. He was asking these questions to people like, hey, what do you guys think about this? It's like, I see what you're doing over here, pal, but I like it.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Obviously, a lot of knowledge,
yes,
a lot of data at his hands from his role at Fuel Tech. But it's really been interesting. But at the end of the day, we've had for years now, we're going into our third year of the tightest fields, the most consistent pro mod drag racing on the planet.
And Lewis's car is going to make a nice pull here. Finish line stripe. It is a 369 at 203 for Lewis. Down a little on the speed you'd expect, but a 363 for Kenny Lang right in the window.
Yeah, I think De Leon's been up in the 210, 215 range with that car, I think, at its best, so down to 203. But Kenny Lang, 363 with a 9, a car that really has performed well here for many years and been a threat, been to the semifinals, I think, a couple of times, but just hasn't really performed up to snuff so far in the Winter Series. Maybe he's onto something.
Next pair fired up, Jacob McNeil and Roderjan Passato. McNeil is running Super Pro as well as Pro Mod this weekend.
I think he's going to run whatever class we offer. I believe
yes.
This is a guy that runs some Nitro funny car as well. And Roderjan Passato also out of Brazil with that FT Injectors car. Jacob McNeil, I believe, is in the car formerly driven by Brandon Snyder.
It certainly looks like it.
And I don't, McNeil normally campaigns that orange CUDA. I'm looking down here. Is Snyder back here?
Yes, I saw him walk into the starting line just a few minutes ago.
So now calling the shots for Jacob McNeil behind the wheel.
As a bit of a compare and contrast, if we look back one race to the U.S. Street Nationals, which qualifying session 1 was held at nearly 7 p.m. at night by the time we got it finished. The bump spot coming out of that was a 363.2 out of that first session. We're seeing that 363, and typically, you know this because we've done this enough now, when we see a clump of runs like this, those low 60 runs, they're going to start to fall eventually. I don't know if they end up being a bump spot this early on, but I can see them being kind of in that zone.
Right. And it surprises us sometimes. I mean, we went through those daytime sessions at the U.S. Street Nationals, and these guys were hauling ass. I mean, it was much more impressive than we thought we were going to see out of those daytime runs. I don't know that we'll be able to replicate that here with this heat this weekend.
Agree, and I think the one point I'd like to drive home here is, to me, the fascinating part of this qualifying of 5 runs is how tight we're going to end up. Not necessarily where number 1 or 32 is, but how tightly they're bunched together. Hang on, both sides, 367, 208 for McNeil, 366, 206 for Passato.
Just kind of slower earlier for Jacob McNeil, 942, 248, but big speed, 208. So the car's got the power, just not efficient early. but finds himself in the number 8 spot. Roderjan ends up number 6 for now.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little subgrouping. We kind of have a bunch of 62s and 63s, and we're starting to see that 66 to 68 window kind of fill up as your kind of A and B players right now. Ethan Stedding and Nate Salyers coming up right now. Billings, Montana for Nate. Stedding out of Carnegie, Pennsylvania. P2 Contracting, P2 Racing, Redline Oil, Tie Drive, YO Motorsports, and Robert Abbott Oranges supporting Ethan Stedding.
There, man, that sounds good right now.
Team is fueled by vitamin C.
That's right, some of that citrus, powered by citrus. Ethan Stedding's a car to watch, I believe, in this event this weekend. Tuttaro's back, like we talked about, from Qatar. We don't have, I don't believe we've got Ty Tuttaro in the mix this weekend. I think that all the Tuttaro brain trust is going to be thrown onto these Stedding machines. And
yeah, they're on the
cars tuned by Tuttaro. You know, Stedding, this car actually itself driven by his father, former finalist at this event, to Spencer Hyde, runner-up in 2023. So somebody's certainly got the ability, the driving ability, all the parts and pieces to make something happen. And Nate Saylor in the other lane, brand new car that he was very optimistic about, very excited about, beautiful machine. Tested well, I think, in some of the better conditions, but just hasn't been able to put it together here at the Winter Series. And we'll see kind of where he goes for the rest of the season now that we're wrapping up the Drag the Straight Winter Series presented by J&A Service.
Did the kind of generic, you know, ask a question deal on my Instagram the other day about, you know, would somebody be so bold as to make a prediction for a winner? Multiple people picked Ethan Stedding.
Don't give mine away.
I will not give your, absolutely not. I would never, ever impugn your integrity up here.
That was between me and you.
We'll
talk about it Saturday.
100% we will, especially if you're right.
Yep.
Ethan Stedding, though, his name came up, I'm not going to say a surprising a number of times, but several people were like, I'm on Team Ethan Stedding. So
it's interesting, man. I'm kind of on that train, too. Let's see what he does here.
Rocking and rolling again, 362.2. He goes to the top of the qualifying sheet, 370 at 201. You're riding the right train.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, we kind of know what we're talking about up here. So did all the people that
apparently my people on Instagram do too.
Only 205.
Yeah.
Now, you know, that car's got a lot left in it. I mean, if that car's running up to its capability, the speed that it's capable of, that number's going to go down a couple of more. It could be tickling the 50s. Look good early. 240 to half track. We're going to start seeing those 230s pop up to half track. You know, we've got the incrementals that we'll have up here later on the broadcast, I believe. So you can start to track how these cars, the pattern that you'll see. What are you seeing out of the 60 foot? Is it a 9.0? That's a good start. Are we going 230s? Then that's going to usually equate to a 350 pass, which we'll start to see more of as we get to the heavy hitters in the session.
Aaron Stanfield and Ned Dunphy. That is Stanfield in the silver and black Chevrolet Camaro.
An interesting situation
here.
Yeah,
what's this deal?
Stanfield was in the Scott Tidwell-owned 2020 Camaro, whatever, supercharged car that I believe Ken Cortuccio competed in NHRA this year.
Yes.
Brought over to the Winter Series. I don't think they were just thrilled with how it was performing. They end up throwing him into this car, campaigned by Derek Menhold in NHRA, but driven by Justin Bond in the Winter Series up to this point. Now we've got Aaron Stanfield behind the wheel. Not only a change in car and change in scenery, but a change in power adder as well. Yes,
he went from the screw supercharger to the Centrifugal with Proline power down there. And for Ned Dunphy out of Roswell, Georgia, the gorgeous orange and black Chevrolet. Dunphy's 2025 punctuated by an overall win at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, where he set the lowest average elapsed time over the course of a week in the history of the event.
That's kind of one of the benefits over here in the other lane of hanging out with a guy like Scott Tidwell.
Yes.
Just kind of got a plethora of cars at your disposal. You can switch around and mix and match as you go, whatever fits you best.
We'll find out how this one fits him. 362.2 the bar to beat. And Dunphy's on a nice rip down there, 363.3 at 206. Stanfield had to lift. The car seemed to be moving into the middle of the racetrack.
He looked good early, just wasn't able to hang with it. Probably wise to not push it too hard in this first session, gather that data from the basically 60 to 330, come back and see what you can do in Q2.
Ned Dunphy in qualifying session 1 at the US Street Nationals ran 363 with a 7. Qualifying session 1 at the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod, 363.
Consistency, man. We got the Modern Racing drone taking a look at the recent, continually upgraded and
yes,
recently refurbished Bradenton Motorsports Park. Really looking good here today as we kick off this weekend.
I still cannot express my joy every time I pull onto the new road and pull in the gate that it's not hand-to-hand combat to get in anymore. It's like a nice thing. I love it. It begins the day without having to get all worked up about trying to get in a racetrack.
Yeah, man. This place has had to, I mean, we're busting at the seams with cars
yes.
and fans, so this place is continually on the move to accommodate everybody and provide the world-class drag racing that we're seeing here this weekend.
I mean, it is lunchtime on a Friday, and we got a line of cars pulling in the parking lot. We got stands that are filling up. It is Thursday. That is right, too. It's midday on a Thursday.
Even better.
I don't even know what planet I'm on.
Even more impressive.
How about Ed Thornton?
Yard House got to you last night.
The Yard House might have got to me last night. I might blame you for that.
Yeah, well, my bad.
Ed Thornton from Chino, California. These guys put up some impressive numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. Turbo car. We'll see if they can kind of carry that flag for the turbos, tuned by Shane T, a guy that never lacks for horsepower.
No.
So if they can get this thing under control and get it efficient early and apply it, somebody's certainly got the ability.
Joey Martin, who continues to make a strong return into the Pro Mod drag racing world, a return facilitated by the Winter Series. They got him back out into the seat of a race car that he built himself. And Thornton is going to take this one to the house. He goes 364.6 at 219.
Great pass.
Hey now.
Yeah, great pass for that team here in the heat of the day in this first session. You love to see that, like we just talked about. Somebody with huge power.
Yes.
Get a hold of it. They're going to be a threat. Jumps all the way up to number 8. Joey Martin, he was riding that thing like a Bronco out there.
Yes.
He was in and out of the throttle. Let's watch this thing. Drifts to the left, blips the throttle, back in it. He's off over to the right. He's, certainly has the car and the driving ability and everything to compete here for the Winter Series and built this car specifically for the series, but just hasn't been able to make his way to the field yet. But he did run his first 350 pass in testing.
Okay.
So probably moving in the right direction. Just not here today.
And I think that was personally a kind of a huge run for Thornton, just because they've been scuffling a little bit the last couple of races. So to see that thing finally run down in the lower half of the 60s and to put up the type of speed number that we'd love to see out of turbo cars, that thing's almost going to touch 220 on that run. It's wild.
Good start. That's a car to keep an eye on.
Yes.
As we get into the night session and work our way through qualifying. Definitely like to see that out of that turbo machine. And Frank Falter, a guy that tested here all week, I believe made some really good passes as well with the Candyman machine. Jason Lee, who behind the wheel of the screw-blown car also is a tuner for Eric Gustafson with that weight penalty. Very vocal on social media, unhappy about it. Jason Lee was, but I think they tested, and he was really happy with the way that this car tested with the screw-blown combination. That's something to keep an eye on. It's a car that struggled, while Eric's car has really performed well. We can maybe see the tables turn here this weekend.
There are a lot of racers who you have to almost electrically shock them to get words out of their mouth during an interview situation or anything like that. But if there is a rules change that affects them, they become like a great orator. They become, it's like the Thomas Jefferson writing the Declaration of Independence all of a sudden. It's
pretty wild, man. It's just a fact of life or a necessary evil in this sport that we love.
And Lee now going to be the second to put that top bulb on.
I'd look for Lee to get close to the 50s.
And he may well get there. Beautifully clean run. 61 with a 9 at 208 miles an hour. For Falter, a 66.8 at 203. But now Jason Lee assumes the helm of qualifying.
Yep. I mean, based on what we saw in testing and some of the kind of hints he was dropping on social media, that's exactly what we expected to see out of Jason Lee. 361 with a 9 at 208.04 straight down Broadway.
Falter's car worked its way pretty much an entire car width out of the groove, but stayed stuck to the racetrack.
Yeah. We got Bo Butner coming up and Mike Decker Jr. Decker, we kind of following him on social media. I don't know that they intended to come to this event. I think they were starting to gear up for their season, for the regular season. But at the last minute, gave us the call, said, hey, we're heading that way. So here they are. We'd love to have them on the grounds. And we talked about adding 20 pounds to the centrifugal combination. I kind of wonder, is that, they were like, would that change, even though it sounds minimal?
Yeah.
Maybe that's just a little tipping point of their, feeling like they're going to be more competitive down here this weekend and making the trip. They got some issues here with Todd Totoro in the driver's door. He gives the head shake. Looks like something's broken here, so not a great start for the Decker team. You just don't want to lose this pass, no matter what the conditions are or what's going on. You literally, every driver out here will tell you, you can't get a run behind, and he's going to find himself in that position. And
look, it's been, just to be bluntly honest, it's been a tough couple of races for the Decker cars. These are high-level, championship-level cars, whether it's in the PDRA or whether it's in the Northeast Outlaw Pro Mods. These guys run at the front of the pack, and it just hasn't gone their way the last couple of races down.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it together and kind of overcome being behind the 8-ball. But how about Bo Butner? This is a guy, another guy to keep an eye on on race day. This car has performed well here during the Winter Series, and a guy that we talked about has the ability to kind of jump in this deal and be competitive, and sort of has that, I don't want to say beginner's luck. That would be a disservice to Bo Butner, but not in his normal office, I guess you could say, here in this Pro Mod, but has success with it right away.
100%. I have to make a correction. I saw Bo's Dragster earlier. I saw Randy Lynn behind it. I thought Bo was driving it. It's actually Mitch Coletta. Doug Coletta's son is driving Bo's Dragster in Super Pro.
Yeah, we've got some dignitaries on the ground here this weekend. We've got the Colettas, Alexis Azoria's here, Ida Zetterstrom, a lot of the Nitro. Watch Bo Butner make his pass. Yeah, that just
didn't sound
wasn't representative of what that car can do. It sounded lazy.
And it definitely dropped and picked up a cylinder early in that run. We'll get another look at it, but a 371 at 202. The down low numbers were, and it didn't sound like it had revved up enough either. Kind of seemed out of the range.
But there's a guy that'll figure it out.
Now watch the left side of this car.
It's blowing the tires off, hitting the rev limiter.
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome deal. How you doing, Westbrook? Good to see you, my friend.
So they will gear it up again for the second qualifying session. They have more to learn from there than some of the races we've seen that didn't get past the tree, so they got that going for them.
Yep. But let's talk about some of the Nitro folks that we've got. We're going to have on the grounds. We're going to have Doug Coletta. Alexis Azori is here. Ida Zetterstrom. We've always had Antron Brown here.
Oh, yeah.
We just saw Brian Karate. A lot. I mean, that's kind of your world, your realm. You guys just wrapped up the Chasing Speed docu-series on Vice, which was excellent.
Yeah, it was a great series.
Part of. You guys kick off your season next week.
Yeah, Gator Nationals are next week, so a lot of racers getting a jump. They tested a week and a half ago, and some of them apparently stuck around in the Citrus State or Sunshine State down here. But yeah, it's great. I mean, this race, as much as the U.S. Street Nationals gets the ball rolling on 2026, this race starts the drag racing season for me. This is where the flaglet gets planted, and we all take the big step forward together from here through the various series. And yeah, it's neat to see so many familiar faces down there. And again, it goes back to the same stuff that you, I, and Wes have talked about for years, whether on the podcast or privately. It's like the more you put like-minded people in the same space together, the better it is for everybody.
Yeah, it really is. And this event, I mean, when we started doing these events in Florida, I believe the schedule was a little bit different, and I think there were 2 weeks in between the Gator Nationals and our events. But this was kind of thought of as a warm-up for the NHRA season down here in Florida. It's evolved into something completely different, but it's great to see those folks on the ground.
We're going to take a quick break as we prep the racetrack halfway through qualifying session 1. We'll be right back to Bradenton of the World Series of Pro Mod after this.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot's secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot's secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot's secret is powered by science.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
They wait for one moment, one shot, and in about 3.5 seconds, it's over. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series comes to Darlington Dragway, March 25th through 28th. The KTR PDRA Carolina Nationals, presented by PD Fleet, the most extreme pro mods on Earth. Get your tickets now and don't miss a second. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
And we are back here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. It is the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod. We told you Kayla Morton was down there prowling the starting line. Let's go down to her now.
We are halfway through qualifying. That's right, 16 pair down, 16 to go. We are doing a quick track prep session halfway through, and so far, Jason Lee leads this field 361 with a 9, but the sun is going behind the clouds, which is going to make the track conditions just a little bit better. Stay tuned, because your very last pair of this session is Jason Harris versus Stevie Fast Jackson in the shadow. I can't wait for that. Mike Bowman coming around in the corner, and we are back to racing here shortly.
Thank you very much, Kayla. Those glasses, bro. You need a pair of those.
Man, I don't know if I could pull those off.
Those are intense.
I don't know. I think only she can pull those off.
She can see into the future with those things.
We got the market cornered on just, you know, pastiness up here.
Well,
well, I mean, where you're from, up there in the Northeast, you're lucky to be down here in Florida.
She's got the sunglass game unlocked. We have the forehead game unlocked.
We got it unlocked, dude.
So let's talk about this first half of this first session of qualifying as we get ready to kick off the second half. Any surprises for you? And performance-wise, do you feel like we're where you thought we'd be?
I mean, it was great to see that run out of Jason Lee.
Yeah.
And I think that's what those guys have been looking for. But the surprise for me has got to be the turbo car.
Yeah.
At Thornton.
Yes.
I mean, the 219, big speed. I think that's probably got to be my surprise. But we're going to get into like the non-surprise section of the field here.
Yeah.
And this is going to be all the heavy hitters that I feel like can, you know, pretty consistently dip into the 50s. And how about that final pair that Kayla was lining out?
Yes.
Jason Harris versus Stevie. Not in the shadow, but in that purple gorilla, something to keep an eye on for sure.
It really will, and honestly, that's going to be a kind of a defining moment here for Stevie, is to put the right foot forward, as we so often talked about here. You know, you can sit at home and think, well, they got 5 shots to get down the racetrack. You don't really have 5 shots to get down the racetrack. You have 5 shots to establish a qualifying position, and then hopefully to get yourself to be able to work in some race day tune-up concepts. And when it becomes 4 chances, your focus has to keep shifting away from what you're going to try to do on race day, and your focus continues to narrow on just getting in the field. So Stevie really wants to get his act together and hit the gas and with success in Q1.
There's Vic Alvarez. We just saw Jim Halsey with the Nitrous car. That's going to be interesting to watch. There's Vic with the red hat, turn backwards. Can't miss him. As they keep piling in. Interesting way we do the lane calls here at Bradenton, due to having, as they say, 10 pounds of stuff shoved into a 5-pound bag. We don't call everybody to the lanes because we call them in groups. Because as you'll see, these cars are actually returning from their run, some of them, and trying to get back to their pits, and some of these guys are in the staging lanes to make their run, and just due to all the congestion that would happen, we actually call them in groups. So what you're seeing there, as far as the cars in the lanes, that's not all that we've got left, and plenty of action left to come for this qualifying session.
Yeah, great stuff going on here. And, you know, again, I mentioned it at the top of the qualifying session, but, you know, the fact that this is effectively a slick tire race end-to-end, we do not, like we do at the US 3 Nationals, have a slew of radio classes, which requires the track prep to change drastically between the 2 categories. And typically once a weekend, specifically on a day where we have a couple of qualifying sessions on the radio side, maybe 3 on the Pro Mod side, there can always be one that throws everybody for a loop. We're going to take that variable out. This track prep is going to stay as consistent as Wade Rich can keep it over the weekend, which is going to be very consistent. And to me, that's going to lead to an even tighter grouping of race cars.
Yeah, that's a good point, and something that definitely needs to be highlighted, because we're not going to see you don't see the extremes, the polar opposites that we see in that radial prep, where it's like it goes from so good to terrible in the heat due to all that traction compound that's out there. This is going to be a really consistent coverage throughout the whole weekend. It's going to not be as good at its highest point, but also not be nearly as bad at its lowest point. So definitely an interesting thing, kind of the opposite of the approach that you saw last weekend. If you were following on Flow and you watched Donald Long's Lights Out radial event, I think you saw some of that in the daytime sessions, and then you saw a world record pass of 343 for Ken Cartuccio. You see those extremes. We're going to try to avoid some of that here this weekend.
and just to put a point on that, it's like I have to laugh because, you know, that has been the way radio racing has gone for years. In the middle of the day, it's typically a spin fest. That's just what it has been and what it always has been. So when people get up in arms about it, it's like, are you new here? Have you never watched this before? But the big tires act very, very differently. And here comes another of the few and the proud of the turbo contingent, Mike Bowman, the winner of the very first ever World Series of Pro Mod.
And a guy that's got his sights set on being the first ever to win 2 of these things. This is a car to watch also. He tested here. He's always one of the first guys on the grounds, even though he's coming all the way from California. Looks like he might be having an issue as the crew guys under the car trying to figure out what's going on with this thing.
I think he's shooting ether into the turbocharger to get it to light up.
There
they got it. See, now that's the size of the guy I want hanging on to my quarter pan.
Yeah, you got to have some muscle.
You got to
keep that thing in line as it's making that burnout. But we'll see if Bowman can kind of replicate what we saw Ed Thornton do with the turbo here just a bit ago.
So Robert Davis out of Florida. Noonan power for Davis. And Bowman, that Jerry Bickle constructed Chevelle, Jerry Bickle race cars, I should say, a big part of the World Series of Pro Mod, the Winter Series, I should say, what they had up for grabs, which nobody grabbed it, the Pro Mod chassis.
Yeah, we've failed to mention that so far, but Jerry Bickle is also our #1 qualifier sponsor for each of these events, with putting up thousands of dollars for the #1 qualifier, a really cool program that we're happy to have those guys on board, Rick Horde and his whole family that have taken over Jerry Bickle race cars and are definitely on the move with it. Let's see what Bowman can do here. Certainly Robert Davis is capable, but I got my eyes on that left lane.
Here comes Bowman at the top end, 364.2 at 217 miles an hour, 364.7 for Davis.
Similar to the Thornton run, but just down a little bit on the back end, but not as efficient early. You kind of saw the car looked a little bit lazy as it left the starting line, and they'll go back and figure that out. But certainly a great pass for these conditions here today.
Yeah, we watch them again.
Yeah, just didn't kind of bobbled almost. It really set back on the wheelie bars and bobbled, then got going. But it's kind of how those turbo cars behave, and those guys will go back and get those early numbers shored up, and that's a car that'll be in the 50s here tonight.
Erica Enders, Winterwood, Oklahoma, by way of Houston, Texas, in the Elite Motorsports, Screw-Blown Camaro, and Kyle Dvorak out of McHenry, Illinois, a man who, during the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals, was ecstatic. He gave us a high-intensity, adult listen-only top-end interview.
He did, and in the chip draw as well.
Yes.
We were just talking about Lights Out last weekend. This car was on radials, competing in Radial versus World. Last weekend on radials, no wheelie bars, really no rules at all, or very few in the Radial versus the World category. Ran really well. Spent the early part of this week converting it over to God's tires, as we like to say, the big floppies, the slicks with the wheelie bars, and here to compete at the World Series of Pro Mod. We had him on the show and asked him, is there any advantage to doing that, to racing last weekend? He's like, no. It's really probably dumb that we did that, but we're going to go see what we can do. And it's really a tough situation to go from that radial setup to the slick tires, but a car that's performed well, and we'll see if he can crack the field here again this weekend. And what can you say about Erica Enders in the other lane?
Yes, this is the 6-time Pro Stock champion. Of course, the junior dragster racer turned sportsman racer, turned Pro Stock racer, and turned all-time great Pro Stock racer, trying to make her mark here in Pro Modified. Good side-by-side pull, 61 with a 6. Erica Enders now the quickest car on the property. Kyle Dvorak goes 366.7.
That's a huge run for that Elite Motorsports team. Justin Elks, the whole Modern Racing team, the brains behind that operation. This is a car that made its way into the field in the last session at the U.S. Street Nationals. It's a car, I mean, when can you not keep your eye on Erica Enders as a competitor, but with some with a hot rod underneath her, that's a car to watch on race day.
And so Robert Cox coming up right now. And Robert Costa, Albuquerque, New Mexico for Costa, Carlton, Michigan for Cox, the Noonan Race Engineering, Fuel Tech, Cox Trucking, Elite Motorsports, Camaro, and the Ford Mustang for Costa with a 526-inch screw-blown Hemi.
Something to keep an eye on. I don't know how much data sharing goes on or how much similarities we have between Rob Cox's car and Erica's, but they are Elite Motorsports umbrella cars.
Gotcha, okay.
And share a power plant. Anthony Lum tuning kind of comes from that brain trust of the Elite Motorsports arena over there. I think there probably is some data sharing going on. Let's see if he puts up a run like we just saw Erica, and then, of course, you got Robert Costa, a Totoro tuned machine in the other lane.
If my memory serves correct, that is the first time we saw – I mean, the number one thing is great, but that is the first time we saw Erica's car come out in qualifying session 1 and make a full pull.
It's been a struggle up to this point where
Huge.
They've struggled all through qualifying and then make that Hail Mary pass to get in the field.
Yep.
As we saw at the U.S. Street Nationals, failed to qualify at the Snowbird.
Yes.
So you can see the pattern of progress and improvement here.
And his history being a guide, I've watched her race now for more than a decade, up close and personal. If you give that woman a horse she can ride, look out below.
Not what the rest of the field wants to see, to be honest with you.
Costa forced to lift off the gas, and Rob Cox goes 363.207. I think there might be some data sharing.
Yeah, just a little bit, just a couple numbers behind Erica. But I think they've got a handle on these cars over there in that camp, the Elite Motorsports Pro Mod.
Costa was 918 to 60 feet.
Probably just too much early there. 918, just aggressive, getting after it early, but just maybe that's all the track would hold. And we're getting to the point where we're late in this session. The heat's building. Sun's been on the track more. It's going to be a little bit trickier. These guys that are going out later are at a bit of a disadvantage compared to when we started this session about an hour ago.
Travis Harvey, just about an hour and a half ago, maybe a little more than 2 hours ago, was out there with young TJ Harvey, sent him down the racetrack in the junior dragster, but now it's Dad's turn to have some fun.
Yeah, it's cool to have the junior dragsters here this weekend. And we get, I mean, when we're putting together the class lineup, a lot of these guys are like, please have junior dragster because I want to bring my son or daughter and race with them this weekend. They're here to run their pro mods, but they also love to be able to throw the junior in the trailer also and have some time with their family, with their kids. So really cool to have the junior dragsters back as part of the class lineup this weekend.
And Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington. It was 1 year ago at this event that Ryan Hayward really let the world know just what kind of race car driver he is and what kind of equipment he fields. The Puget Sound Petroleum Fuel Factory Judd and Black Appliance, Skagit Valley Polaris, Rev Up Energy Drink, Cleanup and Removal Services sponsored Camaro.
So Ricky Jones tunes this machine. You'll see him out there walking behind the car. But we've got Rick Jones, Ricky's dad.
Nice. Oh, there he is.
Mr. former owner of RJ Race Cars, Rick Jones, and one of the legends of the sport, making his appearance here for the first time this Winter Series at the World Series of Pro Mod. Great to have him on the grounds.
A true craftsman and a true hot rodder as well. He's built some cars for himself that are just masterpiece level street rod and hot rod style stuff. Good rip here. 362.8 for Hayward, 207 miles an hour. Thank you very much. A 66.3 for Harvey.
Look at the numbers here. 910, 60 foot for Ryan Hayward. 961 for Travis. Had the power in the second half of the track, but just lost a lot early. Can't really see it there, but you see the power coming in as it hikes the wheels up. But just a really consistent, under control run for Ryan Hayward that we've seen that car, you know, just kind of that pro stock mentality that I think Ricky Jones and Rick Jones are applying to that program over there.
So if you want to make the top half of the field right now, you're going to be better than a 366.3. Starting to tighten itself up. And here comes one of the biggest stories out of the U.S. Street Nationals and one of the biggest stories coming in to this Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod. Mark Mickey, the longtime turbo devotee, the guy who was running 220 miles an hour. The turbochargers are gone.
They're gone. Yep. And this was the biggest story, kind of like you said, a turbo stalwart for so many years, and a known #1 qualifier at every one of these events last year, known for his performance, abandoned those turbos and went to Centrifugal Supercharger. When you see that happen, that kind of tells the whole story of what we've talked about with everybody making this switch to this combination. And it kind of just, it speaks to the dominance of it so far. We'll see what Mark's able to do. I don't know how successful he's been during testing with this new combination. As we get on the other lane, a look at the really brand new machine of Greg Blevins Jr., well known in the radio world, but debuted this Pro Mod at the Snowbirds. It has been really impressive.
Yeah, he's been handling it very well. Mark Mickey talked about the fact that after the race, something that we surmised, because this car, he failed to qualify at the last race, wouldn't go down a racetrack. You and I both said the same thing at the same time. There's something inherently wrong with the race car. They went home, field stripped it, and yes, they found stuff that was failing and or had failed in the chassis.
Yeah, something was broken. I didn't speak to Mark to figure out exactly what that was, but they felt like they fixed it and kind of have their horse back underneath them, as we talked about.
That car was creeping. It kind of crept its way all the way into the fully staged spot, so they're going to put him back into pre-stage, meaning Mickey. Oh, that is a whole lot better than anything we saw a month ago. 365 at 206, but a 360 at 209 miles an hour for Greg Blevins, and 359 is shaking in its boots because we're about to kick the door down into that neighborhood.
Red Hat Mafia walking off the starting line there. Jamie Miller and that crew down there. They've had that thing just consistent and just looking awesome the entire Winter Series, and we're seeing that continue here in the first round of qualifying.
Man, he actually drove by Mickey at the top end.
And Greg's pumped up, too. He's so excited every time you talk to him about this Pro Mod deal. And he just loves it. I think you're not going to see him ever veer away from Pro Mod now that he's finally in.
Robin Roberts and Jim Halsey coming up now. Halsey, the Marylander, the operator of the legendary Cecil County Dragway, and Robin Roberts out of Smithville, Missouri, in the 1968 Firebird.
Robin Roberts, as we take a look at that car, painted up to kind of be a new model Pontiac, but has been really impressive throughout the Winter Series, and then just always the story every time he comes to the starting line. Jim Halsey, his battle back from the incident that he had with Jeff Rudolph at the Snowbirds, got the car repaired quickly at Jerry Bickle Race Cars, reassembled, Schweitzer Dynamics, Eric Davis, Melissa Schweitzer, Kathy Halsey, the whole team, as we see Kathy there in front of the car, just can't keep these guys down. And Jim even said, though, that after that incident, which has been 2 years for him, after really never having an incident his entire 40-year racing career, that he thought maybe the signs were there that it's time to hang it up. And he said that lasted for about the ride from the top end to the trailer. And by the time he got back to the trailer, that was gone, and he was rebuilding this thing. So we'll see what this Nitrous car can do in these conditions.
And I think dynamically, you know, the U.S. Street Nationals for Jim Halsey was a comeback race, not just in the emotional sense, but in the sense of resorting out a race car that they had sorted out at one point and then had to fix up. He comes in here with a clean bill of health. Mechanically, I think your approach is going to change a lot in that scenario, and I think we're going to see that results-wise here out of him this weekend. Finish line stripe, Halsey runs 362.3 at 210 miles an hour next to Roberts, 362.7 at, you guessed it, 210 miles an hour.
Very similar runs, but that puts Halsey 5th, Robin Roberts 8th. And that is what you want to see for Jim Halsey and this Nitrous team, to get out there and not get behind the 8 ball, make a great pass, and get that data and start working away with it. And with Brandon Schweitzer on the keyboard coming up for tonight's session, that's going to put him late in the session as well.
That's big time
car to keep an eye on coming into tonight.
Yeah, that was huge. Huge. The R&R Racing Products Wright Trailers Corvette, driven by Tommy DiApril. And the second of the Decker Salvage team, this is Mike Decker III. Mike Decker Jr., unfortunately, was unable to make his run earlier. The car was shut off and pushed back. So Decker III will be carrying the family name here. Maxima Racing Oil, Wild Motorsports, Middlesex Metals, Tie Drive, Larry Jeffers Race Cars, Decker Salvage West, AutoFab Race Cars, and ISI Demolition supporting the Decker operation.
We talked about the struggles of the Deckers, but this car has been the more consistent of the two and has qualified for the show. It's just been a struggle for Decker Jr., as we saw earlier. But Tommy DiApril cracked the field at Snowbird, wasn't able to compete, ended up allowing Lyle Barnett in as an alternate, but a guy that has run really well with this car. This is his home track. I think he's got a lot of data here, a lot of familiarity, comfort, and certainly somebody to keep an eye on. Not going to really not blow you away.
No.
But if he gets in the show, a great driver, former IHRA Pro Mod world champion, and a handful on race day.
Yeah, he is, I think, in so many ways, Tommy's the kind of pure definition of a professional drag racer. The way he approaches driving this race car, he's always been a guy who has, driven other people's equipment, so to speak. He treats it with the care as if it's his own. Obviously, physical fitness, a big part of the guy's life. He approaches this in a very serious manner. He doesn't come to the racetrack to party and hang out. He comes to win.
Mental fitness is his thing, you know, keeping his mind right, keeping focus, being a positive influence and force out here, and a longtime Drag Illustrated columnist.
These are all things you could learn
real
from
deal
him.
with Tommy.
You could learn from him about the positive influence thing. These are all things you may want to talk to him about. Hey, 358.9, 207 miles an hour. There's our first 350 of the weekend, and that is, in fact, a very positive influence.
Well, I just said he's not going to blow you away, but if he gets in there on race day,
wow,
just blew us away and went all the way to the top. First car to break into the 50s. He's got Greg Blevins by almost 200s.
Yeah, that's big.
I mean, that was a huge run. Kind of watching Decker in the right lane get out of shape and out early, but Tommy was gone. I mean, that's probably – we'll have to go check his numbers where he qualified at Snowbirds or U.S. Street, but that –
stand by.
That might be one of the better runs that car's ever made.
I have him at 59.0.
Yeah, so just bettered that number.
Kurt Stedding, Vic Alvarez, a guy who, during a texting conversation this week, I said that, sir, you led the evacuation out of Turbo Town. He left Turbo Town, and everybody fell in line behind him.
He was so excited with the turbo combination when he debuted this car. Actually, at this event a year ago was his Pro Mod debut.
Remember that?
Yeah.
He was like a little kid.
He went number one for a while. And then, I mean, somehow miraculously, he was up here in the booth with us about 4 seconds later to talk about it.
He teleported.
Vic's never shy. Always loves to talk about this sport and his passion for it. But like you said, converted over to the Charger. When I saw him after Snowbirds, and you know, he joking and in a positive mood and everything, but he just basically said, F them turbos. And he was like, they won't be on the car for the next race. I didn't think he was serious, but you know, Vic doesn't mess around.
No, he doesn't.
They were very quickly converting this car over to the Charger, which he's like we talked about the raceability. He's really enjoyed that aspect of it.
And so Kurt Stedding, we saw Ethan Stedding run down the racetrack, his son earlier. Kurt, the P2 Contracting, Redline Oil, Tie Drive, Wild Motorsports, NGK Spark Plugs, Camaro. And for Alvarez, it's about right trailers, Hart's Charger, M&M Transmission, Innovative Racecraft, the Red Hat Mafia, Bradenton Motorsports Park, and Fuel Tech supporting his program.
Two 350s players here. We'll see if we can't light both boards with the 50.
Wow, they're both going to try to get there. Cars chewing hard at the racetrack. A 357.1 at 210. Sorry, Tommy. Move to number 2. Alvarez rockets to the top of the sheet. Stedding goes 361.8 at 206. And as the skies become more leaden, it is getting quicker by the second around here.
Yeah, I think, Vic, we haven't seen the numbers or you know, it's changing over here on the screen quickly, but 239 to the 330. I think one of the first cars we've seen break into that 230 zone in the half-track number. So after it early, and then 210 on the big end, and then, hey, it's Kurt Stedding, nothing to sneeze at, ends up number 5th with a 361 with an 8. But for the moment, Victor Alvarez on top, 357 with a 1.
And here comes Spencer Enders.
Oh, no, you didn't. I can't believe you went there.
And Melanie Salemi. A big congratulations to Courtney Enders and Spencer Hyde on their recent nuptials.
Well, yeah, I asked Courtney, so do we have to do away with her nickname CE? Is
what
everyone calls her. And she's like, no, it's actually going to be CEH or CE. The Canadian
she's
accent.
Going full into the,
she's
Canadian
into
situation.
The Canadian deal. So, yeah, congrats to those two. And Spencer in this Scott Tidwell-owned machine, the car that dominated the Winter Series last year with Ken Cortuccio behind the wheel. We'll see what he can do. And then somebody I really got my eye on, Melanie Salemi at the other lane. This is somebody who's struggled a bit, kind of been off the mark throughout the Winter Series, but we're seeing her come around at the exact right moment. And her husband and tuner, John Salemi, is just, I call him a big game hunter.
Yes, he
Winners. He won the Yellow Bullet Nationals. He won the World Series of Pro Mod, I think 2 years in a row with Derek. He won with Derek Ward in 24. Steve King in 25. Yeah. Someone that I think is just chomping at the bit to get back in that winner's circle with this machine. So this is. Well, I'll go ahead and say it. You asked who is the.
Oh, you're going to out yourself.
Who's the person you have your eye on as a winner here this weekend? I don't want to call my shot just yet, but my eye's definitely on Melanie Salemi.
I can verify with the screen. I have receipts.
Yeah, he does.
I just want to. If this comes through, I'm going to say that you called it in advance. We'll see how she kicks off her weekend here with a bump spot that is now at 371. It's going to be a good start for Melanie Salemi. And she is going to go 361 at 208. Spencer Hyde is going to go 358.2 at 209. And here comes our march into the 50s.
Yeah, great run out of both sides. Melanie ends up 5th. Spencer falls into the 2nd spot. Melanie had to drive that thing. It was drifting left and kind of set the wheels down just in time for her to fight it back. Probably scrubbed off a little bit of ET there, but getting down the track with that 361, you can start to build off that tonight.
Yeah, you can see the suspension kind of upset there as she had to make the big correction. But, man, a nice piece of driving nonetheless as Lyle Barnett and Brylan Holder are coming up next. Barnett, of course, lived the emotional roller coaster when he got into the field as an alternate and then came up, 3,000 short. An incredible
he got in.
Run.
And we were talking about that. He gave a great interview on the top end. Yeah. Then by the time that wrapped up, he was out. And then we learned that we had some alternate situation with Tommy DeApril being broken, so he's back in. And then a guy that we talked about, Erica Enders, we talked about Travis Harvey and some of these just elite drivers that are out here. He falls in that category to where you just, no matter how he's performing, if he makes the field of 32, you don't want to draw that chip on Saturday.
It is Wright Mowers and MCI Steel, MacFab Beadlocks. That is Lyle's business. VP Racing Fuels and Harts Charger. For Brylan Holder out of Bakersfield, California, Lions Custom Motorsports, Holder Air Conditioning, Frontier Plumbing, Fuel Tech, Proline, and M&M Transmission. Another young man of the kind of Ethan Stedding cut, second-generation racer, high-talent guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Burst onto the scene, Streetcar Super Nationals winner, as you've talked about, and then came right here to the Snowbirds, I believe, like the week after.
It was like it really was, yeah.
Carried that momentum here into the Winter Series, and has been, as you know, when you're coming up this late in the session, you're up there in the points. You've been performing well, and that's where he finds himself. I'm starting to look. We had the sheet pulled up here on our CompuLink timing system. The mix of power adders. What are we seeing out of the centrifugal with that additional weight?
Yep.
Are we seeing the screw blowers kind of step up? I think it's a pretty good mix from what I've seen on that top 10.
I feel like I'm with you on this. Barnett with a 16 reaction time goes 360 at 211. Holder goes 364.6 at 205, but Barnett finds himself very close to the top of the sheet.
Yeah, ends up 4th. And really, I think the biggest speed we've seen out of a non-turbo car for Lyle, 211.59. A lot of power, a lot of steam coming out of that Lee White-tuned machine. Right now, our bump spot, Gabrielle Andino, 368 with a 3.
Falling rapidly into the 60s. And here comes Steve King. The Pilot Motorsports Pilot Electric winner of the 2025 World Series of Pro Mod, and Sean Ellington on the other side.
The man of destiny.
The man of destiny.
What was that, like second round when you called that last year?
Yes, it was second round, and I looked at you and I said, if he wins this round, I think he's going to go. I think he's going to win a race. You've seen enough of this stuff. When you see a team that's coming up here and really hitting their licks, like these guys got into that qualifying rhythm, and then it transferred over, and it was game on.
How about Murder Nova here, one of the other, the guys that converted from the turbo to the centrifugal. Kept it under wraps, really. And it was a surprise announcement, I believe, just late last week that he had made this change. I think he's actually running a ProCharger. Yeah, it's got a ProCharger decal that we see there. Didn't make the switch to the Harts, but is going with that new ProCharger unit that we've seen perform really well.
Oh, yeah.
For Gustafson and a couple of these other guys out here. Banica, that's coming up soon. So certainly that ProCharger's hanging right there with the Harts. And Steve King will try to be the first man to win 2 of these things in a row. John Salemi tuned machine, as we just talked about all those things with Melanie Salemi. Basically all the same stuff that we said applies to Steve King as well. Big game hunting.
And King is ripping. He goes to 63. It was a dramatic looking run, maybe a little less quick than I thought it would be. Ellington a 368 at 205. They're definitely going to have to find more there.
Yeah, 921, 243. It was looking a little better than the numbers showed for Steve King. He's going to end up 18th. Sean not in the field at this point, 368 with a 7.
You know, I think what scrubbed a little off for King was being outside the groove when he landed over there. It might have killed maybe 1 number, 1.5, who knows. Pete Norton. This is a guy who has really showed us his stuff for the last 2 races.
Yeah, this is actually the former Ghetto Sleigh, the Jeff Rudolph car. I believe Peter's out of the Indianapolis area. Probably how I think it was
little town called Whiteland,
yeah,
where the Gliddens hail from.
Transition there from Rudolph, also from that same area, to this car, as Rudolph got that new car that we saw wadded up at the first race, unfortunately.
Yes.
He's working his way back from that. But this car, tuned by Rick and Ricky Jones down here, we talk about Ryan Hayward and that approach, that consistency of that car that we've seen. It carried right over to this Hurricane Motorsports car for Peter Norton.
And Billy Banica, Brandon, Mississippi, the 1968 Camaro, S&B Trucking, Empire Trucks, LAT Racing Oil, ProCharger, and Southern States Utility sponsoring Banica.
If Banica gets a hold of it here, this is a car that could go number 1.
You're 100% right.
It's really been impressive since they put this car together. Kind of a rebuilt. This is a body style that you saw a lot in the late 2000s, early 2010s, kind of before we saw the current 69 Camaro that we see from Peter Norton that dominates the class now. This Harry Glass 68 Camaro with a really chopped top and kind of a wide
great
profile.
shot there by Jarrett, just giving it the roof profile and the layback of the windshield.
Yeah. This car was rebuilt by RK Racecraft and updated. It's kind of Billy's outlaw car as he competes in NHRA as well with the orange 68 Camaro. But it's been super impressive so far this year.
And Banica goes a 361.6 at 212. Speaking of cars that are fast without a turbocharger on it, that is now the fastest non-turbo car to property.
Yeah, big speed. We've seen that out of that car, but just not enough early. Puts him in the 7th spot, 361 with a 6. But you can see the potential in that car as we were talking about.
So look back at the King and Sean Ellington run there. Again, a look from the sky showing King's car drifting to the outside.
It really looked, I mean, it got way out of
it. It
did. You could see it in that shot.
Kai Kelly and Callie Mills coming up right now. Callie Mills will go down in drag racing history as the first woman to ever drive a Pro Mod into the parking lot of a yard house. That was awesome last night.
It really was. Big thanks to her and the team, the American Pride Golf Cart team, for it's not an easy thing to load these things up on a rollback, take them down the road.
No.
It sounds like, yeah, just go, we'll do that anytime. It really can mess up your weekend as far as, your strategy, your things that you're planning on doing with your time to ready the car.
Yep.
But luckily they took their time and energy to load that car up on a rollback and bring it to Yard House last night for our 20th anniversary celebration and kickoff party presented by Motorsports Travel Service. And as you said, unloaded that thing, it drove it down the little side road and into the parking lot of Yard House.
And thanks to Steps Towing for handling the car with care, getting it down there in one piece. So we can see now Kai Kelly, of course, the most dramatic win Kai Kelly has had as part of the Winter Series came last year when he was out here in the Camaro and did the job at the Snowbirds. And this car, much more fit for the purpose, but the competition has certainly been tough for him to overcome.
Yeah, it just hasn't, I mean, as much as Kai Kelly can be under the radar, he's been under the radar through this Winter Series after bursting onto the scene last year. It looks like he's getting shut down right now.
And the universal sign of sprinkles being made on the starting line is saw the wiggle of the fingers there. As I mentioned a minute ago, the skies have gone from cloudy to downright dark. Now, it does appear to be kind of moving over top of us, and lighter skies are to our west side. So hopefully that's just going to translate into this being a quick little blip.
That wasn't in the forecast. We
No.
didn't see that coming, and the clouds were definitely building, but I didn't realize we were going to have some precipitation. Hopefully it's a quick deal, moves out of here, and we can get these guys refired and sit down the track.
So we've talked about, the bump spot opened up the weekend at the U.S. Street Nationals. The end of session 1 bump spot was 363. As we began this session, we saw Johnny Camp go out and run a 62, a preponderance of guys running 63, and our bump spot has already fallen to a 67 with the best cars on the property yet to run.
Yeah, I think, the overall bump spot, I just think due to the conditions is not going to be as low as U.S. Street Nationals, but it's going to be a tightly stacked field, as you talked about, in large part due to this being an all-slick tire event and that track prep remaining consistent. You're going to see this field of 32 bunched extremely tight.
And if we keep, minus what's happening right now, if we keep this kind of carpet of clouds above us, the second session tonight is going to be really, really good.
Well, let's talk about we talk about these rule changes, we talk about this field, and basically every event consistently we've seen a spread of 4 to 500s from number 1 to 32. No matter which event, the weather, the field of cars we've got, we basically can almost lock in that the separation's going to be 4 to 500.
Yes.
Do we see that separation actually drop to 300s or something like that?
I actually think it's possible. I think it is possible to see that. And again, we're talking about 32 cars. We're not talking about as impressive as it would be at 16 cars. We're talking about the reality, the potential reality of less than 500s, maybe less than 400s between 1 and 32.
Yeah, and you've seen, I forget the exact numbers, but I believe it was 800s from 1 to 64.
Yeah.
And then it was 200s from 1 to 16.
Yeah.
So it's certainly an impressive field no matter how you slice it.
Well, the good news is whatever was happening at the far end of the racetrack was very quick, very light, and has already blown away because Kai Kelly and Callie Mills have refired their cars, the American Pride Golf Carts machine of Mills. Brian Lone's up here with Mike Carpenter, bringing you the action as will be all weekend long here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. It's a pleasure to be with you at these Redline Oil World Series of ProMod.
Yeah, we talked about Kai Kelly and him bursting onto the scene last year. Got this brand new Larry Jeffers race cars machine, but just really hasn't, been up at the front the way he wants. He's used to being at this Winter Series up to this point with the shocker, actually the short wheelbase, stock body, Camaro that's so famous, and he's gone to this, as you talked about, a purpose-built Pro Mod, and just hasn't really put it all together just yet, but has the ability. And Callie Mills has been very impressive. She has
been great. She has been nothing short of great. A deep round finisher multiple times over the course of the first 2 races. We'll find out if she can put herself in that very low 60 bracket here in qualifying session 1. Oh, man, she knocked the blower off the top of the engine. A big
parts flying, almost hit Kai Kelly's car as he did like a bunny hop at the 60-foot mark with that thing, as he probably was lifting and pedaled it.
Callie was strong down low. Kai was quicker to 60 feet. Callie was decent, but it looked like a piece of carbon fiber that was flying through the air. Let's watch Kelly first.
We're going to watch Kai. You can see the tires. It just blows the tires off. Then he pedals it. This thing's got all 4 off the ground at some point. Callie on a nice pass, and then a huge supercharger.
No warning
explosion.
either.
No. It blew. Probably that panel that sits in front of the belt there just blew that off. And I think that's what flew over in front of Kai's car.
So Mills will get pushed off the racetrack. They will go back and go through the engine. Clearly a valve train or ignition issue. That's really the root of any sort of backfire you see there. One of those 2 kind of generalized paths. And the good news is, as we've often talked about, a PSI screw blower is one of the most indestructible things mankind has ever devised. And it'll take that. You don't want to keep doing it, but it'll take that kind of punishment all day long.
Yeah, we see that a lot. And that's what that restraint system is for on those superchargers, to hold that thing together, keep it from being far worse than that. You see some of these. We saw some huge explosions out of these screw blowers in testing yesterday. I don't know if you saw the 10.5 car.
Yes.
That had that, just blew the whole hood off this thing.
Hey, let's go to Kayla Morton, who's continuing to work.
We are almost through round 1 of qualifying here at the World Series of Pro Mod. We had a slight rain delay, and then Callie Mills just blew her burst panel on the big end. We've had so much movement here already for your number 1 qualifiers. Tommy DeApril has held it, Erica Enders has held it, and finally Victor Alvarez holds it with a 3:57.1. impressive in these daytime conditions. This field is already fast. 367 is the bump, and we still have a few more pair to go. They're coming in right behind me. Track staff is finished, and we're going racing.
Thank you for the update, Kayla, down there in the starting line. You mentioned the big explosions that have happened, and one of the interesting things, if you go back to the beginnings of the PSI Screw Supercharger, developed by a guy named Norm Drazy, and when they first came out, they had a pretty significant problem of exploding in real spectacular fashion, to the point where they were, I think, disallowed for a period of time. We're talking now back in the 80s, but they are fairly famous incidents of these things throwing rotors like over the grandstands when they would fail. And they went back and worked on the thing and engineered the metallurgy and such and built the cases in such a way that they could take a real pounding now and not have any issue.
Yeah, it's always been kind of relegated to outlaw racing. It's kind of always been known as the crazy brother,
yes,
if you want to say, of a roots blower, but we see it. It's kind of gained acceptance in the mainstream forms of drag racing now.
Derek Menholt and Randy Weatherford coming up right now. Weatherford from Danville, Virginia, who was a quote machine at the last race. Some of those quotes completely unhinged, by the way, but a quote machine nonetheless.
Yeah, let's see if he's got Taylor Weatherford, his son, called me. I believe I see the decal in the back window that he feels like he's officially the Proline test dummy. He's got a decal in the rear window, I believe, that says such, that anything new that those guys are wanting to try, he's kind of the first one to get a hold of it and starts to figure these things out.
Look, it's like a guy that volunteers for medical experiments to make a couple extra
But Randy's really, it's funny. I've known Randy for a long time, raced with him many, many years in the 2000s as we ran the Quick 8 series around home, multi-time champion in that series as well. Quiet guy that always kept to himself, but here at the Winter Series, like you said, he's showing a new side of his personality, and it's been really cool to see.
Derek Menholt of Billings, Montana. He came within a breath of winning the U.S. Street Nationals.
So close. Went red, pushing that tree, as we talked about. We're going to see a lot of these guys push that tree on race day.
Menholt's car trying to make a move out there. 57.9 at 207 miles an hour. 59.3 for Weatherford at 210. Our first side-by-side 50s of the weekend.
910, 240, but only 207, so it didn't even crack into that 210 range to go all the way up to number 2 just behind Vic Alvarez.
This is what you want to see out of a guy who made the final at the last race, come out here and climb almost to the top of the field.
Yeah, this car's been consistent. We saw it at testing. We saw it at U.S. Street Nationals. I don't know that it's made an aborted or had an aborted run that we've seen in about 2 races. So that's he could very well find himself in the finals here again this weekend.
Here comes the number 3 runner in the points for the Drag Illustrated J&A Service Winter Series Points Championship, Eric Gustafson, who will be next to Sidney Frigo, who is a rather distant 4th, but as your notes indicate, not impossible. If things go pear-shaped for the likes of Gustafson, Jackson, and Harris early on in competition, Frigo could steal this thing.
Yeah, this is this whole scenario that was put together by Gavin Carter for Sydney's scenario. Qualifying really comes into play here. Qualifying points are going to be big for him. He's basically got to stay within 18 qualifying spots of Jason Harris to be able to really have any kind of shot. As we're shutting him, I believe we're shutting off Frigo here in the left lane. I don't know if we're got a
You're dragging him right out of there. Okay, yeah, they're back. They are shutting him off, so I'm guessing we may have another brief interlude here.
Yeah.
So continue your point. Apologies for.
No.
So he has to be within 18 qualifying positions of those guys to maintain mathematical possibility to win.
Well, not mathematical possibility, but just it really narrows his path.
I see.
He doesn't. So he's got to keep pace with these guys, and I think he'll have the ability to do that. And then as soon as we get fired back here, it's going to be interesting to see what this Lard machine, the co-packing car for Eric Gustafson, what it's able to do with that additional weight, as we talked about, as Jason Lee himself is up there talking to Randy Lee. Yeah,
so
we're
this
getting
is a little more than we had last time.
Yep. Seeing some fans kind of make their way out of the grandstands as this rain shower picks up steam a little bit.
And again, none of this was really even into
No,
the discussion. There was nothing Sideways looking.
Gavin Carter just kind of walked through here, and he and I have been keeping up with the weather and looking for if any adjustments need to be made. There is something on the radar for later in the week, for overnight, Friday night into Saturday, but that's the only thing we've seen. This certainly wasn't expected here today.
The good news is with the breeze and the fact that, again, this is a very light passover, it should handle itself pretty quick. Wes Buck is down at the starting line. Kayla Morton has corralled the clapper.
Nice. Oh, I'm here on the starting line with Wes Buck, and we have a slight rain delay. But let me tell you, we only have a few pair left that are marquee matchup pairs, and the bump is already a 366. Are we about to blow US Street out of the freaking water?
It's very possible. I mean, when you bring the best racers in the world with the best equipment in the world to a place like this, it's bound to happen. I mean, we get a lot of love and everybody blows about what we're doing, and we're very proud of that, but it's not possible without the best racers in the world, and we are blessed beyond measure to have the baddest guys and gals ever to do it all here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us rewrite history. I mean, it's been almost, we've become somewhat desensitized, right, to how incredible this has become. But yeah, we're not even done with Q1, and it's already a 366. There's some real hitters back here behind the water, so we got a couple of sprinkles. I don't think this is going to last long, and we'll round out Q1 and hopefully make a little bit of history. I'd say tonight, if the good Lord's willing and the creeks don't rise, we're going to burn this joint to the ground.
That's what I was fixing to say. We are not even into the nighttime session, which I expect to see some real banging passes with those conditions, but I just want to say it is so fun working with you. I'm having so much fun doing this thing for FloRacing. Thank you for putting on this event and bringing me in. I'm having an absolute blast.
Welcome to the family, Kayla. I mean, I've told you I've been a big fan of yours for a long time, and when this whole idea came together to bring you to our team with Courtney and Tom and Eric and everybody that makes this deal happen, I was like, absolutely, she's a great fit, and you've been fantastic. We've heard nothing but great things, and you do a great job of bringing the character out of my people, and that's what I feel we have. We talk all the time about how great the racing is, and that to me is almost like a foregone conclusion. What I am inspired and excited about is the personalities and the people that are here and all their stories. I mean, we've got people from all points of the globe, everybody kind of walking their own, you know what it's like to, everybody kind of walks their own walk in racing. You find your way to wherever you are in a multitude of ways, right? You're a family racer, you've raced with your family or your dad or your uncles or whatever, or maybe you've had a very successful business and you found racing a little later in life, or maybe you started in junior dragsters like Erica Enders and worked your way up to the top of the drag racing world, and those stories are what matter. I always tell people the cars, the burnouts, the competition will bring us together. It'll bring us out once, but it's the stories and the characters that will bring you back year after year after year, and Flo has done an incredible job introducing our stars to the masses. And I love getting the stories from Jason Harris that he goes grocery shopping and people recognize him, or Melanie Salemi telling me that she was out to eat and someone recognized her. That's what will ultimately put this deal over, is introducing the world to these incredible people, because I've known we had the best racing for a long time, and I've felt that way. Drag racing has no peer when it comes to on-track action, but the storytelling component we needed to double down on, and to introduce these people by way of Flo and today Amazon Prime, it feels like winning the lottery. I want people to know who these men and women are, and by God, we're making it a reality.
Thank you, Wes, for your time. I really appreciate it. Let's go back racing.
Let's go drag racing.
And we certainly plan to do just that. And the good news is any moisture we had on our windows has dried, and the tractors are going to make a couple of swipes, and I think we're going to be right back in it. As you can see, nobody's been sent back to the pits. A couple of water-soluble fans made a run for it, but they shall return in just a moment. And when we come back, we'll be on the drag strip to continue qualifying Session 1 at the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
They wait for one moment, one shot, and in about 3.5 seconds, it's over. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series comes to Darlington Dragway, March 25th or 28th. The KTR PDRA Carolina Nationals, presented by PD Fleet. The most extreme pro mods on Earth. Get your tickets now and don't miss a second. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
And we are back here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, just finishing up the track prep. So let's go back down to Caleb Morton on the starting line.
As we are waiting for them to clean up the track, finish up this rain. I've walked back here in this Pro 10.5 class, and let me tell you, these cars are really cool. They are representative of regular cars that you can just drive down the road. They have stock dimensions, and you have some big names here. Speedo Cheeto will be here for the second time at the World Series. Fletcher Cox is in his Camaro ready to rip, and just some really cool cars coming at you right after the last pair of Pro Mod.
Thank you, Kayla. And behind Kayla, we saw Billy Glidden's car. Billy Glidden here in the Beretta.
Yep.
Pretty awesome situation. A guy named Gary Varney is one of the sportsman racers here. He's an index guy, and he races a former Bob Glidden Ford Thunderbird that still carries the Bob Glidden paintwork on it. It was a display car at the time, but it is a former Glidden family car, and it's just kind of neat to have Billy on the same property as a car he probably was forced to work on for many hours a day.
Absolutely. It was you saw Kayla signing an autograph here. We don't get many autograph requests up here in the booth, Brian.
We don't.
Yeah.
We don't. We do get a lot of time card requests.
We do.
That's a different situation, though. We'll sign off on those. We validate parking as well.
Yep. There's a lot going on up here. We're just part of the show that's going on up here in the tower. This is a multi-purpose facility for sure.
Is there as we're getting, you can see they're backing the tractors in, but you've obviously been front and center for all of these races. Is there a common thread between the winners of the World Series of Pro Mod over the years? Is there, they're all different people, of course, never a back-to-back, never a two-time winner, but is there a common thread among them?
That's a really good question. And, I mean, to me, it's the tuner.
Yep.
We've seen Salemi
yep.
Be a factor at really all of these World Series of Pro Mod events. We've seen the screw-blown combination dominate, in particular, the World Series of Pro Mod, and really the Winter Series as a whole. And it's interesting to see as we talk about the centrifugal superchargers that every one of these races has been won by a screw blower except for Jason Harris.
Kayla's being paid by the interview this weekend. Let's go back to her.
Braden Eglin, a face I've seen for a lot of years. Really, when you were like this high, we started, but you have grown to be quite the maintenance guy and just the keeper of your dad, Brad Eglin's car. So tell me what you do on that car.
I do all the maintenance in between rounds and making the car look pretty and make sure it's up here, ready to go, get on the track and go get it and keep doing it over and over and over. And yeah, just try to win. That's all we got to do.
And if you didn't know, they are in the true 28-10-5 class coming at you tonight. I just heard the cars start up. Let's get back to up here for Pro Mod.
Let's go. Thank you very much, Kayla, as we now move to Sidney Frigo and Eric Gustafson.
These guys had done their burnout prior.
Yeah.
So now that's kind of an interesting factor that, you're not prepared really to do 2 burnouts. How does that change your approach or anything with the car, the fuel load? Because I didn't see them put fuel back in it or anything. So we'll see how that factors in. We got the sun peeking out now. I know, especially Eric Gustafson over here in that Coast Packing car. They do not want to see
last thing in the world they want to see right now.
Because this car is aggressive. It gets after it early to 60 feet. That's how they run this thing and are able to make that 5-speed lock-up combination work, as we see Jason Lee up there in front of the car in the green shirt, the tuner for this car. But if this car works so well here at this track, Jason has talked multiple times about they try stuff here, put stuff in this car for this track surface and these conditions, these atmospheric conditions that we have in Bradenton that they can't get away with anywhere else. So this car, we've talked about it a lot. This car really likes this track. It fits the air, fits the track surface very well. But then during the middle of the summer, if they're going to a different track, don't have quite the same ability to throw everything at it that they do here.
So Sidney Frigo and Eric Gustafson not only trying to go for #1, but there is a bonus tied into this first qualifying session that we're going to talk about after this pair from the fine people at Proline Racing. The Coast Packing Company Viva Camaro with Eric Gustafson now rolling in. chatter for Gustafson, 362 at 210 miles an hour. So Eric will find himself early in qualifying session 2. Sidney Frigo at 362, 210. Didn't go to the top of the qualifying sheet, but for Victor Alvarez, if he stays there, Proline's going to pay him.
He is. We've got the Proline off the trailer bonus that we have to mention here in this first qualifying session, as that bonus awards the #1 qualifier after the first session of qualifying only. It's a $5,000 bonus put up by the fine folks at Proline Racing. Appreciate them for their support. And we've got a Proline car just fired up back here in the water box. That's not the Proline car. That's the KTR powered machine of Stevie Jackson this weekend. And in the other lane, we've got kind of the most visible car that we've seen here at the Winter Series this year, the Party Time Camaro of Jason Harris.
Jason Harris, you know, I'm not saying it's a check down, but he would take the $5 grand. He would take the $5 grand all day long. I feel like the $5 grand gets more difficult to win by the moment here because of this sunshine.
It is. This sun is bearing down now. All of a sudden, we've gone from cloud cover to sunshine as Lyle Barnett's doing his best ring girl.
Did the ring girl
here.
Budget get slashed?
Really
How do we
did.
end up with a bearded ring girl?
Yeah, we went total opposite look for Lyle there for a ring girl as he holds up the Shaky Bake sign for their podcast that they do with Stevie Jackson, Courtney Enders, and Lyle. As we get a good look at the Party Time Camaro. It made that debut at the Snowbirds, dominated, #1 qualifier, won the race, was looking like he was going to steamroll to that, either that chassis from Jerry Bickle or possibly that Elite Motorsports Million that was up for grabs. It had a really tough U.S. Street Nationals.
Very tough. Very tough. Showed both sides of this sport, where some weeks it feels like you just can't do anything wrong, and other weeks it feels like the entire world is stacked against you.
And the guy that had a great U.S. Street Nationals, Stevie Fast Jackson, in this car. His Shadow is now in NHRA Pro Mod trim. So he's in a borrowed ride here that's owned by his tuner, Jeff Pierce.
Look at this. Harris is rolling. Harris goes 363, 192. Jackson cracks the 50s at 359, but Proline Racing, they'll be paying Vic Alvarez $5,000 for being a quick 357 to lead qualifying after the first session.
Hey, Vic's probably on his way up here now because he's going to want to talk about that #1 qualifying effort. Really interesting there to see Jason Harris, 363 with a 0, but only 192. Out of it early. I was kind of watching his car. I was watching Stevie as well as he drifted toward the center line. Stevie made a better run than I think I was watching that car as it was going down the track. And Jason didn't make the run that I think he was capable of.
Yeah, it just did not finish in the way I would have expected. It was pretty handily out ahead of Jackson early, but Jackson came trucking around him. But Proline Racing again with $5,000 to Vic Alvarez, which maybe he'll commit to, you know, maybe that buys more pavement around here. Maybe it's going right back into the racetrack.
He will reinvest it somehow. I can guarantee you that.
Well, Mike, we had a great first qualifying session here. We have a bump spot that is way down in the 60s, and we have more qualifying yet to come later on.
Yep, we'll see you about 6 p.m. tonight on Amazon Prime and FloRacing.
Let's go over to Stephen Al.
So we got about 18 of the Pro 10.5 cars that are qualifying for the 10.5 competition right here, and that'll bring up some storylines that we'll tell you about. Look at that. Look at that. Grantley Schloss. Brisbane, Australia. Now, he's just radial racing a week ago.
He's a former winner here, though. Grantley is.
Oh, yeah, and he's a world champion over there in the category of
badass
drag racing. I was going to say in the drag radial world, I was getting, you know, he's here now with a Pro 10.5. They were showing how they were changing the car all up and making things happen right there.
Yeah, Brisbane, Australia. Right-hand side, Ty Casper out of Westville, New Jersey. 05 Mustang. Precision Turbo, Victor Sports.
Yeah, so Pro 275 world champ right there in drag radial racing right here. The Radio Outlaws Racing Series. I apologize. There it is. Too many things mixing up in my brain right now. But anyway, Grantley Schloss right there, the black Chevrolet. Usually had a radial tire. Now they've got it set up for a slick and a 10.5, so they've changed shocks. They probably did a lot of changes to make it happen. Ty Casper, on the other hand, they don't put his age, but he was a young gun some years back. That kid could wheel the deal. His 05 Mustang down there with a big block 540 Chevrolet Precision Turbo. And all the fine people down there, Fuel Tech and JD Engines, making it happen. Ty Casper, whoa, Casper goes
Take
to
it
the
easy
center line.
now.
Schloss gets in front of him. What a move there in turn number 4 at Daytona.
Yeah, you saw Casper. I saw no turn signal there. He did not turn the turn signal on to merge into that lane. That's frowned upon. So Grantley Schloss with a big wheel stand right there. Casper carried the wheels as well. You can watch the replay right there on the big screen. Got over there right behind him. .5 category. Tony Norfleet going to be in a right-hand lane out of Flint, Michigan. 69 Camaro. Orange and yellow car just squatted down right to the ground. And my buddy over here left side, Roger Holder out of Bakersfield, California. Beautiful 69. And anytime that last name is Holder, they got a show car on steroids for basically. Holder's Air Conditioning, Frontier Plumbing, Lions Custom Motorsports, Fuel Tech, Proline M&M Transmissions. Beautiful race cars always at Holder. Roger Holder, no stranger to a smaller tire. And that good-looking 69. Look at the smoke coming out of the right side of Tony's car. A lot of tire smoke from the burnout fills out the cockpit of that one. Trying to get that one cleared out. So here we go, 500 cubic inches in the right lane. Look at the paint job on Roger Holder's car here, tower side. Phenomenal. Well, Michigan in the right lane, California, left lane. California. Yeah, the Holders been doing it a long time and very good at it. Son Brylan in back there behind it, running in our Pro Mod category. I think we have like 17 cars or so in our 10.5 category. They leave together, slight advantage for Brian on the left-hand side. 399 at 190 for Holder. Strong hit, 412 at 193 for Norfleet in a right-hand side. So good hit there for Roger. Beard was flying around down there in that car and the finish line. So good run rate. 399 with a 3 just knocks off Grantley Schloss just by 4,000 to the #1 spot. Coming up next, J.R. Webb out of Scotts Depot, West Virginia. And Bill Riddle in the right lane out of Michigan, another driver out of Michigan. In that Corrigan bannered car, the Camaro on the right lane, 89 Camaro, 526 cubic inches.
That's it, man. This is a flying mullet over there. Gotta love those cars, man. I had one of those 87 IROCs. Wow, is that thing gorgeous, man. That car's beautiful, especially with the sun blistering down on it. J.R. Webb. Where's he from? West Virginia? Scott Depot?
Yeah, West Virginia. You know, you gotta love those 70 Camaros because there's so many first gens, and I love a first gen, a 69 Camaro. But you know, that 70 body style really looks good. And
Look at that paint. That's a paint job. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
See the West Virginia folks down there. Chandler on one door over there trying to get the smoke out of that. Donna Bush down there filming. The Team West Virginia.
Logan, I just fell in love. Red and black are my favorite colors, man. And Usually it's the other way around. The black with the red stripes I like. That thing is really pretty, man. If you get a chance to see J.R. Webb, see what he can do over here, and watch yourself with Billy Riddle. Bill Riddle and company making it happen. Oh, on and off the throttle right there for Webb. Whoa, that thing just expired there in the right lane. Man, I'm telling you, what a lot of smoke. That thing looked like it just went away in a fast way. The Mickey Thompson Tire sponsor machine. Bill Riddle, they'll have to check that out. I'm not sure what type of smoke that was. Did you catch that, or was it nothing like Indian smoke signal smoke, was it?
No, it looked like something grenaded down there. They're going to check it for carnage. All the crew members are going to go out and look at it, see if they have any fluid or parts out there. Still goes in the number 3 spot with that run. 4:09 at 188.
We know the concessions are open on both sides. They got great empanadas. They got great types of little garlic knots and all types of things on sale down there. Get a bite, get something nice cold to drink. I see some food trucks down there in the food court. Go down, see what they're serving up. I'm sure the ice cream trucks here. It's Thursday, but I'll tell you what, it's a good day to see the fans be happy. Get a good bite to eat. Don't forget to get a T-shirt. Make sure you're part of the World Series of Drag Racing and have a shirt to prove it right here. It's J&A Service and all the fine people, Summit Racing Equipment, Hoosier, Fuel Tech, and I'll go through them all, Hearts and Elite, and all the fine people that make this thing happen, along with Drag Illustrated and West Buck. We thank you all. Little Gangsters to the lanes, please. Little Gangsters to the lanes, please. This weekend, make sure you get a T-shirt to prove you were here for the World Series of Pro Modified. Not to even prove you're here, just get it. I'm going to tell you what, get 2 of them. Very cool. They're going to go fast by Saturday. There was lines. There's already lines, people wanting to get that apparel, so make sure you get in line. Do we have one or just a couple places you can get shirts here? Wasn't Cletus's booth open? Not yet, but go on down, Drag Illustrated, get yourself a T-shirt, get something great from all the guys that make it happen and make this place a great place to race. Bradenton Motorsports Park. We thank each and every one of you fans for coming out here to the World Series of Pro Mod with a bunch of great guys and gals racing here this weekend. Names you won't forget. Fastest in the world are right here.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Hey, wait. For one moment, one shot, and in about 3.5 seconds, it's over.
The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series comes to Darlington Dragway, March 25th or 28th. The KTR PDRA Carolina Nationals, presented by PD Fleet, the most extreme pro mods on Earth. Get your tickets now and don't miss a second. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
And then you'd run back into your tunnel?
Go on the other side of the mountain, and also you see a car in the parking lot out the little hole. But one day, I threw a snowball at a car down there, and all of a sudden, we get in there, and all of a sudden there's snow coming into the hole, the only entrance and the only exit. And I'm like, oh, this guy was going to bury us alive. So I said, not me. Phew, out there, he had a 74 Duster. I grabbed the gas cap off the side, I said, give me my dad's shovel, and I'll trade you for your cap.
You got to be kidding me.
No, he goes, give me that cap. I go, throw the shovel first. So I went over and put it on. But that was a scary moment.
Oh,
man,
yeah.
Because that was the only way out.
Yeah.
And that dude would, and someone left a shovel out there.
You were going to be buried alive.
Yeah,
Jeez.
unreal. Oh, that's another one of my true stories. I'm sorry. But
no, that's a good one.
We lived some great stuff as kids, especially in the winter skitching.
Look, there is no more terrifying thing when you're a kid and you think you're just goofing around and you heave a snowball in a car or a truck driving by. When you see the brake lights come on, your blood runs cold. Like,
you're not kidding.
Yeah, when it's all well and good when the person just like shakes their fist at you and keeps on going down the road. But when somebody goes both feet down on the brake pedal and you're just standing there like an idiot in the wide open, it is go time.
Either you turn or the door opens. It's like, let's run.
Victor Alvarez, I have high hopes for you for this weekend and also in this fun little clip we're about to do.
Oh, we're doing a fun clip. See, I had no idea what was happening when you came over here, so now I'm getting the gist of it. All right.
That's the point. All right, 10 questions, rapid
10,
fire. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, $1 a question.
Okay, what is your favorite childhood TV show?
Seinfeld. Weird, but that's what it is.
What's something you've always wanted to try but you haven't yet?
Skydiving.
What's something small that instantly makes your day better?
My kids.
If you could only eat one meal forever, what would it be?
Oof. Something Italian.
What is your biggest pet peeve?
People lying.
Morning person or night owl?
I'm a 24-hour person.
I like that answer. What is a quote that you live by?
Do the right thing.
Beach, mountain, city, or country?
Beach.
What is a random skill or talent that you have?
I'm just a bad mother effer in anything I do.
What's something you're secretly really proud of that some people wouldn't know?
Oh, it's no secret. I'm really, really proud of this place.
This racetrack.
This racetrack, yeah.
Because?
Because in 2013, I begged them to let me do my first event ever here, and they did. And then in 2018, I got to take it over, and since then, we've just been killing it.
I'd say you're doing a pretty miraculous job. Thank you for your time, Victor. I appreciate you. Yeah, that was 10.
Oh, that seemed easy. It seemed
Harmless.
Like I was scared. I thought it was going to be like forever.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Drag racing journalist, and the guy, he saved everything and kept it in good order and condition. And there's just things that you'll never see again. And so I'm going to be using all that stuff on, on my social media and on YouTube and all these videos I make and going to stuff. So yeah, no, it's neat. I mean, I got a lot of these old interviews that are digitized, or that I'm digitizing. And so you pop this, these cassettes in, and there's Ed Iskandarian's voice from 1975, and it's eerie, it's amazing. But it's all these people that have passed, you can now really kind of bring them back to life. So it's going to be a really neat thing.
That is something.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's very neat. I can't wait to see what you come up with online. Good stuff from Brian Loans, always.
So we got little gangsters in the lanes. We got our tractors are parking right now. We're going to continue on with Pro 10-5 action. And just like that, Steve Halperin and Billy Glidden will be coming up. A 500 cubic inch former Pro stock engine on Nitrous for Billy Glidden, of course, of Whiteland, Indiana. And Steve Halperin of White Lake, Michigan in the 1969 Camaro. Billy's out there, of course, Shannon's out there. The party of two, as they have been so very long in their drag racing career. No, that's how it's gone.
Way back watching that team go. What's he got on the side of there? Is that like the Iowa Hawkeyes or something?
It does look like a college logo. It's a cool looking deal.
A little Beretta. Yeah, a little
It is in yellow and black, so yeah, we'll have to dig into that. But for Steve Halperin, it's that hearts charged, kind of burnished red, super abrasive Camaro.
And of course, the Miller family down there doing the tuning for Halperin down there on the tower side of the racetrack, as Brian pointed out. Real unique looking, what are they, satin? What do they call that finish? Like a...
Yeah, I think satin. I'd go with satin. Finish? Yeah, burnished, satin, that kind of thing, sure. And as Halperin's car is taking a minute to stage here, Glidden, I think, is, not going to say he's at his wit's end, but he was in pre-stage a minute ago saying, come on, guys.
Ready to put on copper tan right there and look through the windshield. Here we go.
And Billy is going to take it down the right side to a 408, 179 as Halperin goes 408 at 192. And I think Halperin's car might have started to eat himself up there at the top end of the racetrack. Some telltale smoke out of the exhaust.
So Glidden will find a number 3 spot in qualifying in competition of Pro 10-5. Halperin right below him, number 4 in qualifying.
992, 60 foot time, 270, the 330, and then a 408 out the gate. So Glidden, we say only a 500 cubic inch engine, but the reality is that's only a 500 cubic inch engine, so he's running that baby as light as he can get it.
I will guarantee you there's a 10th and a half somewhere sitting in that car. I don't know if it's in the luggage. Could be in the console, could be in the luggage. It's somewhere in that car.
Chris Tootin and Carson Baker coming up. Baker in the Camaro, Tootin in the Mustang. Great old school Billy Glidden story, to your point about stuff in the car. Back in the day of, Mustang racing days, I think it was an NMRA race, wins the race, goes to do his contingency stuff, and he's claiming this specific tachometer in the contingency, and the guy's looking at the dashboard. Says, Billy, you can't claim this, you don't have it. Says, oh, yes, I do. It didn't say in the rules it had to be hooked up to anything. It was zip tied to the roll bar in the back of the car.
There you go. Went for the ride and got the money.
He got paid on it.
Oh, man. Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, did they ever rewrite the rules after
I
that?
believe they probably by the time that the guy's plane landed on the way home.
That's a good one, you know. Outthinking the rule books and outthinking everyone. Here's Carson Baker, Fayetteville, North Carolina. Good-looking machine. The Polaris sponsor on the side of it. We'll pull in. So reminiscent of that orange car.
Menhold?
Yeah, remember
the
when he
Menhold
had one
mobile?
like that?
Yeah.
He had a beautiful one like this. And Tootin's not a newcomer, man. He's been around the block. He knows what he's doing here in competition. Keep your eyes on that 07 Mustang. Here they come, building up. Look at Tootin, man. I swear I saw Tootin's tires rotating, and then they grabbed, and that thing just wanted to come right up in the air, Bri.
403, 187 for Tootin, 404, 193 for Baker. And Baker really had to put a whole bunch of wheel into that thing. As you look at the replay up on the Jumbotron, if you're watching the streaming coverage at home, this is a great shot of Baker's car. Moving to the inside and watch as he puts about a half a turn in that thing to get it back into the center of the groove, and off he went down the racetrack. He is currently qualified fourth.
That's good stuff. Chris Mattingly now will come up. Elizabethtown, Kentucky will be here in the Chevrolet 1969. Good-looking car. Look at that thing lighting the hides. Man, is that a gorgeous color right there.
Chris Damiani across the racetrack, Fort Meade, Florida, 426-inch combination for Damiani. And Mattingly rocking the 540-inch big block as a whole lot of tire smoke comes pouring out the doors. Little Gangsters are in the lane. 64 cars for the first time shot.
I got to tell you, hat off to that kid and those guys, those three guys, putting that class together. I think it's a treat to watch. Little Gangsters here at the World Series of Pro Mod. Who'd have ever thunk it, man, that you'd be here? Yeah, we'll bring you. We'll let you guys run. So we'll get a chance to watch some of the best in business right here. But watch that Chevrolet of Mattingly. That thing is pretty, man.
So Mattingly bumps it in. Man, nobody going anywhere out there. Damiani smoked the tires, and Mattingly's car just rolled off the starting line like the breeze was pushing it. So they'll go back there and try to figure it out. Here comes Ron Fisher and Tim Parton. Man, we have seen Ron Fisher's car make big performance strides over the course of this Winter Series. They've teamed up with the Tutteros. You see Ty Tutterow standing in front of it. Todd's been involved. They have worked at it and chipped away at it and improved their program. And now they are a factor to qualify very well here.
Man, you want to talk beauty? Check this thing out. Fisher, as he comes to the water box, lights it up, that 1968 Chevrolet Chevelle right here in the tower side of Brooksville, Florida. That's ProCharge loud, isn't it? That car,
yes.
Man, that car's
Yes.
loud over there, man. Tim Parton.
Two very different ways to take care of the color green out here. So Parton out of Montana. Cole Fergan, who is a Top Fuel crew guy, car chief this coming year on Jasmine Salinas' Top Fueler, works on Tim Parton's car with him, and they were short help. So Cole drafted another Top Fuel crew guy in, so Adam Cave down there working on the car as well this weekend. So Parton's got half the Scrappers racing team wrenching on this thing now. And again, we mentioned Ron Fisher with the Tutterow family.
You stare at it. Just stare at it for a minute. Don't it look like it came off the truck coming from the factory and they said, hey, let's just throw a blown motor in a wing.
It does. It looks factory fresh. Yeah. What option code is the Mike Janis Supercharger?
Back there at the cashier. Anyway, Ronald Fisher ready to rock and roll. Let's keep your eye on that Chevrolet Chevelle. It's 68 model year. Man, that is so cool. Double parachutes on the back end, wheelie bars hanging out low. Here we go.
And Fisher goes a 406, 186 up by the center line. No parachutes yet for Ron Fisher. Tim Parton goes 395.7 at 193.
Puts him #1 in qualifying. Not bad. Roger Holder's 399 goes to #2. Brantley Schloss 399.7 goes to #3.
And Ron Fisher has the optional factory disc brake package on that car because it got itself slowed down around the corner perfectly.
There you go. Did you order that too?
Yeah, the power discs.
On the order, yeah. And the wing and everything.
Boy, oh boy. I'll tell you, I love this car, man. I love old Chevrolet Camaros. And Fletcher Cox coming up here out of Jacksboro, Texas. 69 Chevrolet Camaro. 977 cubic inches under the hood. That Menzer Motorsports Diamond Piston MacFab beadlock straight line media sponsored machine, Brian.
And so they're going to heat the tires here, and I got to follow up. I got good information. I'm going to follow up on something we talked about here a moment ago. So I mentioned the Billy Glidden zip tie, the tag to the roll bar. Well, Raleigh Miller, who's now the general manager.
Birthday, Raleigh.
Happy birthday, Raleigh. Who's now the general manager of Indianapolis Raceway Park up there in Indiana. Was, of course, largely involved with Pro Media for years. So he writes to me, Billy did that in NMCA 2013. The contingency rule was amended and announced the second day after the event, Tuesday at 8:01 a.m. I know because Dave Wermeyer and I rewrote the rule on the plane home Monday.
No more zip tying tags to roll bars. Got to utilize the product.
Yeah.
Raleigh Miller's a good guy, man. Happy birthday, Raleigh. I said it on the thing, but man, awesome guy. A lot of fun years working with him. Here we go. This is going to be Joe Wensley Jr. down here. There's Pops. His father sitting on the wall. PTP doing the tuning down there. Patrick Barnhill, of course, down there at Dearborn, Michigan, the team. Heating and cooling company is what these guys do to fund their projects in racing. Old Fletcher, 977. He's going to shut it off. Junior's going to go around down there in the top end here in 10.5 Pro category. 405, 194. Fletcher, I don't know where it went awry. Well,
it was good. It was good very early. It was between the 60 and the 330 where it broke traction, kind of laid some black tracks out there and just fell off. He lifted to coast at 111 miles an hour. But Wensley sits #6. And that will bring up our final pair. And then we'll get into Gangsterpalooza. So Jerry Morgano and Nick Agostino back it up right now. Morgano from Apollo Beach, Florida, won the race at the U.S. Street Nationals in the Pro 10.5 category. First time in a long time for Jerry to be back in the winner's circle. It was only a matter of time. That Dasoma racing engines powered, Bullseye turbocharged, atomizer injected, Menzer Motorsports suspended. Ameriprise financial sponsored Mustang has been very, very strong. Agostino, the beautiful low-slung Camaro from Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, that's had its share of beauty marks fixed, man, that car. But that is a gorgeous car. Nick always seems to put it right back to where it belongs if he ever gets a scratch on it. So good to see those guys from Canada out there. Are they having problems or are they coming up?
No, they're coming up. They're just doing their thing.
There's Ski down there.
Steve Summers out behind the car, directing traffic.
Bunch of good guys from Canada down there helping out with them. Did he get his new motor program shop open yet? That he was going to open? He was building looked like a mini factory over there in Canada.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I think he was going to do his own engine program and all such.
So Morgano going to try to keep up the momentum that he carried so strongly through the U.S. Street Nationals to a win. Morgano's car made a very lazy early move, and he's going to click it early. 426.5 at 158. Meanwhile, Nick goes 398.8, 201 miles an hour.
Not bad at all, man. He's right there. The top three with those 3-second hitters right there. 99, 99, 98, 95 for Parton. It's ProCharged. #1 Chevrolet Camaro in the #1 spot. Not bad, man. These guys are showing their stuff with the sun poking out.
Absolutely are.
It's
Absolutely are. Yeah, it's been an interesting weather day. Of course, we had really, really heavy clouds for a long portion of the morning, and then, of course, just a couple of droplets, and then those gave way to this bright sun. So that is going to kind of wreak havoc on the track temperature. Going to do a little track maintenance right now as we're going to scrape this baby and prepare it for Little Gangsters time at session #1, which will be coming around the corner next. But this is a bit of an interlude here, so a perfect time for you to hop up out of your seats. Get down to the pits as the Pro Modified teams are in thrash mode, getting their prep done for qualifying session 2, which is slated to happen later on today. We're going to run Little Gangsters and then go back through our rotation of our index categories and work our way back to the Outlaw Pro Mods later on today. So grab yourself something to eat or drink, visit a vendor, grab yourself some cool Winter Series merch. Shortest line I've seen all day. If you want it, go get it right now.
You're absolutely right. Make sure you get one of those T-shirts, World Series of Pro Modified T-shirt. Man, you're going to look good in that thing. Thank you to J&A Service and all the fine people, Drag Illustrated and Bradenton Motorsports Park, and the people that make it happen right here. There's so many. We'll get to them throughout the weekend, but thank you all for being a part of this wonderful, wonderful event.
I'm here with Jeff and Sam Pierce, an iconic tuning duo at World Series of Pro Mod. They tune lots of race cars, but one pit you will always see them in is Stevie Fast Jackson's. And if you can't tell already, the Shadow is missing from this race. But instead, we have an iconic Dave Pierce car with a hell of a story. Tell me about it.
So back in 2014 or 15, when everybody was talking about defund the police and stuff, we decided to start a rap tribute called Support Our Heroes. This is the second car to have it with a slightly different version, but basically we're honoring military, EMT, doctors, firemen, policemen, just basically all those people that don't get thanked enough for what they do. As you can see on the wrap, there's all kinds of different cool little tidbits, including a picture of my dad when he was in Vietnam as an Air Force mechanic. So just basically saying thank you to all those people.
I love that. And tell us how we came about to this car being at World Series of Pro Mod instead of the Shadow.
So basically at the end of the NHRA season, me and Steve basically talked about how we really wanted to focus on NHRA this season. So with World Series backing up to Gainesville, which is the start of the NHRA season, we decided we really need to park the Shadow and find another car, which obviously we decided to use mine and my dad's car, the Purple Heart. And we got a little nervous when US Street, obviously we won with the Shadow, but luckily this thing's dyno tested. We tested it on the track for the last 3 days. It's fast and we're ready to go.
I'm ready to see a Dave Pierce car go down the racetrack. It's always a treat. Good luck to you in this next qualifying round, and we're going to get in the field with this sucker.
Yep, we sure are.
Ten questions, rapid fire with Callie Mills. Answer the first thing that comes to your mind. What is your favorite childhood TV show?
Hannah Montana.
What's something you've always wanted to try but you haven't yet?
Scuba diving.
What's something small that instantly makes your day better?
My dog.
If you could only eat one meal forever, what would it be?
Chick-fil-A.
What's your biggest pet peeve?
Like being slow or inefficient.
What is a quote you live by?
Philippians 4:13, I can do all things in Christ who gives me strength.
Morning or night owl?
Neither.
Beach, mountains, city, or country?
Beach.
What is a random skill you have?
I can catch flies.
Like the Karate Kid?
Yes. Yeah.
What's something you're secretly really proud of that people wouldn't know?
This is hard. Oh, I have a college degree in marketing and advertising, and I'm kind of proud of that because, you know, I went to college and graduated and did all of those things, so.
And I'm adding on one question for you. What's something that's coming up that we're all really looking forward to?
My wedding.
Woo! Our wedding! Thank you, Callie.
Thank you.
As we lead into the World Series of Pro Mod, Race 3 of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, this is the one that everybody looks forward to. There is something about the World Series of Pro Mod that is so special. Somebody who has won almost anything else that has been won in drag racing ever, Erica Enders, but something that eludes you that I know is important to you is the World Series of Pro Mod ring that can be on that finger. 6-time world champion in NHRA Pro Stock. Why is it important to somebody who basically is a walk-in for the Hall of Fame in the NHRA to come out here and continuously prove yourself?
Well, just to be able to do things on the other side of the map. And, you know, I feel like we're kind of the underdogs out here. We might be professional racers and extremely successful on the NHRA side, but this is something that we really haven't dabbled in. And, you know, I drove Scott Tidwell's ProCharger car last year with him and Richard Freeman teamed up on some stuff, and that was really fun. And we got to the quarterfinals at the World Series of Pro Mod. I was 007, we shook, I pedaled. It was so exciting, and I just like had this feeling all day long that we were gonna have a really great day. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but had things continued the way they were going, we very well could have won that race. So I'm excited to have another opportunity here, but having said that, this is a brand new program, a brand new race car. Rick Jones built, modern racing finish, and the guys have worked incredibly hard. It's our own engine package with the help of Mike Janis, so kind of like all new things. So it's just a program that's in the beginning stages and it's coming together, and it's been really fun to see our progress just from snowbirds to US Street. So World Series being the third, I'm excited, and I just want to kind of prove everybody wrong and shut all the haters up. That's my favorite thing in the world to do.
West Coast to Coast, Al. We're talking about.
He even got a backup guy.
Yes, yes. We're talking about a 5:30 index class. Clocks off, so you don't know what you ran or what your opponent ran. These are time shots. You're not going to see any sort of time on the boards. We're not going to see any on the computers. They will get a time slip in qualifying, but during eliminations, they will not get one. The mix of cars in this category makes it perfect.
Well, they're going out shaking the bacon right there. And look at Jimmy. He left before the tree was activated. He said, forget it. No, I don't need a time. I just want to see if the car runs good.
Yeah, you have that mix of cars was something else. You had 50 Shades of Brown on one side, Kohler's Corvette on the other. And that was the end of that. So Jimmy Dale will, I don't know if he even got data on that. It'd be interesting to see. This is the son of Sears.
Roebuck. Anyway, well, that's what I would have named him. My son of Sears would have been, hey, Roebuck, come on. Anyway, but it's a nice car, man. This is one of the prettiest. I call this grandma when I see it. It just reminds me of a grandmother's car you put a hood scoop on. There he is, the tech man right there. He's going to get in his kid's ear, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's John owns the car. His kid's driving it.
Good-looking car. Nitrous oxides, a single pass. He'll be on his own here.
Yeah, breakage for the Corvette that was supposed to be next to him with the turbo LS combination. The rules in this category are very, very simple. It's about tire size, and that's pretty well it. Tire size in this index, which again is 530. Big nitrous motors, late model turbocharged stuff, crazy blown stuff. You're going to see a mix of all of it.
I saw, I'll tell you in a second. Not bad.
Nice clean run.
Nice little pop in there just to clean the air bubble out of the nitrous line. I saw Bo Butner down there at Lights Out 17.
Oh yeah,
he was testing the.
He was driving the queen pin.
Yeah, he was out there just trying to get a hold in it. He did pretty good, man. That guy can drive a car.
He can wheel.
Very cool stuff. So we'll get a chance probably to see her doing the driving here today, if they have it here.
Here comes Jimmy Reinhardt and Jeff Blome.
Oh, Canada. Ontario in the right lane.
Yeah, Jeff's car is, I mean, both of these things are great. 91 Mustang convertible for Blome. Factory, got the still got the luggage rack on the hood over there. And Reinhardt has this patina perfect 72 Nova.
Isn't that thing gorgeous,
Steel
man?
wheels with the dog dishes on it.
That thing is cool.
Chef's kiss.
Big Lou down there helping him out. Good thing that the law took him off the America Most Wanted Bradenton poster. Now he's allowed in here. Thanks, law. Here they go, ready to go, down into the lights. Reinhardt gets in, lights are down. Like we said, you won't see it on the boards, but 5:30, the index down there. And even necessarily in the time runs, you may not even see that. Like back at Lights Out, it didn't matter in time when they were qualifying. They said that like a guy would get down there, it's just first to the stripe usually. The 5:30 wasn't engaged on some of the time runs.
Oh, okay. Justin Reed and Joe Miro coming up now. Miro from Fort Erie, Ontario, Canada, the Archer Traffic Control Premier Concrete Camaro. Man, what a nice car that is.
Car's gorgeous, man. From Ontario. Saw that car last weekend. That thing is pretty, man. He'll go down there, look for the stripe, and he's first to the stripe. with the car. Nice looking pickup truck too, ready to roll up here.
And Reed in the Mustang blipped it just down there by the stripe, kind of wheel racing down through there. A little practice run for when eliminations kick off in this category. This is the only time we're seeing little gangsters on the racetrack today. As Jeremy Gilbert, 82 Chevy C10. Nice truck. Connor Wilson, the 03 Corvette, rolling up here the Motion Raceworks side of the drag strip. Man, that Gilbert truck is just perfect. The way they get the roll bar done and everything, man, that is nice.
That is good looking, man. I walked down in the lanes down there in South Georgia Motorsports Park to check that thing out. It was good looking. Very clean Chevrolet Corvette. Now, one's supposed to tow the other to the track.
Right.
It's pretty impressive down there. Gets down there to the stripe with the pick-em-up truck. Here comes that Oldsmobile, man. The old Oldsmobile. Looking good.
Late 70s Cutlass, 79 model year car of Robert Morris out of Salem, Ohio. Dave Crow right side. 1968 Camaro.
Looks unique, Mr. Tech. Look at the bumper, how tight it is. Is that changed from factory, or is it just because it's black? No, don't
Yeah,
it
well,
look...
yeah, that is a, I mean, so these cars after whatever year it was had to have 5-mile-an-hour bumpers on them. So that's just what appears to be like a,
without the shock.
like a fiberglass, yeah, probably like a fiberglass bumper that doesn't have the, you know, shock absorber and spacer on it.
Good, thanks.
It's a roll pan.
Thanks, Mr. Tech. I'm looking at there going, what looks weird, man? The car looks different. Good looking car, though. Far lane, St. Cloud, Florida, 68 Chevrolet Camaro. David now going to roll up here, 530 index. Here we go. Little gangsters, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice run there by Crow. Had about a half a car length on Morris across the finish line stripe. Here comes Tommy Hoskinson out of Hebron, Ohio, and Jason Anderson. Hoskinson has been the terror of this category. When he shows up in this little 61 Falcon, it is always a car that finds itself deep into the competition rounds. So Jason Anderson, the 1971 Dart out of Lake Mary, Florida. Car they had been battling with, but got sorted out now.
That guy in that little Falcon down there's he could wear a fedora. You know what I mean? One of those. He is a gangster.
He could, yes.
That guy knows how to win the deal down here. Keep your eye on him throughout the weekend. Good running car out of Ohio. Jason Anderson, there they are. The Anderson out of Lake Mary, Florida. The shop owners down there and his father. Look at them both.
Yeah,
out of the throttle.
mean, glued together, just welded together across the stripe.
I'm with you. You know, it'd be kind of cool.
Kirk Thompson out of Gaffney, South Carolina, the 1996 Mustang, and Logan Day.
It's a Celsius drink sponsor machine, right?
Yeah, the Essential Energy Celsius 2021 Mustang. Kirk Thompson, that SN95 style car with big block Chevy power on the Motion Raceworks side.
Are they selling these things now from the factory called the Billy Smith model?
The midnight Billy Smith, yeah.
Yeah, the midnight Billy
yeah,
Smith.
yeah.
He had some good-looking Mustangs, huh? They come out black like that. So Logan Day will be over here, Port St. Lucie, Florida. Spent some time down there a couple weeks ago. Here comes Kirk Thompson. Uh-oh. That thing's driving to the converter or something. It didn't sound good.
Yeah, it wasn't going anywhere in a hurry. You're right. The revs were up, but the thing just was not moving.
Logan Day will go through, though, and take the stripe and have a smile on his face. Look at the wagon, man. That is cool. That is cool.
Jim Tench, the 1967 Chevy 2 out of Mount Holly, North Carolina. And Jeff Burns out of Tupelo, Mississippi. Backing up his 03 Corvette. Jeff Burns Racing Engines and JAR Performance.
That Chevrolet Corvette getting down. Burns and Company, Tupelo, Mississippi. Not going to have enough for the old wagon.
Hit a miss to it early. I think I saw it backfiring a little bit, popping out the exhaust for Burns early in the run. Seemed to clear up maybe as the revs came up.
Cool matchup here, huh?
John Sally and Brianna Edwards, the 82 Monte Carlo and the 84 Regal.
Young lady getting it done down there. Purging the nitrous oxide being the pressures, the adequate pressures to go through that manifold. We'll find how it works for her right here. She pulls in. I like the Monte Carlo, the old chocolate Chevy color.
Yes.
Beautiful car.
Mark Claypool and Sal Belomo. Belomo, the 79 Camaro with the Copo paint job and a 632 under the hood.
I like that CUDA, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it just brings back the magazine page of the car craft when I was a kid in high school.
Strobe stripe down the side, the AAR logos. Yeah.
Missing the louvers on the back. You really got those on there. Nice wheel stand. Dang, did that Dodge just rip it up, man.
Awesome run. That was the biggest wheel stand. You don't see a ton of really kind of long wheel stands in this class. That one was great.
Yeah, that was super stock quality, man. That thing just hung them out high and drove it out. I thought for a second electric car came out of the water box.
It sounded like an electric shaver where you hit the gas.
That was a one-wheel squealer.
So Dickie McFarland came through the water box at approximately 62 miles an hour.
That's movie material right there. A one-wheel squealer. And then you're going, and Dickie McFarland comes out.
I mean, he went through the water box again at a high rate of speed, got, I don't know, half a droplet of water on the tires, and then chirped him when he hit the gas. Troy Perez Sr. is slightly more together here in the burnout process.
God, you remember, you were probably a young kid, probably in grade school when he was racing this thing. I remember this NMCA.
I bet. Yeah.
This car is something else.
McFarland says my chirp is plenty good enough because he went down there clean as a whistle.
Awesome deal. Troy Perez Sr. out there. You know, they're doing pretty good. You know, and that young Troy Perez Jr. is pretty talented.
He is.
I got to say that. I mean, he's got his own little fab shop. Fisherman. He loves going fishing. But, man, look at that in the back. Check that out.
That's Braden Fordyce with a pair of turbochargers mounted in the bed. And Jordan DaCosta. Jordan DaCosta backing his way up in the red line oil. Ignite, DreamWorks, Simpson Racing sponsored, 1994 S10. Sat at the dinner table with Jordan last night for a while at Mayaca, Florida. Young guy, motivated guy.
So you walk by a parking lot and you look by this pickup, you look in the back. I mean, if you're a technical guy, you're like, what in the world? But man, is that different looking, huh? I mean, what a configuration. Got the turbos in the back.
Certainly keeps the engine bay nice and tidy, and if you're going to leave the bed open anyway, you got plenty of room to hang them out there.
Very cool stuff. Here we go. Little Gangsters, 530 index.
Threw the belt off out there. So Braden Fordyce took it to the finish line. Minus, let's see, water pump or alternator. let's hope it's the alternator. Yeah. Or else you can scramble eggs on the exhaust manifold, or scramble egg on the valve covers of that thing. Jordan DaCosta having trouble in his pickup truck, and he's being waved down the racetrack in the Ignite welding machine.
He's a good kid. He for marketing and that kid really.
Oh yeah, he hustles, man. He works hard.
I like that. When I drive into this place, I look at his little booth. He's got his little card table with his name and his cards. That's good stuff, man. There it is.
Steve Canizzo and Craig Wilson. Steve Canizzo, the Matt and Tom Edmonds owned Edmonds Metalworks Champion Racing Transmission Machine, CRT, Steve's business, and Craig Wilson, a 68 Camaro. We always love the retro look of here out of Malabar, Florida.
Ooh, look at old Clyde pushing some of that juice over the windshield there. Faith Frost down there. Her guy getting ready to do his deal. How you doing, Faith? Nice to see you, young lady. So Canizzo, he's been working on this thing all since the last race, trying to get her all dialed in. It's unique. It's cute, man. I mean, for an old coupe, looks cool. Here we go.
Can't ask for much more than that out of both cars. And again, we can't see the ETs, but the runs were very, very clean. Wilson went by about a half a car length across the finish line first.
Well, Matt and Tom Emmons will be happy for Canizzo. He's got the thing running pretty good. There's your buddy.
Rick Steinke is back. Honk and parts fall off as Jamie Luke walks back to the starting line with actual parts that did fall off of somebody else's car. Rick had a rough go of it last race. The thing was popping and banging all over the place. This guy is a killer racer, so we'll find out if he can reverse his luck here with Randy Jewell in the other lane.
I mean, have you ever dissected this car? I've never been up, but I've seen
man, it's awesome.
On Facebook, but I mean, is there some tricks hidden in
this
this
the wolf in sheep's clothing, 100%.
That's what I was asking.
What you see is not what you're getting.
Isn't that something? I mean, that's very cool. What's the fastest?
No, it runs 850. It'll run way quicker than 850, but it runs 850s at drag week. There it is. There it is. That is the run that Rick Steinke could not make last race.
Yeah, you're right. He had some ignition problems or something with that car, but.
Danny Tellman out of Jefferson City, Missouri.
Car looks so familiar. I'm not just saying to yell. Rob Emmons, Mr. Racer, old Chevrolet.
Oh, wow. It's a deep cut. It's a deep cut. I can't give an answer on that one. Jamie Mattingly out of Bardstown, Kentucky on the opposite side. Mattingly family well represented here this weekend. And Tellman will cross first, left the starting line first. Get there half of the time slip to break down with a one-time trial.
I love that Chevrolet, man, coming up here in the tower side. Good-looking Chevy, man. Is that Dickie McFarland? 63 Chevrolet Nova out of Kilgore, Texas. That is a gorgeous car, man.
So these racers will get one more time shot tomorrow and then have their first round of eliminations.
Right after the deal.
64 car field, so they'll do one more time shot tomorrow and then E1 tomorrow afternoon.
Right in and get it done.
Get it done.
Right, look at that twister little nitrous turd. Did you see that in the Nova?
That was neat. Yeah, it was nice.
Things.
It's like Ghostbusters, though, man. You're never supposed to cross the streams. Bill Mattingly out of Mount Sherman, Kentucky, across the racetrack. And Mattingly. Clean and mean on the Motion Raceworks side, quicker than two cars across the stripe. Mel Pfeiffer. Pino Torishi.
Oh, Ducky's old Nova, isn't it? Ducky Johnson, isn't it the same one?
It sure looks like it.
I'm just saying, there ain't too many blue.
That color, yeah, that color blue is kind of a signature of his, so yeah.
And either way, I love the car. I mean, good category, man. Little Gangsters, gotta like it, man. There's such a choice of cars and brands, power plants. Bring the throttle pressure down a little more. Melvin Pfeiffer will. San Antonio, Texas. It's where they call home. Down on the right side, Pino and company out of New Jersey, Wayne, New Jersey, will be over there in the right lane, ready to go with the 92 Mustang.
Ooh, man. Tortorishi's car would not come out of like first gear, and it banged into the rev limiter. You saw it popping there, and now it's got some smoke trailing out of it. More smoke.
It's about time, man. We're supposed to shift back there, dude.
Why me? What have I done to deserve this? Quick check of the racetrack here. Going to make sure nothing came out of Tortorishi's Mustang. That hit the racetrack anyway. Jordan Hoagland and Brandon McNeil will be coming up next. McNeil down from Nova Scotia, Canada. Big smoke again down there. Way big smoke out of Brandon McNeil. McNeil's car is as much as we had a little smoke out of the last one, we got it all out of this one. Can't even see the thing anymore out there.
I can smell it from here.
Yeah, there's a full-on crop dusting attack out there, so they're going to go meet that thing around the corner. Spotters are back out on the racetrack. And we're going to wait for word from the top end to see if they find anything.
You know, it's awesome when you see something like that and the guy goes, oh, clear. You know,
when it's like, yeah, like, no, there's nothing out here. What are you guys talking about?
Dude gets out and he's dripping in tranny oil.
No, we're clear. Yeah.
We're all clear. We'll get to see that.
Yeah, we're going to check the entire shutdown as well, and we'll get a...
Don't forget to get a T-shirt. If you're in the park today on Thursday here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, get a T-shirt, man, for the World Series of Drag. World Series of Pro Mod. Make sure you look like you came to the event, man, because there's some great-looking apparel down there, some great stuff, great food. Both food booths are open, which they will be throughout the weekend. There's food trucks down there, ice cream trucks. There's all types of great stuff here on the grounds. Make sure you get something great. Enjoy, and we'll let you know what's going on in the top end, Brian.
Yeah, so we are going to have to respond to it with some equipment, but it sounds like we're going to be able to handle it with the drag as opposed to having to go full, armada of stuff. So will be some top-end maintenance to be done here as the safety folks are getting that wayward car around the corner. Going to be just a moment. We're going to roll some stuff, and the flat drag will be put into service to touch up the top end. And we need 750 index to lanes 1 and 2, please. 750 index to lanes 1 and 2. A couple of trips with the dueling flat drags down there. We'll get ourselves touched up on the big end. 750 index to 1 and 2 as we continue to work on the Motion Raceworks side past the 8th mile.
as we're going into the 2026 World Series of Pro Mod, you have been to all of them. You may be the only one that's been to all of them. The progression that has happened, what Wes has done, your perspective of watching that grow.
Watching it grow from 7 cars the first year to 11 to 12 to 85. And I'm not talking about 85 leakers. These are 80 really good cars. There's 50 cars here that can win anywhere they go. When you look at the list of people who do not qualify for these races, there's world champions from every sanctioning body in drag racing that did not qualify for this race. So watching it grow, watching the performance increase, and what is most important, watching the stands get full. That's what makes me tick, man. When I see the fans having a good time, I just want to know we're doing something right.
There's something magical about it, and I think that you are one that can probably voice this most honestly, because we have people who go, I'm an NHRA racer, but I'm going to go to Bradenton during. I'm a PDR racer, but I'm going to go spend my winter in Bradenton. There's something about what happens at the World Series of Pro Mod, I think, that is a little taste of all of that.
It's like going to the Golden Corral. Everything that you want is on the buffet. If there's anybody you don't like in racing, they're here. There's every different type of combination and every different type of personality here. You really find out what you're made out of when you have to be perfect. The competition is insane. Performance is insane. But again, watching those stands last night when we went up for E1, I always look up there because I view that as how good a job we're doing. I like racing, but I have devoted my life to this sport, and the payoff for that isn't trophies or money or winning, it's what we're doing in the stand.
You said this was your Achilles heel. This is something that you haven't been able to accomplish, and I know you. I know that you don't quit until you figure that out. Last year, you were 1,000th of a second away from doing that, and you gave it everything that you had. When Stevie Fast and Steve Jackson's a businessman, Stevie Fast is the racer. When those two men are about to take their helmet off after that happened last year, you were already thinking to this race this year.
No, we had already decided, okay, that's it. Before I got out of the car, I had started a new engine combination. The SF1 was born at 650 feet at World Series of Pro Mod in the finals. Because we had an awesome engine package before in the Shadow Series. But in this specific type of racing, it's endurance racing. You have to be able to punish it 12, 15, 20 times and it not falling apart. That's one of the worst losses I've ever had in my life, is losing by that foul. I left on that man by 400 and I was driving away. I never even saw him. When you already start celebrating at 400 feet and you get it taken from you, it's a special kind of ass whooping. So it's tough. I've been very, very close many, many times. For some reason, I can't win the thing, but I promise you I'm not going to give up. I will win the World Series of Pro Mod. I don't know if it'll be this year or in 2090, but I'm going to win it. These guys cannot continue to get lucky.
Here he goes. They go to the finish line, and he did go red. Menhold went red. Jackson wins. 356.6 at 210 miles an hour.
We have parked the John Deeres, and we're going to fire up little Gangsters again. Continue on time trial session 1. 750 index. You should be heading to lanes 1 and 2, please. 750 to lanes 1 and 2. Steph Elias and Rick Scarlotta. Bergen, New Jersey, or New York rather, for Scarlotta. I did that to him last time. I New Jersey-ized a New Yorker. It didn't go over well. So that is Scarlotta right side. Turns out that's a mistake you don't want to make twice.
You don't have to worry.
Steve Elias from Niagara Falls, Ontario.
No feet or no feet. You've got help. So Steve will be, is it Steve or Steph?
Steph.
Steph over here in the purple car. Coming up here. 530 index, little Gangsters, man. Speaking of little Gangsters, there's the big gangster over there in the right lane walking up to the tents. Victor Alvarez.
Man, how about this guy picking up the what, $5 grand from Proline for the off the trailer bonus?
Yeah. That paid to get his nails done. Here they go. Little red light start. Don't matter in the testing period. Niagara Falls, Ontario for Steph. And goes down and finds the strike down there.
Colby Hudson and Troy Perez Jr. We saw Senior run down in the Nova just a few minutes ago, and Junior makes an equally clean pass in his little notchback Mustang.
You know, Junior won this deal back at Lights Out.
Oh, yes.
He's good, man. That kid is so good.
Great
He's
racer.
talented. I told a story about him. I said, I can remember that kid back when he was really young, sitting in Orlando. Shannon Jenkins, he had a big plug on all the plugs. Mr. Jenkins, did you read my plug? I was just
that is cool.
I never forgot that. I remember just a little guy. Just,
that is cool.
Showed him what he had to see in there.
It's great. Yeah, that is fantastic.
It is. I just, and then you remember it. You see these kids growing up. They got kids now. It's unreal.
Here comes Brian Tooley of Bardstown, Kentucky. That name sounds familiar. BTR, Brian Tooley Racing, an incredibly successful name in the high-performance aftermarket. Camshafts, valve train parts, all the good stuff.
He's got an 09 Chevrolet Corvette, the Malibu, clearing it out. Justin Purcell, Mineral Wells, Texas. 1980 Malibu with a 462 cubic inch big block on board.
Tooley's waiting patiently over there in a fully staged position. Purcell has yet to pre-stage his car. The man from Mineral Wells gets ready to roll it ahead.
I'm looking at the computer. What a hole shot. I'm thinking to myself.
You hear the, what I believe was Thule's car sound like it might have been backfiring a little bit down there. Purcell's run was very clean, and he definitely left the starting line first.
Absolutely, man.
750 index to 1 and 2 as we're starting to run our way down to the end. A little Gangsters.
Is Cody Prebat will come up here in North Fort Myers, Florida. The 78. Is it 78? Yeah, 78 model Fairmont. 426. And Billy Hoskinson, the 70 Nova.
Billy Hoskinson, right-hand side, the 1970 Nova. The Hoskinson boys, always a factor down here. Prevat's got that car staged with the wheels turned to the left.
Really?
Either that or I aligned the thing and my eyes are crossed. Turns out it drove to the left.
Oh, and it looked like he was trying to show, I saw a little blue smoke. I thought maybe it was a birth thing. You know, they're going to show they were having a boy.
Billy's car, drama-free. Hooked up and drove straight down the center of the groove on the Motion Raceworks side. And Prevat, he'll get another shot at it tomorrow with the second final time shot run for the category.
Good stuff, man. More coming up here in round.
Luke Lobo and Crystal Lynch. Yeah, Lynch all the way from Bangor, California.
Really?
3,000 plus miles away from home. Redline Oil, Dave Palmer, the Fifth Ave Body Shop, sponsoring this car and allowing them to race all 3 of the Winter Series races.
Is that a true split window?
I think it's a real 63 split window Corvette.
Yeah, that thing looks
it's
original,
a stock
man.
wheelbase. I believe that's a real one.
That is so cool, especially being from California.
Oh, yeah.
Making that trip to come up here and race little Gangsters. That is a gangster move right there. We're loading up. You could hear a week before. We're going, dudes.
We're leaving. We're out of here.
You know what I mean?
Crystal Lynch, right side from California, clean and mean. Had a tough race at the Snowbirds, had a better race at the U.S. Street Nationals, and is off to a great start here at the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod. Luke Lobo's car spun the tires off the starting line, so did not get the result he wanted. As we're down to the last couple of pair here, little Gangsters.
Right, so that'll bring up Randy Lynn Butner. Here she comes up in the right lane, one of the prettiest 69 Chevrolet Camaros you're going to see on a drag strip. Man, is that a good looking ride.
Jeremy Block, the 79 El Camino. The Queen Pin. It's great.
That is an awesome name. She's an awesome driver, too. And I totally enjoyed watching her at NHR in the white Pontiac, man. She can wheel the deal.
750 final call to 1 and 2. 750, this is your final call to lanes 1 and 2. 650 to 3 and 4. 750 to 1 and 2. 650 to 3 and 4. Final call 750.
I was telling Brian I saw Bo running this thing down there at Lights Out 17 in the Gangster X category, trying to get a hold of the thing, get her tuned up. She's good, though. Randy Lynn Butner going down there in the orange 69 will be back.
They had it overtuned getting it set up. Bo sent me a video from here in testing when he left the starting line, and that thing got up on the bumper for about 350 feet. Insane. They calmed it down a little bit after that.
Gorgeous car. Here we go. Chevrolet Corvette is going to come up in the far lane. Tyler Gregan. Bradenton, Florida. Chevy Corvette 350 power plant under boards. Under the hood, I should say. And he will take on John Crow. Canton, Texas. 1985. Was a good year. 5 years out of high school. And it'll be a Mustang. Nice looking green machine. Chevrolet Corvette rips it up out of there, and now it's time to back it up. Let's see how they do.
.650 lanes 3 and 4, please. .650 index lanes 3 and 4. And once again, we have made a final call for .750 to 1 and 2. John Crow walked that car off the starting line, maybe by design, because look at the run he's making up next to Gregan. Crow was real conservative, leaving fed the power to it, and both of those guys seemed to cross nose to nose. Nice clean run.
Gregan's car worked well, too, on that deal.
Car ablaze left side in the second of our dog dish hubcap equipped Novas.
Yeah, you can see them right here from the tower windows down there, looking low under the Winter Series tent, man, ready to rock and roll as they pull the Nova in ever so gently. Here's the Ford Mustang.
That's the way it's supposed to look right there. Nice run, side by side, clean, left at the same time.
Look good.
That looked like an elimination run right there.
All the way to the stripe. Here's Michael Hawes Jr. coming up out of Canton, Texas. Will be in the right lane. Little white Ford Mustang will be over there all by him lonesome.
Here comes Mike Haas Jr. out of Canton, Texas. Haas backing his way up in the Mustang GT. Got our index cars coming up behind. Final car of the first time session. of 2 that will happen this weekend. The second one coming tomorrow in Little Gangsters. Once again, just an awesome, diverse group of race cars. Great drivers from all over the country. Texas, California.
Banger, California.
Northern states, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That is
dude.
pretty cool.
I'm going to take it out of my phone. Where's Banger, California? There we go. Little single pass down there for Hawes. He'll get down through there and get himself accumulated with Bradenton's track and be back tomorrow for more action. Little Gangsters.
Yeah, Haas is definitely going to be a player this weekend. Often is. Great driver and one of those guys that's thrown himself fully into this category. 750 index in the water box.
Left side, Art Schreiber leaves before the tree's activated. Right-hand lane, William Krug Jr. out of New York. 732 at 96. James Pierce has a double red light. Both lead early there. 827 for Pierce, left-hand side, 89 miles an hour. Mayer's right lane, 691 and 104. Bringing up the next pair. S10 left side, Jacob Grave out of Arcadia, Florida. 83 S10, 350 cubic inches. Right side, Bob Kennett, 87 Trans. 87 Trans Am over there, right lane. Good looking race car. So 2 Floridians right here battling in our 750 index. 750 index. Left side misses the tree by quite a bit. Right side, Kennett out in front. 44, 25 left side, really quick. So both drivers miss it. Bringing up the next pair. Good looking GT Mustang with a 302 left side. This is Tim Fernan. Fernan out of Fort Lauderdale, 2025, brand new one over there. Still under warranty. Curtis Mahoney out of Paris, Florida, right side, 95 S10. 383 cubic inches. Way out in front is Mahoney, 043 on the tree. And on the 750 goes a 39. How about a 52 for Fernan? Fernan left side on that 50 index. And the right side, the Eliminator car. I saw this one run earlier this morning, and it went really fast on the 750 index, and I was thinking, what's going on? Adam Cohen over there, 69 Chevelle, 380 cubic inches. AJ Kelly left side in the pickup truck, 2000 body style S10. Final call 650, final call 650, final call 650, 460 bikes. Need you in the same place and the other side over there in those lanes. 460, 13 to 14, I believe. 460 bikes. We need you in the lanes. Bring them up. Bring them up quickly, please. Bring them up quickly, please. Matt Trish, right side. 97 big body Sierra over there. 454 cubic inches. Trans Am left side. That's a 78 body style. Man, those things are highly sought after now. That's Tina Price. Missouri, Ellsbury, Missouri. Good looking race car. Last call 650 460 bikes. 460 bikes. Greg Howell, catch him out. So left before the tree's activated in a left lane. Right lane goes a 56 on that 50 index. Bringing up the next pair. Really like this. How about this Falcon wagon? This is something you don't see off. I don't know how many I've seen in my lifetime, but I haven't been that many. I probably did when I was little, but like this wagon over here, left side. 67, it's 393 cubic inches. That's George Henson out of Pasadena, Maryland. And the right lane is Nico. Nico had trouble trying to stage this car his first time. Let's see if he can get it right this time. He does. Where are they at on this 750 number? Both of them miss it about the same amount on the datum line right there. 41 left side, 67 in right lane. Bartunik, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Bartunik? I think you can. Coming up in the right lane, 2022 Mustang 302, Steve Possenall out of Amelia, North Carolina. No, there is not Amelia, North Carolina. Amelia, Virginia. Again, up there around Richmond area, kind of. And Dennis Kitterman out of Holmes Beach, Florida, in the 63 VW. That's pretty cool. Never seen a hood like that on one. Not sure what we got going on there. 460 bikes need you rolling. 460 bikes need you rolling. 460 bikes need you rolling. Need you rolling. We're firing off 650. Load up 650. 650 drivers load up. 650 drivers load up. Put your clothes on and get in there. 650 cars. 650 cars load up. Better reaction time left side in the Volkswagen. Kind of a cool race car right there. Goes 715 a little too fast. And Steve misses it on the right side as well. Dylan Ammons, the Mustang here. Left-hand lane, good-looking car, too. Out of Sicklerville, how do you say that? Sicklerville, there you go, New Jersey. 92 Mustang, 427 cubic inches. Donna Bush on the right side. West Virginia driver, the soccer mom. It is anything but. 2018 Trackhawk. You heard me say earlier, if you were here this morning or listening, trying to get that 2018 Trackhawk to run 750, I told her she needs to start off in neutral. It's quick. So, and she did make a pass too quick. So let's see if they figured it out. Her and Greg figured out what they're going to do there. Left lane, Dylan, 86. Is she getting closer? She's getting closer. She goes 43 with an 8. Very cool. Corvette. Wait a minute, we got a Pro Mod burnout over there on the right-hand side. Greg, you're getting closer, Greg. .460 bikes, 460 bikes. The lanes are yelling for you. 460 bikes. Come on, we need you going. Come on, need you going. Rob Honeycutt, get on the phone. We need him up here. Barrett Green got it fixed, and he's back in action over there in the right-hand lane. Not sure what's happening on the left side. So he gets a solo there, Barrett does. 695. 460 bikes. Come on, racers, bring them up, racers. You only had like, what, 4 hours out there? Rich Bruno in an 81 Corvette left side out of Claremont, Florida. And Rick Boyce Claire in the 98 Camaro on the right lane. stand over there right-hand side. Bruno, 0.21, way out in front. Goes 6:30 on the 650, 75 for Rick in the right lane. Chad Neal, Paris, Florida, in the right-hand lane. Another S10 over there. How about a Mustang here? Good looking. Tony Jarvis out of right here in Bradenton. 66 Mustang, the fastback, 363 cubic inches. What a beautiful car. 460 bikes. 460 bikes. Come on, riders, get them up here. 460, 460. Jarvis out in front. Goes 46 with a 6. How about a 52 on the 50 for Chad Neal? Love both of these cars coming up next. '89 Buick Regal on the right lane, 540 cubic inches. Jim McMillan from Port Charlotte, Florida. Jeff Mount, 78 Camaro. That thing looks cool. 434 cubic inches. Chevrolet power right there. Right side McMillan, 022. He goes a 52 at 106. Right there where he wants to be. A little quick is Jeff Mount with a 47. Mark Horton, left-hand lane, 1982 Camaro out of Florida as well. John Marconi, out of Vero Beach, Florida, 58 Corvette. Said he's owned it for 38 years. Lucky fella right there. John goes a 45. 54 for Horton, left side. Another Mustang GT coming up here in the left-hand lane. Gerard Kelly, 2021 Mustang. In the right lane, Dustin King, 63 Nova. Kelly goes 651. Good run right there for both riders, or both drivers, I should say. 653 right lane. I'm talking about riders because I need them over there in the 460 category. All right, your next pair. There's a little red Express truck. That's Rick Russell. That thing was quick the first time run. 79 Dodge, 394. Dewey Harding, right lane. 77 Camaro. Still in our 650 category. We're about to empty those out. And we're going to get the bikes. So if you're not there, you are going to be missed this round 460 bikes if you're not in the lanes. Big wheel stand right there for a 750 car. Harding in the right lane. Missed the tree a little bit. 620, too quick. Russell, 643, a little too quick. Right lane. Hey, we got a racer in need, Pro 10.5. Racer in need, Pro 10.5. All right, stand by. We're adding parts to it. David Fulton, left-hand side of the United Kingdom, 88 Monte Carlo, and it's absolutely beautiful. And Kurt Sandry in the right side. Sandry Electrical Service. Fulton way out in front, 053, magnified there when Sandry missed the tree. Goes 51 left side, and I don't know what happened there with Sandry. All right, I got a racer in need, need a reed rocker, stand for a 4.8. Bill Riddle, they're needing that. So Pro 10.5 team is looking for a reed rocker, stand for a 4.8. If you can help them out, please. Got a racer in need, came a long way, needs a part. Needs a part, please. Aaron Cole, left side in the Mopar, 73. Cuda, what a great light right there, out in front of Wade Gullett. There's a 44 with a 9. How about a 656 on that 650 index for Wade Gullett? Another Fox body coming up in the left-hand lane. Looks like Ford versus Chevrolet, I believe. I can't see the car on the right side, but yep, Nova on the right side. Squire Muncie, 71 Nova, 511 cubic inches. Derek Goris, and the Mustang left side on the right here, Bradenton, 86 Mustang, 383 cubic inches. So we got a racer in need, a Reed Rocker stand for a 4.8, please. Got it? You got something like that, come to the tower, get you hooked up, but it's Bill Riddle who needs it. 649, 3,000 under is Goris right there perfectly. And how about a dead 3 for Muncie in the right lane? That's 6.503. Call that dead 3. Heather Blackburn, the long bed over here, 2000 S10 out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. Keith Mayers, 1988 Alfa Romeo. Look at this thing, man. You know, if you can imagine a motor in that, I believe it's an LS or something, slammed down in there. Can you imagine how much room he's got around that? None. That's the answer, none. All right, we should have all the 460 bikes should be there. All the 460 bikes should be there. Better reaction time, Heather, left-hand side. They're pretty close all the way down. How about 1,000 under, 49 with a 9 left side. And 60 in the right side for Mayers on that 50. Ryan Shook, right side at 87. Blazer, 427 cubic inches. Faith Frost, she's keeping that faith in that 67 Mustang. Steve, your twins up here. Your twin brothers up here. Look, he's turned his back on you. Remember that. He turned his back on you. Oh, big wheel stand over there for Brian. He's out in front. Better reaction time there at the stripe. 40. 656 for Shook in the right lane. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Beautiful 69 Camaro Terry Lockwood left-hand lane out of Ohio. 367 cubic inches. Right lane going to be Malcolm Ricks. Super Pro to 1 and 2. Super Pro to 1 and 2. Super Pro to 1 and 2. '53 in a right lane for Ricks. Way off the pace is Lockwood. Not sure what happened there. One of our favorite cars we like seeing when we come here is Vic Singer Jr. out of Summerfield, Florida. A 1980 Monza. Just so error correct right there, like a 383. Scott Travers, left lane, Palmetto, Florida. 71 Vega, 406 cubic inches. Going back in time with this pair. '47 with a 6 for Travers, right-hand lane. The Monza's 64 with a 2. Up next, another S10, left-hand side. And Bruno over here, left-hand lane. Big wheel stand. Not sure driver on foul right there. No tech car, right lane. Need a tech car. Oh, how about a 51? 651 for Bruno at 103. Good run there. And Dylan Ammons back again. He just circling the track, going back and forth. The New Jersey car, 92 Mustang. Super Pro 1 and 2. Super Pro 1 and 2. Super Pro to 1 and 2. Super Pro to 1 and 2. Another reminder, get your Winter Series stuff. It's selling fast over there, really fast. Go over there and look at it. The lines have been long. It's not that long right now. You get over there now, you can probably get some good. Get them while they last. Get an event T-shirt and Winter Series. Get something. The lines are not long now. Now's the time to go over there. I walked over there a minute ago on a break and looked, and they looked like they had limited supplies. I'm not sure, but go check them out. All right, we're going to tighten the track up just a little bit, and then we are going to bring up our 460 index bikes. The 460 index bikes are next. We're waiting on Super Pro to bring it to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro should be in 1 and 2.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
They wait for one moment, one shot, and in about 3.5 seconds, it's over.
The Redline Oil PDR8 Drag Racing Series comes to Darlington Dragway, March 25th or 28th. The KTR PDR8 Carolina Nationals, presented by PT Fleet, the most extreme pro mods on earth. Get your tickets now and don't miss a second. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
Rapid fire, 10 questions, the non-X-rated version with a fan favorite, Jimmy Dale. Number one, what's your favorite childhood TV show?
Home Improvement.
What's something you've always wanted to try but you haven't yet?
Learn how to ride a unicycle.
What's something small that instantly makes your day better?
Doobies.
If you could only eat one meal forever, what is it?
Mexican stuffed shells.
What is your biggest pet peeve?
Laziness.
Morning person or night owl?
Night owl.
What is a quote that you live by?
Persist until I succeed.
Beach, mountains, city, or country?
Country.
What's a random skill you have?
Playing guitar. Enough to make a fool of myself.
What's something you're secretly really proud of that some people wouldn't know?
Modale.
She is absolutely something to be proud of. An absolute banger Model is.
Yeah. Modale is a banger.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Absolutely.
Racer in Need, please, with Reed Rocker stamp. If you got something like that, please. You can see the team of Bill Riddle or come up here and we'll get you two hooked up.
Up here, you have your display. You have your speedometer, your battery gauge.
Yeah, I ain't doing this without a helmet. I mean, are these things good? I can full throttle from the start.
Hang the hell on.
All right. We are about to race Burromax down Bradenton Motorsports Park. I was told we were going to do a fun little motorcycle race. I didn't know it was this whole thing. We got wheelie bars. I'm going to get my sister's helmets. I'm about to race West Buck on the racetrack. Neither of us are race car drivers, so as long as no one dies, we're all winning. Any more tips, sir? Plug your ears. What in the am I doing? Everybody just keeps shaking their head at me. All right, we just wrapped up the first run of
handicapped over there. My bike was 3 seconds slower than Wes. I got him on the tree. You can do what you got to do. You know, I want to thank God, my country, my sister for yelling go when the green light happened. So do it out with all my people. My main sponsor, FloRacing.
460 bikes, load up, please, load up.
Well, fans, hopefully as they drag that track and get it ready for next pairings to come out, hopefully you got a bite to eat. Both concessions are open on both sides of the track. Empanadas are in the house this weekend. Buffalo chicken sounds good. Spinach artichoke, ham and cheese, and bacon cheddar jalapenos. And these were really good. I don't know if you guys should try one of these. Weren't they good? These are, what do they call it, a corn? Yeah, fried corn nuggets. They're very good. They come, I think, with a sauce. I'm not kidding you. I've never had one, but they're sweet and they taste good.
They got the, garlic cheese curds.
Wow.
Garlic cheese curds.
Are we at a drag strip? I mean, the menu here is just unreal. It is very good. So make sure you get a bite to eat. Make sure you get the official World Series Pro Mod t-shirt and enjoy your weekend. It's only Thursday. 2 rounds of qualifying promised you on the map here. We'll see what comes up. Is another round of Pro Mod around the corner. Thank you.
All right, 460 bikes are coming up next. 460 bikes. This is qualifying round number 2. All the bikes are moving, rolling around here. Jack Foster going to be on the left-hand side. Indiana, Kawasaki 1400 cc's. Harvey Hubbard, right lane out of Virginia. Going to be in the right lane. All right, good-looking Kawasaki right here, left side, Jack Foster. Turbocharged, precision turbo hanging off the front of that thing. And a right-hand side, Harvey Hubbard, 2015 Suzuki. It's a little bit more CCs in a right-hand lane, a Virginia rider, but a lot of turbocharger left side for Foster. Here they go, 460 index. Foster left side qualified earlier, number 10, with a 68. Hubbard not with a full pull in the right-hand lane, his first qualifying attempt. Both get away clean right there. Foster out in front. It goes a 71. How about a dead 2 for Hubbard? Makes up for that first hit. It goes dead 2. That's 4.602. Take him way up in there. Right-hand lane is going to be Mike Murphy. A Lewisburg, Tennessee, 2021 Suzuki, 1800 cc's, Fast Time Motorsports, and Ashley Owens Performance. Charlie Farrar at Hendersonville, Tennessee, 2024 Kawasaki, 1500 cc's, left-hand lane. He's currently qualified number 5 with a 60 with a 9. Right lane currently qualified number 6 with a 62. So both riders at their first hit all over that 460 index. Getting a lot of instruction over there on that side. He's like, hey, give it the gas right here. Give it the gas right here. That should do it. So got issues, something wrong there. The bike has lost power, maybe. They're going to push it back. So Murphy on a solo, he's gone. 62 with a 3. Junior Dragsters, we need you to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, please, we need you to the lanes. Junior Dragsters. Joe Cagney to the left-hand side. Cool, because Suzuki over here. And Donald Lamont out of Boise, Idaho. That's a long trip here. 2026 Ninja bike. But paint schemes, seems like this bike should be colored. Anyway, Herrera's Motorworks on board right side, Fish House Upholstery, Fuel Tech. He says he's a retired First Army Sergeant, U.S. Army Infantry. Thank you for your service over there, Mr. Lamont. Banging the gears down there, a little behind on the tree there, goes at 489. 472 for Joe in the left lane. Thompson Jr. left-hand side goes 473 at 140. And Joe Procopio out of Wake Forest, North Carolina goes 64. I don't think they just got a dial. They just set the dial on the side of the motor. It says 460 and they run all over those Procopio guys. Mike Lingo on the right-hand side of Cottonwood, Alabama. 2025 Suzuki 1421 cc's. Wagner left side. On the Suzuki as well. So Wagner left lane currently qualified number 9 with a 64. Number 22 qualifier. Lingo in the right lane goes a little under for the 22 qualifier. It's a 48. Oh, I'm sorry, 58. All right, crew. Crew gives him the okay. You're pointing straight, Mike. Let her loose. Better reaction time. Mike Lingo on the right side, way out in front. Goes a 62 with a 0 at 147. Wagner 467 with a 9 at 142. Next pair coming along. Jeff Jones out of Eagleville, Tennessee. 2019 Suzuki 1800 cc's on the left side. Chad Otts, Olive Branch, Mississippi, right side. 2000 Suzuki 1640 cc's. Qualified number 23. Jones in left lane, currently qualified number 12 with a 66. The Junior Dragsters should be there. Junior Dragsters should be there. Junior Dragsters should be in lanes. Junior Dragsters should be in lanes. Bring them up, racers. Junior Dragsters. Jeff Jones, better reaction time, left-hand side. They're pretty even all the way down. 67 to a 66. And right lane, Otts will improve on his qualifying spot. Jones will stay the same, I think. Left side, at the Army decal on the side of that, John Krakalici. Krakalici out of Clearwater, Florida. Krakalici is hard for me to say because I'm from North Carolina. The slang term is kakalaki, so when I see that, I try to say that, but it's not it. John Krakalici, that's right. 1984, bike left-hand side, 1,640 cc's. Roy Barrera Sr., right lane, out of Idaho. 2025 Kawasaki in the right lane, 1441. He's a retired U.S. Army Sergeant Major. That's on the Evel Knievel bike with a fire suit. Oh, he got a different suit on this time. Look at that thing go. Bouncing all the way down. Where is he at? Off the pace, though. Both drivers, or both riders, off the pace on that 460 index. Bob Foster, right lane. Out of Sherville, Indiana, the Kawasaki. Precision Turbo and Fast by Gas with a T on the end of it. Scott Samish out of South Carolina, left side, 1980 Kawasaki 1500. You heard me say earlier, I love watching these bikes and just saying where they're going to purge at. They're going to purge somewhere. Just don't know where it's coming out, but that nitrous purge is coming. Might be straight up, might be straight down, might be straight out. Wheel stand right-hand side. Bob carries it for a long ways. Goes a 62 with a 9. He'll improve on his qualifying position. Left lane off the pace there. Scott goes 481 and 142. Curtis Griggs in the right lane out of Monroe, North Carolina, 2018 Suzuki. Heather Baldy, left-hand side. Number 23 qualifier, Heather in the left-hand lane. And number 4 qualifier, Griggs in the right side. Qualified number 4, 460 with a 9 at 009. So 9 thou over the index, qualifies at number 4. Pretty close. Griggs, slight advantage reaction time, but a little quick there is Heather. She goes 4:55 and a 73 for Griggs. Heather will improve upon her qualifying spot. Rick Perry, left-hand lane out of Clearwater. 2001 Kawasaki, 1500 cc's, right side. Joe Rodney out of Clarksville, Tennessee. 74 Kawasaki, 1500 cc's, fast time Motorsports on the right side. All right, juniors should be in the lanes. Juniors should be in the lanes. Super Pro should already be there. right, once again, Ronald Procopio Jr., left-hand side of the Wake Forest, North Carolina. Kind of down there near me. Rashad Jones, right side, Carthage, Mississippi. 89 Suzuki, 1,640 cc's. Wheeler Machine and Fabrication out of Louisville, Kentucky. Part of Jones Racing. Ronald qualified number 3 currently. 60 with an 8. And how about Jones in the right lane? Currently number 1 with a 4.600. Can't beat it. You can try to tie it. And right side Jones just jumps through there. So they're going to try to reset it and give him another swing at it, I guess. Not sure what he did, but Ronald says, hey, this is qualifying. Back it up. Let's go. Timed out. We got to reset. .016 for Ronald, left lane. Goes a 61 with a 6. How about a 63 in the right side? Both bikes are dialed in and set on kill. Going to be interesting when we get into these eliminations. Roy Barrera Jr. in the right-hand lane. Mantez Thompson out of Alabama, left-hand side. Back in action, Rashad Rowe out of Frankfort, Kentucky. The last bike to go down. He's currently qualified number 9 with a 462. Look at that purge. See, I told you, you never know where they're coming from. One goes out the side right there towards the starter, who's not there. He hung back. He knew where it came out of. I'm getting out of the way of this. '59 with a 1, 9 thou under. And now we transition to time run of Super Pro category. Super Pro category coming up next. Super Pro. Robert Remick in the right-hand lane. Boca Raton, Florida, 92 IROC. And yes, you can run motorcycles in our Super Pro category. This is not one left over from the 460. Nope, this is Dennis Stewart, St. Petersburg, 2015 Kawasaki. So it's just a time run. They'll come back later in our eliminations category where they have a dial in and a handicap start.
So, Steve, they're all seeking a perfect light, right? This is how we're going to qualify these cars. If there happens to be an odd number of entries, the person who's going to get the bye run is the person who comes out of their time shots with the best light. Right now, it's Alan Glatt at 004.
Yeah, and this is a standard procedure all over the country here when they qualify or whatever, when you're doing something. For the bye in the first round is off of reaction time. So it's they're used to doing something like that.
So a note here, Alchemy Infusions is on the property this weekend. Leslie is the owner of the company and registered nurse. They do the IVs. So this is like a great thing. You want to get rehydrated, you want to get a little pep in your step, you want to get yourself feeling better again. A little energy, a little liveliness. You can see Alchemy Infusions. Leslie is here, and her services are available as Randy Banger and Bubba Browning go down the racetrack. 6:08.110 for Browning in the Chevy 2. Banger on the left-hand side was quicker in the Dragster.
There's Doug Browning over there in the right lane. Brian, and then what you say is fuchsia. The Chevy 2.
All the fuchsia, baby.
Oh, Mr. J, check him out. Looks like somebody hooked an air hose up to a Volkswagen.
Yeah, kind of. That's a good analogy. The Henry J, a little budget car from back in the 1950s. Sold by the Kaiser Car Company, also sold by Sears. You can open a Sears catalog and buy one of these cars. They called it an Allstate.
Put your Red Ryder BB gun in the back.
Right. Aaron Taputer in the Henry J goes 554. Doug Browning goes 614. The Shelley Carpet, Sarasota, Florida-based Fuchsia Nova. Joe Collis and Perkins. Perkins pulled a beautiful wheel stand during his first rip down the racetrack.
No, I remember that was in the right-hand lane, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good-looking race car.
And a very good driver as well as Perkins begins to roll his way in out of Parrish and that 632 powered, very quick 67 Chevy 2. Joe Collis up the road from Ellington, the 1995 Chevy S10.
Another nice wheel stand there. And 015 up front. 512 at 135.
And so Perkins, nice back-to-back runs of that car. Chassis working perfectly. The Yenko-themed Nova of Jesse Howard of Willard, Ohio. 1968 Chevelle. Black with a white Yenko side stripes. 582-inch engine. Vinyl roof. And Pete Dragich of Plant City, Florida. The 1970 Nova. 434 cubic inch small block for Dragich.
Yeah, that's a nice piece right there in the left-hand lane. Now, the Novas, I've said this for a while now, right lane that Pete has, you used to get them pretty cheap like everything else, but now you can't hardly find a Nova that anybody wants to get off of and sell.
Nobody's giving them away anymore.
Nobody's giving them away. These young kids, that's why everybody gets mad when they see these rice burners or whatever you want to call them, the Hondas, but yeah, you're going to sell them your muscle car for $2,500? 004 red is Jesse left side.
Yeah, 598.6, 113 for the Yenko Chevelle. Dragich goes 626.8, 107 in the small block Nova. Maurice Steeland out of Lithia, Florida, the 1968 Camaro in that kind of coppery color. And Chris Goris, the 1965 Nova with a small block in it, a big tire on the back. The Edmunds Metalworks Century Metals car, based right out of Bradenton, Florida.
Yeah, Brian, you probably heard me say this before, and I know it's something you already know. But this year, several years right here, the 65 or so, look how far forward the front wheel is. Like it's, almost right there, almost leads the car.
It
does.
Know
what I mean?
Yeah, tiny little amount of space between the front bumper and the front wheel in those cars. 629.6, 107 for Goris. Steeland goes 621 at 110. Bill Hacker of Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, and Ron, no relation, Logan on the right-hand side of the racetrack.
Oh, that's a shame. Hacker versus Logan. No jokes, please.
Regal Racing Engines power for Bill Hacker. Port Charlotte, Florida for Ron Logan. 2002 Race Tech chassis dragster. So our program here is the Super Pro category, then our junior dragsters, then track prep, and then qualifying session 2 of Outlaw Pro Mod.
.005 there for Hacker left-hand side. He goes 5:55 at 122.
Yeah, Ron Logan 473, 146.54 miles per hour as Mike Wackland comes up on the right side, the 1998 Camaro.
Mike Moore out of right here in Bradenton. Moore Jr. to bike left-hand side, the Kawasaki Dyno 2 Bone Stock Race Products.
Both drivers, or one driver and one rider, kind of repositioning themselves at the starting line.
I got a friend in Carolina that loves to bracket race these things. He said he can just see everything, right? See everything at the stripe. He can, tell exactly where he's at.
And basically, when you get your head down, tucked in the tank, your head is basically over top the front tire, so you know exactly where you are. For Moore, though, he's too quick to leave the starting line. 10 red.
See everything but the tree.
Right.
Goes 5:54 at 124 left-hand side.
And Mike Wackland goes 7:01.5 at 100.05 miles per hour. Continuing on with Paul Dorn and Matt Edmunds. The Edmunds Metalworks, Century Metals, CRT transmission, IRD Racing carburetor equipped 62 Chevy 2. Paul Dorn, that low-flying 1968 Camaro on the Triple Law Firm side. They are off and gone. Paul Dorn is clean, goes 561.5 at 120 miles an hour. For Matt Edmunds, a 684.4 at 97. Gary Varney in the Thunderbird, and the left side will be the 3rd generation Camaro of Mark Horton out of Callahan, Florida. Gary Varney's car trying to make a move to the center line.
Big wheel stand over there. 3rd.
5:47.5, 126 for Varney, a 6:47.5. Exactly 1 second behind him was Mark Horton. A rarity here at the Drag Illustrated Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod. A pair of dragsters next to each other. Who let these guys in? George Ebel and Yvonne Michaud. Yvonne used to live up my way in the New England, Massachusetts area. She's since relocated down here to Tampa. And George Ebel's out of Naples, home of the Mile of Mud, where they race the Swamp Buggies.
They still race those things?
Oh, yeah. Faster than ever. Cletus just raced one a couple of months ago.
They got the big, look like wagon wheels on those things. Right?
Yeah, the big tall tires to cut through the mud of the muck.
Yeah, they're going along. They're going along like about 35 miles an hour, then all of a sudden it's 2 miles an hour.
When they hit the sippy hole.
Yeah,
right?
Hit
the sippy hole. The big, real high horsepower jobs kind of power through, but the Jeeps, man, they about sink out there. Yvonne left before the tree was activated. A little itchy on the trigger finger as George Ebel goes 4:53.4 at 142.94 miles an hour.
Long burnout here, left-hand side in the dragster. Jacob McNeil again. Jacob McNeil, double duty, running Pro Mod as well, out of Gilbert, Texas.
Dan McNeil's raced Top Fuel with Scott Palmer. He's going to be racing Nitro Funny Car with Jeff Deal this year, so he's highly active in the sport. And Hong Lee Jr. out of Epping, New Hampshire, has lived down in Florida for a couple of years, but multi-generational racer. His dad is a member of the New England Hot Rod Hall of Fame. Hong Lee Sr., a dominating bracket racer in the years past in New England Dragway. So I have seen Hong Lee Jr. win his fair share of Sunday afternoons up there at Epping. He's trying to do the job down here.
Yeah, McNeil, you know, if you were going to bracket race and you were coming up against that, that looks like a bad draw for you. Just look at that dragster. That thing's all business.
Yeah, that is a nice piece of equipment. Gone, baby, gone. McNeil goes 4:36.7. That thing leaves hard. That's a sub 1 second 60-foot time there. 9:79 short time.
Wow.
Yeah, that thing is not messing around. Corey Marquardt coming up right side, Pinellas Park, Florida. The ace motorcycle racer Rick Eaton coming up on the Tripp Law Firm side. It's going to be fun when we get to eliminations, because I do feel like, to your point, Steve, some of these motorcycle riders, especially guys like Eaton and a couple other ones, they'll be able to do some damage here.
I think
they're
right?
They're going to knock out some of their four-wheel competitors.
Well, you know, if it was me and I had a door car and I'm bracket racing and been racing door cars, other door cars for a long time, and you get here and you're like, this is different. You know what I mean? It might get in your head and you're like, what I got to do here with a bike?
Right.
You know? Yeah, like my buddy says, he loves it. He likes it better than doing a car or a truck.
Big trouble for Eaton as the thing spun the tire hard off the starting line. Marquardt goes 475, 145, but Eaton about got thrown off the top of that thing.
Yeah, I actually think that both tires came off the ground. There was a lot of air there. That thing was bouncing.
John Marconi and Max Butcher coming up right now. The Doylestown Destroyer Jr. Oakley Motorsports, Butcher and Sons Demolition and Bruzy Transmissions and Torque Converters in American Race Cars. in that very real 1958 Corvette of John Marconi.
I just like it, right? It's a different color combination.
Oh, man.
I really like the
2 boxes of Reese's trees.
427
You're going to be blamed for my death.
That he's owned this car for 30+ years.
Thank you very much,
and
man.
Butcher in the right lane. 2023 American chassis dragster. Oakley Motorsports, Butcher and Sons Demolition. Brucey Trans and Converters, and American Race Cars in the right lane. A little early in the wheel stand here for the Corvette. John, 003 red, out the back door, 440 at 155 for Butcher. Corvette goes 637 at 105.
When you meet the candy man of the Pro Mod world and he brings you a box of Reese's trees, that's the real deal. So we got Honey Wayne on the left side, Hunter Patton on the left side, and you got Mitch Coletta on the right side. And if that last name's familiar, it's because the Coletta family is pretty good at drag racing. They've been doing it since, I don't know, the 50s when Uncle Connie started. Doug Coletta, the 2-time defending Top Fuel World Champion, and this is Doug's son, Mitch. Mitch has been driving U.S. Nationals. He's driven a bunch of races over the last couple of years, and he's driving Bo Butner's dragster here. Dad let him off work for the weekend. It was not Bo in it early. I was flying through my teeth. Patton's 19 green, Mitch 59, and Mitch goes 443, 856 miles an hour. Patton goes 449, 652. Both cars 102 short time, 287 to the 8th for Mitch, and 289 for Hunter Patton. Nice clean runs for both drivers. That is going to bring us up to the Junior Dragster qualifying session number 2. And long, tall Al Tucci is going to be rolling into the room here to bring you all the action.
The voice of the juniors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've been waiting for this day since the late Brian Olson surpassed and handed me the old torch, and I'm just excited.
It was a small torch.
It was.
It was a Bic lighter.
Crack pipe. Just kidding you. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. All right, here we go. Junior Dragsters, the ones that will make it all better and better and better. Olivia Gale. Yardley, Pennsylvania, should be over the left lane. Here in the tower side, ready to go. And Cash Mattingly over here, Elizabethtown, Kentucky. The 11 half-scale entry will be over here in the right lane. How you doing, Steve Logan?
You got them reversed, don't you?
I just read them the way it's on the boards, dude.
Mattingly right side. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. We're good. We're good.
I'm going to hand the torch over to the next voice of the juniors.
Next voice of
Steve Logan. How you doing, Steve?
The voice of Junior Dragster.
Someone's got to be a voice. You know what I mean? These are the up-and-coming racers of categories to be filled throughout the drag racing world. The juniors are the ones that will really be the ones to show us all. 813, 791 for Mattingly at 80 miles per hour.
Really good run right there, 012.
Hey, Robert, how you doing? Robert Richards in the house. Like, oh, man, I know who I am. So get ready to go with more action. Boys, that sun. Incubation right up here, huh? You don't feel like you're in an incubator up in here when that sun?
That sun's it's beaming on us right here. That's why I'm standing up. Elizabeth Boyan, Cortez, Florida, in the right lane, 2026 Mike Boston.
Elisa Fargo will come up here. Elisa over out of Florida, Arcadia, Florida. 24 half scale will be in the tower side. It's a good one. Got to start somewhere, right, in the sport? These are the future racers.
Boyd in the right lane. Fargo left side. Elizabeth over in the right lane has got kind of like a cheetah print on that. Cool. It's a pair of Floridians in our junior dragster category. .019 for Elizabeth in the right lane. 033 Fargo left side. Pretty even all the way down that. How about a 799 right lane, 798 left side. Margin of victory down there, or it doesn't really matter, but cross the line at 1,000th of a second ahead of the other. They were side by side the whole way down. Coming up next in the left-hand lane, tower side going to be Cameron Rich. Right here in Bradenton. Carson Murphy out of Ellenton, Florida, 2023 half scale in the right lane.
Thanks. Thank you. A little bit of action here for your friend. We used to be friends, so I walked in here today. They want the golf cart key that they rented. All right, so here comes one with all types of psychedelic paint on it. Cameron Rich will be here. This is Wade's son, right?
Ah, okay, Wade's son. Is that Wade out there on it?
Wade's on the wall down there watching Wade's helping his son right there,
right.
pushing him up
right
to the starting line. Wade is our manager in the track prep department. This guy keeps the track so nice and so well for all the racing classes. Now he's got his kid up here. The kid's really good. He's won some events, man. He's unreal. So Carson.
Well, look at his teacher.
Oh, yeah. One of the best to ever do track prep and stuff is that man right there. He will go down in history for giving guys tracks that break and shatter records. Here we go. There he goes down there. Cameron Rich down there in the left lane. Tower side. Hanging in. Hanging in. Let's see the reaction time. Cameron Rich would have drilled him on a tree. 774. 81 miles per hour. Good job, Wade. You raised a good one, my friend. All right, so the Holland sponsor machine, and here is TJ Harvey. This is the young Harvey, man, out of Burlington, North Carolina. This is a 23
This is a little
Mike
Carolina
Boss.
kid.
Oh, you're not kidding.
The
Can
little
you imagine
Carolina
having him as a
kid.
teacher?
Travis Harvey Jr., TJ Harvey out of Burlington, North Carolina.
Don't forget the food stands are open on both sides. If you want empanadas, buffalo chicken, spinach artichoke, ham and cheese, bacon cheddar jalapeno. They've got the little corn bites. They've got burgers, chicken. I got to use that. I'm going to full menu, baby. Go on down there, get yourself something nice, something good to eat, something ice cold to drink, and enjoy while you're here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, enjoying all the action here at the Winter Series, World Series of Pro Mod, race number 3. J&A Service, and all the fine people, Drag Illustrated, Bradenton Motorsports Park, and everybody that's put their fingers or their wallets into this, we thank each and every one of them. Thank you to Redline Oil and all the guys at KTR, Hoosier, Hearts, Charger, and the Fuel Tech people. Thanks to Fuel Tech. Elite, thank you to Elite and all they've done, and all the cars they bring and the people they bring to the races each and every week. Next one getting ready to come to the starting line. Here comes Zach Gale out of Yardley, Pennsylvania. 25 Boss chassis. Got a Regal Racing engine, a Bear Automotive sponsoring him, Tri-County Collision, and Mom and Dad.
All right. Really
Well,
cool deal there right there on the right-hand side. You talked about that Corvette body. I looked at it up close down there in the pits, right? It's pretty cool looking.
It is cool looking. I was just talking to Brian about that. I said, I didn't see many of those except promotion. I saw Pepsi funny car once, you know, back in the day. But he says there's a few out there that are body juniors. So very cool to see. Get a chance to see that. Voice of the juniors. Thank you, Steve Logan.
No, thanks, Al, I think. We got a junior strung out down there, hung out on it, and see if we can get enough power to get that one off. And we'll figure that out. We'll do a little track prep in the meantime.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
They wait for one moment, one shot, and in about 3.5 seconds, it's over.
The Redline Oil PDR8 Drag Racing Series comes to Darlington Dragway, March 25th through 28th. The KTR PDR8 Carolina Nationals, presented by PT Fleet. The most extreme pro mods on Earth. Get your tickets now and don't miss a second. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
for the off-the-trailer bonus as the #1 qualifier, 357 at 210.
How about that? I'm going to tell you what, Troy Perez Jr., the guys did their work for that guy, huh? Got that thing running good?
100%. They put in the work. They put in the time. I talked to Victor this week about, making the move from the turbochargers to the Hartz Charger.
What was the? I apologize, but was there anything you could share with us? Were they?
No, I mean they just they thought pragmatically it's a more competitive combination to the package that is out there, and they decided to make that, and they tested relentlessly, and that's why the thing is as good as it is. It's not an accident. They put in a lot of work to get it to that spot. Derek Menholt, #2 qualifier right now. Guy made the final, lost in the final round less than a month ago.
To Stevie
comes off the trailer with as good a car as he had then, which is amazing. Spencer Hyde sitting 3rd.
There's a guy
freshly
who's
married.
Winner circle. Yeah.
He's already won. Spencer's already won.
Absolutely. I mean, look what he's bringing Texas tea home all the way to Canada. And I'm not talking about oil. Anyway.
Tommy DeApril, whose car ran a 59, I believe, on its best run last race, runs 58.9. He's qualified 4th right now. Weatherford comes out firing shots. Stevie Fast in the gorilla down there. He's not in the normal shadow. Didn't slow him down at all. He's 6th. Lyle Barnett 7th at 360. Melanie Salemi looked really good. You go right down the list.
Well, what's nice, I apologize, but what's nice about that Jackson deal is you got Jeff down there who used to tune that car.
Oh, yeah.
So he probably said, this is a good piece,
man. It's old home week for Jeff. He knows every nut, bolt, nook, and cranny of that thing for sure.
Absolutely. So good things coming their way, I feel.
Really significant run for Erica Anders. She sits 11th right now. Went 61 with a 6. But the reality is that car has been coming along. They made it in on the kind of last chance Hail Mary qualifying run at the US 3 Nationals. It's the first time we've seen that car come out Q1 and really lay one down.
Yeah.
And so that is a huge thing for their team. It puts them in a completely different position than they have been in. And you've seen it, Steve, you've seen it. I've certainly seen it. Like I said to Mike Carpenter when we were doing the flow stream, I said, listen, if you put Eric Enders on a horse that can run, that is tough stuff. That is tough stuff for everybody else. So that's a big deal. Sidney Frigo, who is qualified or sits 4th in the points for the Winter Series Championship, currently qualified 14th, and he needs some stuff to happen ahead of him in order to win the championship. But stranger things have happened around here. A lot of good cars, as we can expect. Currently not qualified, but we do have the Aeromotive shootout that will be happening for the second 32 cars. So we get 64 cars attempting to qualify. All 64 cars will be able to hit the racetrack, whether in the kind of A field for the $150,000 or the $25,000 Aeromotive race for the 32 non-qualified cars. So there's a lot going on. One qualifying session in the books. Bump Spot is already rapidly heading toward the bottom half of the 360s.
It's what you said about the qualifying right now, but how bizarre is how it will change here. It'll change by, I'm telling you, by tomorrow night.
Yeah.
If they have a night session here, you're going to watch things, and that ladder just bounce around as it's done every race we've been at. I mean,
this is going to be as good as, one of the things we had last race, it was cooler out, generally speaking, but the air was very wet. The last month, there was a lot of moisture in the air. Water grains were right around 100. They're lower than that here, so we may have a little more ambient temperature, but we got some drier air. Obviously, the sun now is nice and low, so the racetrack's shaded. Some of the racers in that first qualifying session, right in the middle, when we got the real heavy cloud cover, they got a beautiful, nice, tight racetrack. And then all of a sudden, near the end of it, when the real fast cars are showing up, the sun cuts through like a blowtorch, and it's like,
on behalf of the sun, we saw a lot of 50s.
On behalf of the sun. In defense of the sun.
In defense of the sun, we saw a lot of 50s start popping up. I mean, Steve Logan pointed that out. He said, wow, here they come. What did you say? They opened the floodgates.
One of the things out, you pass it right here. That's what I was going to say on the microphone here, Al, is going to the pits when you guys were announced. I took a little break, and I talked to the Weatherford crew. I think they're currently like number 6 or 5 or 6, right?
Yes.
They're fighting some electrical gremlins, and they're at 5 or 6.
Wow.
I saw a lot of big names and all hands on deck in there trying to figure
out
what's going on. There was a lot of players down there trying to figure it out. And I believe if they've got it, look for that one to make a big increase right here.
Yeah, it's great. It's great intel. And look, you need to look no farther than the Lyle Barnett's experience at the Snowbirds to see how troubling an electrical problem like that can be. You go down there, and it's great they got the brain power. They'll get it diagnosed, and you know, you qualify for the show, and is that a Friday night? Just tear everything out of it and replace it if it's not fixed by then. But you know, that's one of the best teams in the country for sure.
Happened before.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thrash City.
When all else fails, throw it in the trash.
Yeah, just bring me that one new, this one new, and that one new. But it should be pretty pleasant here. I mean, although the sun is going down, I think you're still going to see a few 50s start popping up.
Oh yeah, no, tonight is
They're going to come in more. You know, I think we have 6 or 7 maybe in 50s right now. Is that what it says? Somewhere around there, and we're going to double that right here, I believe.
Yeah, no, I think I think that's on the low side personally. I think it's going to be. I think the bump spot's going to be a way down deep into the 60s by the time we get out of this thing tonight. So, it's
2 rounds.
2
rounds shot there, right?
Yeah, then you got 3 rounds. The plan is to have 3 qualifying rounds tomorrow, 5 total. That's one of the unique factors of the Snowbird, or I should say the culmination of the Winter Series here at the Redline Oil World Series Pro Mod.
You know, we were talking a little bit about the guys that were testing from Tuesday all week here, and it's a shame to see Jimmy Taylor's car go out the way it did.
Oh, yeah.
I sent him a text. I'll say it again, that how sorry I am to see that, because there's so many people that want to see that car run.
Oh, yeah.
And to have it go out that way, I just send, you know, sincere getting it fixed there, Jimmy. That's all I can say. You know, the man came out and said, we'll get her fixed up, but not this weekend. So for the fans,
glad he's okay, obviously. And
that's the most important thing.
100%.
He's all right. He's a good guy.
I'll tell you, mentioning that car, Al, I'll tell you something, what that car has done for the sport of drag racing, right? A lot of people, you know, I think you got some pros and cons on that car or whatever, but like I call it the black sheep because, you know, some people do not want to see it. Some have been doing it a long time. But
My goodness, that is a beautiful sight, and it is about to get extremely action-packed here. That is Bradenton Motorsports Park, Bradenton, Florida. I am Courtney Enders. I am here in the tower with Drag Illustrated's Wes Buck, who made all this happen. Wes, we've got one under our belt. We're going to run through the 7 top qualifiers of that. We got a couple of notes for it. So first thing I wanted to do, though, is welcome you back. This is the Redline Oil round recap. Wes,
I like it.
Let's take a look at what happened in Q1.
Let's do it.
All right, as I said right there, the Redline Synthetic Oil round recap. We have Lyle Barnett sitting 7th right now. Struggled to get in the field at the last race right there, but a beautiful run by Lyle Barnett as it slows down right there, almost as good as it can be. And sometimes in Q1, it's just getting down the racetrack and getting into that position. Stevie Fast Jackson, last time we saw him, he was in a different car. That is not the Shadow. That is the Purple Heart Machine right there, the Pontiac. He flies through the beams, 6th. And if you'll notice in the other lane right there, Wes, Jason Harris sitting number 22nd going into Q2. I don't think that will stay for long. We'll keep our eye on him. Randy Weatherford, he was a bit rowdy in his interviews at the last race. We'll see if he can back it up on the racetrack right here. Did an incredible job. Landed in the number 5 position after this qualifying session. Oh, got him on the tree right there, I do believe, as we slow it down. Same thing, Charger just mowing down the 660. 359 for Randy Weatherford. Solid run. We're moving on. Tommy D. This one I was standing on the starting line for. Incredible to see the reaction right here. One of the quickest runs early on in the session. First one dipping into the 50s. 58 really set the tone, I think, for the rest of the session. As we're looking at that beautiful drone shop just yapping all the way down the racetrack. Insane run. Ended up 4th. Spencer Hyde coming out in Ken Cartuccio's car. That's him in the orange car. against Melanie Salemi, somebody he grew up racing, both Canadians right there. They were identical on the tree. I know that doesn't matter in qualifying, but they would point it out, so I'm going to point it out. Spencer Hyde, but I think Brian Loans had a new last name for him. It was Enders or something. Anyway, he ended up in the number 3 spot, and Derek Menholt, runner-up already here in the Winter Series, making an insanely consistent good pass. I talked to them over in the pit earlier. They are very pleased with that, and now they have a little bit of room to let her rip on the night session here tonight. And now, number 1 qualifier, I'm going to let you talk us through this one, Russ.
Victor Alvarez. This felt like something of a drag racing moment right here. Drops the bomb on the old girl, lined up alongside Kurt Stedding, and throws down a 357 with a 1 at 207 miles per hour to take that top qualifying spot. 210.8 miles per hour. Absolutely incredible performance out of Victor Alvarez, Troy Perez, that whole Wright Trailers team. Really happy for those guys, but I tell you what, it's about to get salty out here in Q2. We're going to see the sun start to set on beautiful Bradenton Motorsports Park. It's going to get faster than it already is. And I'll tell you, you made a great point, Courtney. That first round of qualifying is so important for momentum. If you get behind in that first round of qualifying and you don't make a representative run, you may be in a field that's separated by 3-4 hundredths of a second. That may be the difference between qualifying and not. So the guys that made a respectable run, I would say anybody inside of that top 20 really probably feel pretty good about being able to step it up going into Thursday night's second qualifying session. But I tell you what, there's a lot of mixing and matching that's going to happen here on the bottom of this list, 21 on down through 40. I mean, you look at some of the names here, Courtney. Kyle Dvorak, Travis Harvey, Mark Mickey, Sean Ellington, all on the outside looking in. Manny Bajinga. I know nobody in that crowd right there is going to be satisfied sitting at that spot. So we're going to see some guys getting after it here in a minute.
We are going to see some guys and gals getting after it. And it's interesting as we look at that bump spot right there. Mark Mickey making a major change after not qualifying. Goes in and sweeps last year, comes in, not qualified. But that is the kind of stuff that drives a guy like Mark Mickey. He is sitting on the bump. As you said, the weather is getting better earlier in the day. I'm impressed with where the bump is already with Q1 getting down there. But we're going to see some mean stuff tonight. Listen, I said this earlier. I'm going off script here. I said this earlier. The night sessions, the last ones to wrap up during the day, are my favorite rounds of racing in all of drag racing. So if you missed it earlier, we've got you set up for now. Tomorrow is going to be a whole nother animal. But as you can see, that sun is going down. The racetrack is getting nice and crisp. Predictions for what we'll see tonight?
I tell you what, I think we're going to see at least a dozen more cars in the 350s here this evening. And I got to tell you, I would be shocked. The level of competition here, the quality of drivers, the quality of equipment, the quality of crew chiefs and tuners, I think we may see yet another 3.5-second bump spot, which at the U.S. Street Nationals, when that historic happening took place, I didn't know that we would be able to replicate that. You know, you start getting into late February, early March, it starts to warm up down here in Florida along the Florida Gulf Coast, but it looks like the good Lord is going to give us those record-setting temperatures, and it's going to be salty tonight.
I'm excited. We did talk about we may not see the bump, may not be. I don't know. I don't think that we're able to Babe Ruth that yet, but let's take a look. Qualifying matters here. $150,000 for this race, but on the other side of the fence, we have points to worry about. We are running 1.5 points here once we get into eliminations for the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. Jason Harris, the man, still on top, but look at that. After qualifying, Stevie Fast Jackson, 3 points behind him. Eric G. right on his heels. Sydney Frigo, Randy Weatherford, Derek Menholt, Kai Kelly, Callie Mills, who had an incident there. She's out right now, had a little blow up. I think she'll be back. That's one I said at the last race after testing. That's one that's on the brink of some really mean stuff right there. Norton, too. Cinderella story. Unfortunate for John Dock with the broken hand. He's out of there. But with 1.5 points, this page is very important. Every single name on this page is very important. So $25,000 up for grabs, a ring, a necklace, whatever you want to do, the bragging rights, the Winter Series champion. Immortality.
Courtney, I would say if there is one prize that's truly on the line here, it's drag racing icon status. This is an event. I'm very proud of what's happened here, but I'll tell you, this has taken on a life of its own. I mean, we see people such as your better half. I'm giving him a little bit of grace there. But Spencer Hyde, I mean, we watched his career explode on the heels of winning the World Series of Pro Mod in 2023. Mike Bowman won the first World Series of Pro Mod in 2017, quickly became a household name in drag racing. I think about Carl Stevens. I think about Derek Ward. I think about Steve King last year. I mean, Steve King's explosion has been, to see him go from you know, someone who many of us that were hardcore and followed the sport closely knew exactly who Steve King was and knew exactly what he was capable of. But after winning the World Series last year, this guy's a podcast host. He's everywhere. He's on magazine
He's got a
covers.
media girl.
He's got a full-time media team. And that's what I think is, for me, the most validating and rewarding thing of this whole deal is turning these men and women into household names in the sport of drag racing. And I think we're about to pour a little fuel on the fire here tonight.
We are, and we get to witness it all. So Pro Mods are in the staging lanes. They will be the next thing that you see on the racetrack, but let's throw it upstairs to Brian Loans and Mike Carpenter.
Well, thank you very much, Courtney and Wes. And yes, indeed, Brian Loans and Mike Carpenter here for qualifying session 2. And this is where it's at. The sun is just about to dip below the tree line. The air is getting better by the second, about 1,500 feet of altitude. But, Mike, as we were just looking at that data, the big one that sticks out for me, 78 water grains. It is way, way drier than it was a month ago.
It is, and it's even drier now than it was earlier today. Big time. That wind's blowing, kind of blowing that humidity out of here. The temperature, the feel outside has changed dramatically since we were up here a few hours ago. And as you can see, the track in near complete shade at this point. In this first pair, we've got a pretty interesting situation.
Yes.
Dustin Hart in this car. We saw him. This is his debut with this new car, really his first foray into Pro Mod, period. Tagged the wall on the left-hand side and has kind of called in a relief driver for the rest of the weekend.
Oh, really?
Blake Housley.
Really?
Car now
Okay.
as well. I think Dustin just decided, you know, probably want some more laps under my belt, you know, on this big stage, and don't want to go out and do that necessarily. So got Blake Housley behind the wheel of that brand new Camaro on the right-hand lane.
It's a next level move, to be honest. That is a next level move, and that shows a lot of maturity and certainly a lot of want of success for the team. And Matty Deesh, you could not pry Matty Deesh out of this car with a wrecking ball. He's not turning the wheel over this thing to anybody.
No, absolutely not. We could see a great run for Matthew here. You know, these are the conditions. The track looks perfect. It's got that, you know, velvet look to it right now. It's as good as it's going to get right now for Deech having to come out early in this session. We're going to talk about that a little bit as well. I don't know that it really affects this pair, but we're going to get into some pairs of some real heavy hitters that are going to come out early in this session due to how they performed in Q1, which is a situation where, I mean, you may even consider pedaling in that first round.
Agreed.
To try to get a little bit better ET to come out later, because the run order of this session is massive.
It is huge.
Yeah.
It is huge. There is pre-sunset and there is post-sunset, and you want to be as far past that sunset as possible, because as good as it is now, it's getting better by the minute. Housley's hanging on to that thing. It was trying to throw him off like it did earlier to Dustin, a 368 at 204 miles an hour for Matt Deesh. Now the bump spot, we begin with a 365.8, so that is still shy of qualifying.
Good run for Deech, but just not going to be enough. He is up 40th for now. We'll see how they can chip away at that tomorrow. This car for Dustin Hart in the right lane, or was Dustin Hart, now Blake Housley. I think it's been a handful. Even for Blake there, drove towards the center line, kind of did a wiggle that you saw more from that front angle. And, you know, if you just jumping in a car like that out of nowhere, you probably, you want to get a, you know, a
baseline
of 60 foot, 330, and then maybe come back tomorrow and make the full pull.
The Modern Racing drone showing you a look here at Scott Palmer and Joel Wensley. And for those of you tuned in on FloRacing, if you have friends and family that are not FloRacing subscribers, they can jump on Amazon Prime Live right now, and they can watch all of this streaming coverage live like you're watching, and they can get involved with the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod. So they can go to their Amazon Prime, go to the Live tab, type in World Series of Pro Mod, and you'll be right there with our smiling faces.
Yeah, huge opportunity for Pro Mod, the sport of drag racing. Thanks to the folks at Flo for setting that up and getting this thing live on Amazon Prime for the second race in a row.
Joel Wensley's burnout was kind of a lot of feathers and not a whole lot of chicken out there. A lot of RPM, but almost no tire smoke.
Yeah, and then Palmer's was as well. I don't know if you saw that.
And Wensley had the thing down to about the 8th mile finish line. I think he almost triggered the finish line, the scoreboard over there, as he is backing his way up in this Liberty Gears machine. Talk a little bit about the rules adjustments for those people that didn't get to watch qualifying session 1. It bears repeating. There were some adjustments made in weights per combination. Wensley's a guy who got a couple of pounds.
Yeah, he's one of the 2 cars out here that runs a 5-speed Liberty transmission with a lockup torque converter. that combination got basically 25 pounds added for the lockup that brings it in alignment with the screw blown combination, which already had a 50-pound penalty. So it's 50 pounds on both sides with centrifugal and screw. And then just as a whole, all centrifugal cars got 20 pounds added. So this car in Gustafson ended up 45 pounds heavier than as far as a minimum weight. That doesn't mean, you know, these cars were running a little bit above the minimum weight previously. They didn't necessarily have to add
all
an entire 45 pounds, but that is now their new base weight. We'll see. These are the conditions that this type of setup will favor. So we'll see Gustafson come up here in just a bit as well. He's going to be one of our early pairs, and actually coming up in two pairs.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can get a hold of this racetrack in these conditions that favor that combination.
And it is going to be a pair of peddlers out there, a 391 at 194 and a 395, or 99 rather, at 145 for Scott Palmer. Neither car is showing really a whole lot to us.
A couple of kind of ugly passes there, right? But interesting to see both of them pedaling.
Yeah.
Because I just talked about that. And I think that is some, the thought process is, all right, a 391 is not going to do anything, but that could put you several pairs
Listen, anybody that shakes the tires before the 330 is not going to be able to run that ET, so you're 100% right.
Winsley looked okay early, just kind of loses the tire right there in the middle of the track. I don't really know what was going on with Palmer's car. It was kind of singing all the way through.
Yeah. Ryan Martin coming up here. Martin will be next to Justin Swanstrom, a couple of guys who are familiar with each other from their No Prep Kings days.
They kind of find each other, right? We talk about some of our international guys
like in orbits, man. Yeah.
And then so these guys that are very familiar with each other are going to come out here in the second round of qualifying. Especially Ryan Martin. This is one of the guys that I would expect to see out this early.
Yep.
And I know that the conditions are, there's no bad conditions right now, but they are going to change and get a lot better throughout this session. I look for especially Ryan to really step up here and shoot up this qualifying pattern.
Yeah, Martin managed a 579. It was a what we basically saw in replay, a kind of a weak shake style run.
Right.
And they had problems with this car during that first pass. They had problems keeping it idling and running, and it was kind of a mess from end to end. So a much better start to this run for Martin than he had the first time through.
Get a good look at that exposed carbon fiber on Justin Swanstrom's car. That new C7 body. Synergy Composites says Big Country dips his head in there to check on something.
Ford truck enthusiast, Big Country.
Oh yeah, big
follow him on. He put on his own truck show a week ago. Guys everywhere. Oh, that's looking way better for Ryan Martin. How about a 361 at 209 miles an hour? From
That's what he's looking for.
Outhouse nearly to the penthouse there as Swanstrom goes 371 at 203. Not quick enough to make the show, but man, Martin delivers the goods.
Yep, pops all the way up to number 10. But this is going to change dramatically. This whole order, these guys are going to be dropping like flies as we come through here. We could end up, like you said, I think everyone's kind of predicting we're going to see about a dozen more 350 runs tonight. And where is that going to end up setting the bump after this session? I think with the weather cooling off and the tightness of this field like we were talking about, I do think the bump's going to go a little lower than I initially thought.
Me too. I think we're going to, I mean, look, I don't think it's out of the realm of reason that we come out of tonight somewhere in the very close to the bottom of the 360s, and then depending on what we get for timing and conditions tomorrow, Eric Gustafson and Mike Decker Jr. Gustafson is certainly a guy that I would play, you know, pin the tail on the donkey for a 350s run this session.
I think so, man. If they can get a hold of it, not have that same issue that we saw his teammate have just 2 runs ago, I think this is a car that can go, let's call it mid to high 50s at this point, in that 57 range for sure. And then Decker, we talked about Decker, been struggling with this car throughout the Winter Series, at least struggling more so than we've seen Decker the third, his son. We'll see if they can get this machine ironed out at this point. Part of the YO Motorsports camp, Todd Tutterow Power.
And for Eric Gustafson, a team that has won very much over the course of their existence down here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. The amount of familiarity they have is very high.
An interesting look here as Jason Lee has dipped into the passenger side. He's making some adjustments. Possibly, you know, after seeing Winsley, he did. Down some numbers there to see if he can get through that shake zone, which would be somewhere, you know, 200 feet out. It looked like was Winsley's issue.
So in comes Gustafson out of Vernon, California. Unfamiliar with this number 59 next to his name on the qualifying order. This is a guy who's typically used to looking over seeing a single digit next to his name. And he may well see it again. Great run for Decker as well. Gustafson's car, 358, 209 miles an hour, and it was loose at the top end.
Was.
A 361 for Decker. Couple of big shots there.
910, 60 foot for Gustafson. 906 out of Decker. That's the run those guys were looking for. I think they probably feel a little weight off their shoulders at this point. Jason Lee ran great in the first session, and now they've got this car back where it needs to be. Oh, moving around a lot.
Yeah.
He was holding on to that thing. He knew it was on a run, and he needed that.
Well, it was gutsy because when I started to see it wander, I thought, man, if he chops the throttle here, it's gonna take the wind out of his sails. But he hung with it, and the reward now is a number 3 qualifying position. And a bump spot that is now officially at 364.
And right after Decker Jr., we've got Mike Decker III that we were just talking about, lined up against Robert Costa. Both of these YO Motorsports, part of that umbrella. It was interesting to see. I kind of just was looking at some of the numbers and looking at the kind of the lay of the land with the qualified field. It's a good mix of power.
Oh, yeah,
up there.
it really is.
I really think the change that was made has helped kind of even things out. We see some screw blowers up at the top. Spencer Hyde leading the way, came into the session number 3. You see quite a few centrifugal cars up there, but there's a lot of these screw blowers mixed in that top half of the field, which is what you want to see with the power adder diversity in this class.
Both cars back for their burnouts here. For Costa, a very early tire shaking 588, only crossed the finish line at 74 miles an hour. For Decker, he went a 485 at 102, so he at least made a little bit of progress out there before he had to shut it down. But to your point, they set these cars up equally and identically, so he is looking to go 61 or better as he just watched Junior, the elder of the Deckers, make his run.
There's that kind of flip of the, holding the throttle that we see from these Totoro cars. As it starts to get cooler, you're going to see more of that. We didn't see more of that in the first session because it was so much warmer. But just got to get that thing right where they want it, part of that tune-up.
So both cars locked in. Decker goes to the center. Costa's going to go across the stripe to a 363.
Yeah, great run there for Costa, 363 with an 8. We've talked about Decker having more success than his dad, but not on that run. And up next, looks like we got Callie Mills. She was able to repair that damage, just rocked the Supercharger off this thing in the first round, threw a piece of the body way up in the air, landed actually near Kai Kelly, who she was paired up with in that first session. So we'll see these two kind of re-rack this and see if they can improve their position. Now, these are two cars that easily can jump up to the front. We've seen, especially Callie, really not surprising based on what she ran earlier this year in IHRA competition and Midwest Pro Mod, but really burst on the scene here for the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. As we get a good look at Callie Mills, we can take a look. Yeah, it's that piece. They had a flap right there in front of the pulley where you see the bell in front of the Supercharger. They had a piece there that kind of hinges up and allows access to that area. Some of the cars have them, some don't. But that's the piece that flew in the air. You can see it's no longer there. So just going to go without that for now. And we talked about the screw blower being such a durable piece. You kind of go through that type of damage that it sustained earlier. Get everything repaired, freshened up, come right back out here for the next round. The American Pride golf carts, 8 family. Callie hung out with us at the Yard House last night for our 20th anniversary celebration. Well, everybody did. I mean, you know, most of these drivers were there, but Callie brought the car out to the restaurant on a rollback, then fired that thing up, drove it down the little side road to the restaurant, and parked it at the display area we had, and gave it a good throttle wet at the end for good measure. So really cool moment that a lot of the attendees at the party and just eating at the restaurant with their family got to check out these Pro Mods. It's a really cool deal. That's the run these guys were looking for. We talked about both of these having the ability to jump up that qualifying ladder. Callie with a 3:58 with a 9:207. 46 puts her 6th in the qualified order. Kai jumps up to 9th. Let's take a look at this replay. Both cars kind of locked together. Kai drifting toward the center just a bit. We've seen that a lot in that right lane. We'll start to see some more of that, I think, in this nighttime session. As these cars get a hold of the track, they start to want to move left just a bit there, but Kyle was able to rein it back in and land in the 9th position.
So nice run for Kai, kind of turning the deal around.
Yeah, we were taking a look there. That piece that was on the front of Callie's car that we saw.
Oh yeah,
it's just gone now. But that looked like the only damage to the nose.
It was deleted.
Yeah, 3:58 for her.
Robert Abbott, Bowling Green, Florida. Andrew Handress, Dix Hills, New York. One of the Nitrous contingent, of course.
Looks like Handress. I mean, he makes good, solid passes, but just looks like it just needs a little more steam. Maybe it needs to be leaned out just a bit. Maybe a little more jetted up a little bit as far as the nitrous setup, and just always kind of pouring out a bunch of black smoke.
A lot of soot.
We'll see if they clean that up for this round.
It is certainly, I would guess, a sign of a kind of a safer tune-up, but also you're not going to be making maximum power with that setup. So Abbott, see Todd Tutterow. How many cars has Tutterow got his hands on here?
I don't know, man. That's a real interesting deal because most of these guys like Tutterow, Brandon Stroud, Steve Petty, Lee White, I mean, they're all tuning like half dozen cars at least. And so there's almost like a tuner shortage.
It is amazing.
These guys have got their hands full.
What I think is impressive is the tuner can unify his engine program, but he's working on different chassis too, right? I mean, there are subtle differences between these cars, so it really is impressive that you can work on such a variety of things and make them all fast. Oh man, big fire out there. Flash fire for Handress, which is out immediately, but a 364.9 at 205 for Abbott, almost good enough. Meanwhile, Andrew Handress, who saw the backfire of the car, thankfully it was just a flash.
Yeah, let's take a look at this thing. It's getting out of shape. I mean, just blowing the tires off, to be honest with you. Pedaled it, get it back in it. We see that black smoke start to come out, and then some fireworks.
Thankfully, it doesn't, it didn't produce as much smoke as I would have thought if it had hucked a rod out of it or something like that. So maybe, hopefully it isn't terminal damage.
I think we've seen that car do that a couple of times down here.
Good point.
And then come right back the next round. I almost think they did that at Snowbirds or U.S. Street Nationals, and we saw the same thing, but then they made the next round.
We're going to take a quick check of the racetrack just to make sure it's clean as we look down from the Modern Racing drone here at the very attractive starting line at Bradenton Motorsports Park.
Yeah, the team here at B&P's got this place dressed up.
Yes.
The paint looks great, the striping, all the flags, banners everywhere. I mean, we try to, you know, all these events, we try to bring.
Yeah, you guys dress the place up beautifully.
But then, especially for this one, the big one, we dress this thing to the nines.
Yeah, it is a way to, you know, that's, I mean, part of the fun is you walk into the place, and people that come here on a regular basis, a regular customer walks in and understands this is a different event than anything else. It has an identity, a feel, for sure.
Sets the tone as soon as they walk in. And the drivers notice that. They'll tell you, you know, they see all this signage, these flags waving. It gives us this festival feel that this is a big deal. And then they see all these fans in the stands and, you know, packed on the starting line.
Kai Kelly went to the number 9 position, and that was good enough to get the attention of Caleb Morton, who has him at the top end.
Kai Kelly, you kind of rolled in here yesterday on 2 wheels. I know you've been sick, and I know that because I haven't talked to you in the last couple weeks, and we usually talk like every day. But you came off, won a 60 with a 3 in Q2. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, you can't really ask for better. I mean, coming here straight into Q1, straight out of the trailer. We had brand new tires on it, knocked the tires off first round. So at Q2, I think we're in the field. I think that'll stick for the rest of the weekend. And I mean, we was dirt track racing this weekend. Left there, drove straight here. So we're in, I think. So can't ask for no better.
We'll see if a 60 with a 3 holds. That's where we are right now. But if not, we have some more chances tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
That was our conservative.
You know, there are certain people that are going to be better in certain environments and positions. And for Kai Kelly, if I'm going to pick a guy in the pits and I have to run my car off the trailer with no other information to go down the racetrack, he's probably like 1, 2, or 3 on my list of somebody that can pull something off here and make it happen.
For sure. That's what he's used to doing.
Yeah.
You know, a guy that races on probably a smaller budget than a lot of these teams out here. That testing, that savings, these runs, these cars are not cheap to run every single pass. And so the guys have been wearing their stuff out down here for weeks. But Kai was on the highway. Somebody posted a social media post like, just past Kai Kelly on I-75. And I mean, you know, the event was only a few hours away from starting at that point. So a guy that's used to kind of rolling in, going off the trailer, and making it happen.
Derek Ford making his way back to the starting line. The Fulton competition-powered 1968 Camaro, 910 cubic inch nitrous combination here for Ford out of Maryland. And Nick Janik out of Las Vegas, Nevada, the Red Line Oil sponsor, Jerry Bickle built C7 Corvette. For Janik was one of those odd runs in the first session where things actually got going pretty well. They just didn't finish very well. He only went 198, but it did go 372.
Yeah, the best, really best we've seen that car perform, I think, up to this point in the Winter Series. We'll see if they can continue to build on that. And then we got the nitrous car in the other lane. And you know, that we were talking about the engine size 910. That's pretty small.
Yeah, it is.
For these nitrous cars. That used to get you a weight break compared to the 959 or larger. We've done away with that. It's just basically all nitrous combinations, 2,300 pounds. But I think that those engines are a little bit lighter than the bigger engine.
Makes sense.
And I feel like this is a guy that's running at a lightweight.
Nick Janik's going to hang on to it, go 374 at 198.
Kind of the same thing like we just talked about.
943 short. Yeah, it's not making that move. That 60 to 330 move just is not happening for these guys.
Just wrapping up my thought there on Ford. I haven't looked at the scale sheets yet. I'll get those from John Sears throughout the event, but I'll be really curious to see what kind of weight Ford's running at. Looked good early, but just drove to the left and out of the groove. He had to get out of it.
Yeah, Nick had to do some driving, which he did. Car was, you know, trying to move inside. He was able to bring it back to the center where it belonged as Peter Norton and Bo Butner come through the water box.
I think we'll see both of these guys shoot up the ladder. I mean,
I got to believe
guys that have the ability. We've seen them really qualify well, especially Norton. I think you could easily see side-by-side 50s here and these guys break into the top half of the field.
Yeah, I think, you know, Karate probably is a little annoyed that this thing went to 71 for a session, and I think he'll probably, you know, turn the knobs up pretty significantly here. And again, it's you know, strategically you have to look at it. And we talk about this at each one of these races, but you have to kind of go down these roads, which is, this is a sport, no matter if you're racing a junior dragster or you're racing a pro mod, that you have to take as most advantage of the situation you are in that moment. And so this is no time to be a wuss.
Right.
There really is no other way to say it.
Don't blow the tires off from slow shake, right?
Yes.
Let's get some.
Yes.
Let's get some fast shake, or let's know that we threw everything that we had.
Exactly.
And you're exactly right. That is the situation. that these guys find themselves in more times than not. You used to have to tiptoe a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
Before all the technology got to where it is now, the track surfaces, torque converters, automatic transmissions, all the traction control, all the electronics. You really kind of had to tiptoe. But now these guys are able to really throw the power at these things more consistently. And like you said, now is the time to do it.
Peter Norton, tractor puller, drag racer, international man of mystery.
Full resume.
He's got it all. And he's got to be the quicker of these two cars as Norton goes a 358.9 at 209 miles an hour, getting it. 9:13 early. Butner goes 381 at 200.
We see Butner trailing smoke behind his car.
Oh, boy.
That thing was, it's like it had a hole out. It looked like a fuel car off the, as soon as it left the line. It was not going anywhere, really. So some kind of mechanical issue for that car from the start.
I believe it's the second time it's done that.
I think so. They've got something going on.
Yeah, that is, to your point, you grabbed it very quickly in the first run. As we're going to watch this one again from down the racetrack. Pay attention to Butner early on the right side.
Yeah, see, look at that right there. Look at the, it's like it's got like it's fuel just pouring fuel out or something.
And that was, and the last time it did it was like maybe about 60 to 100 feet, but yeah, still. And that could be, you know, obviously you go right back to an ignition issue or something like that, but man, that's frustrating. And you know, as much as these cars, they run, you know, everybody runs a torque converter, but, and we talk about in a, you know, a fuel application or even anything with a clutch, you have to make the power to have the clutch operate properly. The same goes for a torque converter, right? That thing is, you know, if you're not feeding the converter enough power because the thing's running on 7 cylinders, it is not going to act anywhere near the way it should. Nate Saylor and Aaron Stanfield.
Stanfield in a car we don't recognize him in. Typically, like we talked about in the first round, jumped over to this Hearts Charge car for Scott Tidwell Racing, part of the Elite Scott Tidwell partnership that's kind of brought the stars of Elite Motorsports over here to the Pro Mod scene.
Yeah, this thing, he may be the 1 millionth customer as far as people to drive this car. It has been through a lot of different people in the seat, capable people. There's nothing wrong with the race car. It's just, you know, it's like Scott Tidwell's guest house. This is his guest mod.
As we see Scott walking up beside the car in that overhead shot, he's kind of probably going to ask what's going. There's Scott walking back in the gray on the right side there.
Scott's asking who's driving it this weekend.
He was checking, double checking real quick, see who's in the seat. We got Randy Lee out there and Jamie Luke taking a look. Now they're looking under the car as well.
It left a small puddle of fuel when it stopped from the burnout, and I'm guessing that hopefully just came out of the overflow or something of some sort, but it doesn't appear to be actively leaking anything. Nate Saylor, Quick Performance, Proline, Quartermax, Fuel Tech, Mars of Billings, SFR Performance, the Stat Guy, and Braille Batteries. So Aaron Stanfield, a disappointing 428 to begin his qualifying effort earlier. They're looking to fix that up right now. He got out of the groove. He got out of the gas. 361.7, 208. Nate goes into the field with authority.
Really solid pass for Nate. 361 with a 7. Aaron looked good early. Drove to the right, had to get out of it, but Saylor finds himself 18th. He's going to be very happy with that, especially compared to how he's performed the first 2 races.
Big time. And if memory serves correct, Stanfield's car went to the left during the first run, goes to the right here, which tells me they're probably working on chassis setup.
He'll go right down the center next time.
Yeah, so the third bowl of porridge is going to be the one that is the right temperature for Aaron Stanfield.
Yep, interesting pair we've got coming up here. Keith Haney and the Black Widow. I want to say Black Mamba, but we've moved to the Black Widow.
Yes.
Now with this new car, Nitrous powered machine, Pat Musey Racing Engines, and Luis De Leon out of Fuel Tech.
On one side, the Fuel Tech machine, the turbocharged car of Lewis, a rather quiet, soft-spoken guy.
You think he's quiet?
To a degree.
Oh, man.
As compared to Keith Haney, the guy may as well be a mute.
Yes, that's true. Both of these guys love to talk, but in different ways. Let's say that.
Bingo.
Sure.
Bingo. So there's Haney. Brandon Schweitzer tuned, of course, the former champion of the Midwest Pro Mod Drag Racing Series. You know, the Fuel Tech story is one that, you know, is just kind of ingrained now in the sport of drag racing, and they are such a big part of everything that goes on. But it is an incredible story. I mean,
it really is.
When you think about, you know, the roots of this company in Brazil, a country that is wild about drag racing and wild about hot rodding, but a place that many people, if you asked 1,000 people on the street where did Fuel Tech come from, not a single one would say Brazil, unless you knew.
I mean, but it's something that's just become ubiquitous.
Game changer.
Like their slogan is Fuel Tech everywhere, and they mean that because it literally is everywhere. A really cool success story for that company. And how about, I'm noticing, like, you're feeling that vibration from this Keith Haney?
Yes.
950, or probably larger than 998 is what he's got.
Moving the floor.
It is vibrating the tower up here right now.
Yeah, that thing's pounding the ground pretty good. With the advanced chassis technology, with the advanced new aerodynamic body on this car, you know, it seems as though it should be a player. It seems as though it should be capable of running in the 62, 63 range.
I would say even, I mean, yeah, that would be a solid run for it. It's got capability to go quicker than that. They just haven't been able to get a hold of this thing just yet. But you can see it right here.
De Leon's loose, finish line stripe, 368 at 202.
I mean, kind of to your point, that's just that looked like a good run.
It did.
For that car, but it's just not what it's capable of. I mean, 368 at only 202. That's a car that's capable of going 210, much like Halsey's car, and you know, dropping that down like another tenth to a 358 on a really, really good run. But we're just not seeing it.
Possible that Schweitzer looked at, you know, the 4.0 run they made earlier and thought, you know what? Yes, this is Hail Mary conditions, but I'm just trying to make a 32-car field, so let's at least get us established somewhere. Possible or no?
Possible. I mean, I don't know. Brandon's kind of all or nothing. I feel like he's going to go for it, but I didn't see exactly where he ended up on the sheet. But a 68, I mean, yeah, you're made it down the track and you're getting data, but that's still probably 500ths off from where they
easy.
Easily. The 363 number we see on the board now is the bump spot. I think that's more what they're shooting for.
Oh, Manny Bujinga's car is absolutely puking its guts out there. He's flipping switches and shutting stuff off, but that is an unholy mess, and I am hoping it's fuel. And by the volume it was coming out, it has to be.
Has to be.
See Manny waving his crew over the wall. Heads up move there for Manny to get the thing stopped, and you can already see it. Maybe not.
Yeah, I know Manny's jumping out and saying, well, I mean, I kind of feel like he was trying to get out of the way for for his opponent to make the run, but too much going on there is with that fluid on the track.
Came out of the burnout.
Right there, it's starting.
Oh man, I think that might be oil. Man, look at it.
Looks like it just came through the car wash, and
it's like it split a tank open or something.
I mean, it is flooding.
It does. Just by the nature of the fact we've seen little to no evaporation to this moment.
Wow, a lot of fuel there. That's what they said. It was fuel.
Okay, it is fuel. We're just hearing across the room from Al Tucci, so that's good. I mean, I guess my initial thought was the volume of it.
Evaporate very quickly.
Yeah, we could go swim in it.
Yeah.
So this thing had to have, that has to be a fitting. The way it discharged all that volume had to be a fitting or a main feed line to the engine.
Yeah, so we're going to get Joey Martin fired up here, let him make his pass, and then do something about that puddle on the track at about the 330. Oh, and that car, the way this always works, it's like that thing was just hunting that puddle left by Manny Bujinga.
Wow.
As soon as he let go of the button.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked, it's really sketchy to me, but like when you leave cars on the track and then you run it up, we've talked about how they seem to just home in on each other, and this thing was headed right for that.
So you're going to see Lake Bujinga come up on the right. And the car was just, it was trying to get there.
It literally was. It was headed right for it.
He said, you know what? I've been watching this for a few years now, the Winter Series. I'm building a car. He built that car especially just to be here this year. Hey, Renee. Hello, Renee.
Now, look, you and Wes are entrepreneurial types. We should be bottling this stuff and selling it as a limited edition World Series of Pro Mod liquefied souvenir.
So we'll see what they do to kind of, it looks like a leaf blowers are going to be the tool of choice to get rid of this right now. But what do you think that does to like the traction compound and the rubber base that's out there when you get that fuel on it?
I think you're going to see, you're definitely going to see, I would guess anyway, the scraper coming out. Yeah, that's because it's so much volume and because it's actually going to soak in. You know, it's not like a little dusting of it. That's going to be a scrape job. Thankfully he stopped the car when he did, so it minimizes the length of the cleanup. It'll be a scrape, a drag, and a spray out there. And that's a critical, like cars with lockups, that is a critical area of the racetrack right there.
You can't mess around with it. So Wade's going to roll out there.
Now, Wade is kind of known as a little bit of a pyro guy, so I want to see if he uses the torch on this thing to set this puddle of fuel on. Here you go, I told you. There's not enough of it left to actually ignite, though, much to his chagrin.
We're trying to get a little pyro preview out here.
Meanwhile, Gavin's legs are getting warm. Let's go to Caleb Morton.
Peter Norton, you just went 3:58.9, putting you well into the field for qualifying round number 2.
Yeah, we're very thankful with that pass. We had some problems on our first run and had to tear the motor down to completely bare block, new liners, everything. So my crew did an amazing job. And we just love being here, the excitement, and we really need to get just a good pass in tonight. But a 58.9 is a real great pass, so my team did a fantastic job.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I feel like there is real magic when Morton talks to Norton.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
The Morton-Norton connection.
We got the Morton-Norton connection for sure. He was happy with that run. And those guys, that's somebody to watch tomorrow.
Yes.
Like we talked about Ricky Jones, or not tomorrow, on Saturday's eliminations. That combination, father-son combination and tuning mastery that they have and kind of probably operating that car like a pro stock, like we're talking about, consistency. The car's always under control.
Yes.
It's drivable. So I'd look for him and Hayward to both be players on Saturday.
You know, to me, if there is a singular person that has really established themselves as somebody who, before the Snowbirds, people asked, how to spell his last name, and you get to this race, and now the guy's a top 5 qualifier, and every single team in this pit area knows who he is and how capable he is, and he's been very good and consistent on the starting line. I think, in my mind, he is one of the top 3 people over this year's Winter Series that have placed themselves into a different category in the sport.
Yeah, last year we had some of those guys like Hayward that we just mentioned who kind of made that leap, like you said. But let's go back to Kayla. She's got Nate Saylor.
Nate Saylor, first of all, give me a hug. Okay, 361.7, which puts you at number 18. I know you have been fighting this freaking machine for a while, but how does it feel coming in and getting in the field and qualifying round number 2?
It feels really good. We put in so much work on this car. Like, my guys have been testing like crazy, and we know it can do it. We've been 55, 4 58s in a row. Like, it was a bracket car, and then something changed, and we're working on getting that back. We ran a 70 earlier today, which we were super disappointed with. We went back to the drawing board. We undid everything we did, went back to what we knew, and it ran a 61. So we got a little improvement. It shook a little bit out there. We're going to work on that early part a little bit, and hopefully we can get into the 50s.
Well, if you guys don't know, Nate Saylor is my good friend, and this is my absolute favorite car on the property, so I am thrilled to see it in the field. Thank you, Nate.
Thanks, guys.
I hope Peter Norton didn't hear that.
I know.
I think, I hope he was out of earshot for that.
Yeah. That's great to see Nate
Yeah.
make that pass. He talked about what we've talked about a lot up here. They had high hopes for that car, but has struggled with it. Finally found the window here, and it's great to see him. He's a great personality. I don't know if you've seen him on the show.
Oh, yeah.
A lot.
Oh, the guy's awesome.
Can really bring it in that
Yes.
regard, and we haven't had a chance to showcase him here at the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. But now I think we're going to get that opportunity this weekend.
Yeah, it seems like they have entered that next phase. It seems like they've really made a big strides in getting the car figured out, and that is going to lead them to great success over the course of this event and many others going forward. As the John Deeres do their work, we are going to take ourselves a quick break here at the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod, the culmination of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series presented by J&A Service. The last stages of our track prep.
Louis De Leon, that wasn't an extremely successful pass, right? But I want to talk about your success off of the racetrack. You have a lot to do with fuel tech, right?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And out of all these cars that are running, there's 64 Pro Mods on the property today. And I'd be willing to bet 50 out of 64 are running fuel tech.
Yeah, I would guess it's about that number. You know, it's close to the number, maybe even higher, just to be honest.
And how blessed are you to have 50 of the most badass drivers in the entire world run your product?
It's crazy, right? Like you always start with a dream about, I don't know, 15 years ago with my partner Anderson, and one day we dreamed together. I moved to the United States. We expand the business here, and we do race car electronics for people that go fast. So like it's crazy that we can have all of those best guys using our stuff and going really fast, right?
And, you know, a really fun fact about you is I've noticed no matter how you do out here, good, bad, ugly, whatever, you are always having the best time and you always have a smile on your face, and I appreciate that so much.
No, man, life's good, right? What can I tell you, right? Like I didn't do a good lap, but like we faced some struggles. We're running a turbo combination that is tough. I'm kind of used to that, run the toughest one. I start with stuff, and I went to screw for a while. Now we went turbos just to see how it is, and it's actually really cool. It's challenging. It's a different challenge, right? We're picking up. The car is already being to the 50s. It's an older car, older engine, but like everyone around is good people, right? So there's no way we won't have fun, right? So I hope I can do better tomorrow, try to qualify, but like I'm still enjoying it.
That's going to be a new slogan of mine. Life is good, always with Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can't help but love the guy. Anytime you spend around him, he's a highly, highly intelligent guy, but also just has that positive energy. You just saw live and in living color right there.
Absolutely. Infectious enthusiasm. So great to see him maybe chipping away at that combination. We'll see if he can get in the field.
I like the description. It's a challenge. I like, you know, because a lot of times you get the alligator tears down there where it's you get everything. No, he didn't say that. He said it's a challenge, which it is. The Candyman, Frank Falter the fourth, and Brandon Plyler coming up right now. Big thanks to Frank Falter because he showed up into the timing tower with an industrial-sized box of Reese's trees, the Reese's peanut butter trees.
I missed this.
Oh,
one.
baby, they're sitting right next door. I got you. I got something laid out for you.
That's good to know.
He also, we could have some breaking Frank Falter news tomorrow. He's going to confirm something with me. I'll tell you off air. I don't want to commit to anything yet, but it could be very cool.
Good deal, man. Excited to hear that. The Candyman, and then on the other side, we've got a chemical imbalance, the 41 wheelies for Casey Cato, car owner, driven by Brandon Plyler. Actually got some Todd Tutterow YO horsepower in that thing, tuned by Robert Hayes, well-known chassis builder in Mooresville, North Carolina. Calling the shots as well. Two guys that have the ability, they haven't shown it yet, but do have the ability, I think, not necessarily to go to the top of the sheet.
No.
But if these guys make a run that they're capable of, they both should crack that top 32 here. It's cooling off quickly.
Yes.
The sun is completely set. This is really prime time right now. As we take a look at the patient discharge form on this wrap.
It's so good.
Actually, my company wrapped that car.
See?
Victory vinyl.
It's great, man. No.
I'm trying to be.
You should take credit for this thing.
Unbiased.
No.
Commentator up here, but sometimes I can't.
I did a race one time with David Hobbs, the legendary David Hobbs, race car driver from the 70s, drove everything. He kept plugging his Honda dealership incessantly. So this is way cooler than a Honda dealership. Feel free to brag on this all day long.
We got to get some in there.
Yes.
We got to get some free advertising here and there. Casey pulls his driver in. Another like infectious guy, like Luis, like we were just talking about. Positive guy. Always having a good time, loves to be here. That's what it's about, man. This stuff's too hard.
Yes.
Costs too much money not to have fun.
All right, let's see if either of these guys can pick up. Falter needs to pick up about 300ths of a second. So close, but yet so far away. Plyler needs about 800ths to get there. Will not be, oh man, Falter's car made a pretty quick move to the center. He shut it off. He got a little bit further in than Plyler did.
He had some hope there. 919, 60 foot, yep. 247 to the 330. Just wasn't able to hang with it. We'll watch closely. It leaves decent and just really kind of just driving off. Didn't pick the wheels up. And he was able to steer the thing, but just really drove hard to the right. So we've got Berta Nova, Sean Ellington with his new Centrifugal Supercharger, a ProCharger actually. And Kyle Dvorak, fresh off of lights out last week.
Yes.
Radials and no bars on this car last week. And back in Pro Mod trim this week.
It is it's a funny thing, and you and I have battled this for years, where you talk to people about, the generation of drag racing that they were in and how it was so much better and how you have no idea how good it was. And meanwhile, we're talking about a guy with a car that ran on radial tires a week ago, swapped the thing over to come run this thing this week with the potentiality to win 150 grand here, and he was racing for however many umpteen tens of thousands of dollars there. I get everybody loves their particular era of the sport, but this is the same stuff guys were doing 50 years ago when they were match racing funny cars and stuff. This is how it goes.
Yeah, you don't see it as much as you did maybe a few years ago as far as guys swapping back and forth, but it is another feather in the cap for building a pro mod.
Yes.
Because even if you run out of places to run it as a pro mod, which is unlikely,
right?
You can go put radials on it and run it in a radial class. So these cars are really multi-purpose tools and really I like to say a great bang for the buck.
Yeah, man.
Build a drag car.
It just makes sense.
It does. I mean, that's what I'm trying to tell myself. That's how I convince myself to, make stupid purchases.
So Kyle Dvorak rolling ahead. Went 366 at 205. Sean went 368 at 205 as well. Both guys have plenty in the tank to make this field of 363.5 the bump. Dvorak's making a case for himself. Nope, short at 365. Okay. They ran 66 and 68. Now they run 65 and 65.
They're tied together, man. 365 a pair, ends up 41st and 42nd.
Man.
And they're going to come out together again.
They will.
Probably. I don't know what happened with Sean there. He was just kind of set at the starting line. Doesn't affect the ET at all. No. It just kind of makes the race look weird.
It certainly did.
Got one trailing the other so far, but, not really. We saw Sean crack his way into the field at the U.S. Street Nationals with the turbo. He's probably a little disappointed with what he's seen out of that new combination here so far.
Travis Harvey and Gabriel Andino. And look, that's the risk, and that's the risk that they accepted. But when you change combinations like this midstream,
it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back type of thing. You can't expect to just pick up right where you left off.
You have zero window of error.
Yeah, and it's really, I don't know how much testing they did or anything, but this is not where you really want to figure it out. You've got to come in with a proven combination. So we take a look. Some World Series Pro Mod branding here, but we've got Travis Harvey in this lane. I was looking over here to see, I think Danny Perry is, longtime Pro Mod racer. Danny Perry is calling the shots on this car this weekend.
Okay.
And I believe he did at the U.S. Street Nationals as well. But a guy that, probably, I don't want to, make the call or whatever, but one of the top 5 pure drivers out here this weekend just needs to get this car underneath him, and he's going to be a player on Saturday.
Yeah, he is one of the handful of guys, as we've talked about. He's one of the handful that get me close, and I'll take you the rest of the way there. And you could bet your bottom dollar that he is going to be exactly where he needs to be when he needs to be there. Harvey locks it down first. Here comes Andino. Harvey's car rolled the beams. Oh, boy. Andino goes through a 363.4. He is in the field by 1,000th of a second for the time being. And for Travis Harvey, this is rough stuff now.
Yeah, something went wrong there. Electrical issue or something where the car just trans-braked. It didn't hold and just rolled through, it looked like. Yeah, it just was pulling the car through the beams. You just hate that.
You hate it.
You look at the conditions out here right now. I haven't checked the weather here just a bit. I'm going to refresh it and see where we're at, but you can just see and feel we're down to 1,300 feet.
We started at 1,550, so yeah, that's a 250-foot drop in a pretty short amount of time. Travis will get a little assist off the top end of the racetrack, as Jacob McNeil and Rodojan Basato will be the next pair.
Jacob McNeil in this car that we've seen Brandon Snyder campaigning for the first 2 Winter Series events. And I believe McNeil had an issue with his CUDA that he normally is campaigning out here, and then this opportunity was presented to him to jump in this car.
Caleb Morton caught up with Keith Haney after his latest qualifying attempt.
Keith Haney, a 368, which doesn't sound like a stellar run, but for you, it is, and tell me why.
You know, we've been fighting this car since we got it. You know, we had the Black Mamba, it broke itself the first race of the year, 6 bars in the back were all broke. So this car wasn't planned to be out until middle of the year, until we tested it. And we had to come straight down here to U.S. streets and then to here, and we just been fighting what the car likes and what have you. 21 runs. It's the first time I've been in the 60s. It's the first time I've been down the racetrack. So pretty exciting. You know, it's slow, but just to go down is good enough for me. We broke shit, changed shit, tires bad. We've done it all. But at the end of the day, we don't suck right now.
That's right. And I watched this car. It has been so mean to you. I'm surprised you have teeth left in your head. It has rattled the shit out of the tires every time. So I'm super proud of you. Hopefully this is a stepping stone and at least a starting point so we can have some success tomorrow.
Exactly. Well, we've got something to work with now. And yes, when you talk about shitting, I did a whole lot of it. Shook the shit out of me all the way out.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
And so Keith Haney, affable after his effort because that car has made forward progress, and we're going to see if they can build on that tomorrow. Now it's time for Rodejan Passato and Jacob McNeil to take their swings at it. One car went in at 363.4. That car is now the bump spot. It will be a 367.7 for Passato. McNeil goes 368.1. Neither car quick enough to make the show. Passato's car was 927 early, which is, you know, within spitting distance of where it needs to be.
Yeah, not where either of those guys want to be, but it's something we haven't talked about to this point during this session. We do have the Outlaw Light Beer wild card shootout on Saturday. That basically, because we've got 64 cars on the grounds, every car you see competing here this weekend in qualifying is going to be racing. The number 33 through 64 qualifiers will get put on a 32-car ladder and run for $25,000 courtesy of Outlaw Light Beer, who is also providing free beer for our strange racer party.
I thought you might have just said free beer.
I did say free beer.
Well.
So. What's a party without free beer, man? We got all you can drink and all you can eat for all these racers. Poblano's Mexican.
Oh, that place hits.
It's legit. So we'll be doing that right after wrapping up qualifying here tonight. The Strange Racer Appreciation Party here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. We're big on parties. We had one last night. Got one tonight.
No, these gatherings are great, man. It's what sets these events apart. It makes a lot of memories as well. As Davis and Mickey come up, Mickey once again outside the field, came in on the bump spot, and is now sitting 44th. Hart's Turbochargers. Now Hart's Charger, Mabry Motorsports, Aeromotive, Weld, Proline, LAT Oil, Futech, Connecticut Engineering, and FT Injectors.
Mark's, he's been hard on himself throughout this winter.
Yes, he has.
He's been kind of down in the dumps, and this thing's just not been performing the way he wants. This change to the Hart's Charger, we're going to see here. If he doesn't get a lick right here and make a run that he's capable of, he's going to be in a bad mood, because this is the opportunity. He needs a great pass right here to kind of get his mojo back. And he's definitely got the ability to do it. We'll see if he can put it together.
Don't eat Mexican food angry. That's a goal every one of us should have, including Mark. Not going to happen for him. Not going to happen for him. 63 with a 0. Davis goes into the show by a slim margin, 207 miles an hour. And once again, Mickey's car, 928 short time, and it sounded like the thing was like almost driving through the torque converter. The revs are up.
It did. It sounded bad there just after the 60-foot. Robert Davis, it looks like he may have gotten a piston, gotten a ring or something here at the very end of the run. This thing starts trailing some white smoke. Well,
oh, yeah.
That was after looks maybe after he was out of the throttle.
What was the greatest thrash of the Carpenter Boys racing exploits? When you were a kid, what was the greatest racetrack thrash you could pull back on?
I'll need to think about that for a second. I'll come back to you because I'm racking my brain.
Okay.
There were a lot of them. There were a lot of them. Man, you had to run these things hard. On the IHRA days, you know, when you were calling the races and we were doing the IHRA tour, we didn't have billet. You know, there wasn't all this billet stuff. We had a 728 cubic inch motor with cast heads, and you had to run that thing hard at the quarter mile. So every 2 passes, we had to pull the heads off the.
Every 2.
We had to pull the heads off the motor and change rings. And
the 1 pass you had off must have felt like vacation.
I know, man. It was a lot of work. So you would qualify. So we had the heads off at least 2 or 3 times throughout the weekend. And that was just what you did. I mean, you see some of these guys still doing some of that stuff, but that just speaks to how far the durability and the technology of these things have come.
Ed Thornton. Boy, oh boy, Ed Thornton. We mentioned him in praise tones during the first qualifying session for a 364 at almost 220 miles an hour. Brylan Holder went 364.6, but that Thornton run, the single best run we've seen this car make in a long time.
And we called it kind of our most surprising run of the first qualifying session. He could get after this thing right here and really surprise us, possibly dip in that 50 zone.
That would be epic.
364 with the 6 in the first round. 219.61. We'll see if he can get in the 50s and break 220.
Oh, you're really putting it on him now.
Yeah, I'm going on both sides.
You're putting the whole thing on him.
That's what we want to see. These turbo cars, we want to see them. The fans love to see these things run.
The speed. And Brylan Holder, Lions Custom Motorsports, Holder Air Conditioning, Frontier Plumbing, Fuel Tech, Proline M&M Transmission, Chevrolet Camaro.
Every time I see this guy come to staging Thornton up, I think that's Shane T, but they got the market dominated on the bald look over there.
He does. Thornton bumps it in.
Here we go.
And he had to get out of it.
Yeah.
362.6, 201 for Holder. That's good enough to put him in.
Great pass for Holder. Only 201. Have to go back and see what happened at the very end there, but Ed Thornton, man, he looked like these turbo cars are not going to do 60, 59, 60 foot. Kind of had him in the ballpark where he needed to be, but then something happened.
Watch when it climbs the front end up.
Oh, it threw the right rear tire off the ground when he got out of it. It almost looked like something broke, you know, the way it snapped down.
Yes,
so
like
quickly.
the odd kind of quick drop there. But yeah, the afterburners are just about to light on that thing when it went bad for him. Raymond Matos coming up right now.
Matos with this brand new car that they just debuted and tested here a couple of weeks ago and tested earlier this week.
Now, in my lineup sheet, I had Matos slated to race with Tony Wilson, but no sign of Wilson here.
Yeah, I can't see back in the staging lanes to see if this is just a pairing situation or if Tony's not going to make the call. Tony made a great run with that car, with that Ironman car earlier, and I know that without barring any kind of mechanical situation, they'd be up here.
Yeah. So Matos, as we mentioned earlier, a new car for him. Decided that the old car, which was still a stout performer, had enough runs on it. You heard Keith Haney talking about the car, the Black Mamba car that he retired, and how when they pulled it apart, they found the back of the chassis was so beat up, they said, okay, let's just not bother with this and bring out the new one.
Yep.
And these things do. I mean, the amount of stress that's put on these chassis over and over and over again, they will give up the ghost at some point.
Fresh pipe. It's always a good thing. At least after you get through those new car blues.
Yeah, right.
That's the important part of it.
And Matos will go 359.4 at 209. There's another one of the 50s club.
909, 60 foot.
Nice.
It's cool to hear, you know, on a single run like that, to hear the thing shifting, the different sounds these things make, the Charger, ProCharger versus the screw blower. Kind of gets lost when you've got two cars out there.
It does.
Every once in a while, it's good to hear a single go down through there.
Yeah, no, that was very nice. It places him 9th right now at 59. It knocks our bump spot down to a 363.0 and brings up the defending Redline Oil, Drag Illustrated World Series of Pro Mod champ Steve King.
We got two World Series of Pro Mod champs here. The original World Series of Pro Mod champion, Mike Bowman, back when we were out at Bandimere Speedway in Denver, Colorado. And Steve King, our most recent winner, a guy who's worn the crown for 363 days at this point and wants to retain that for another year, but he's gonna definitely have to earn it to get through this field.
And for Mike Bowman, much like we saw Ed Thornton, you know, Bowman went 64. He went 217 and a half. So there is potential here for him to be able to crank this thing down, although it seems like a lot of attention. Okay, they're just taking tire temperature there. Wheelie bar adjustment with illumination provided by his daughter.
All hands on deck back there on the Bowman machine. We'll see what he's able to do. If he's dip into those 50s, get up, tickle that 220 zone. Steve King, we talked about his tuner, John Salemi. We talked about Jeff Miller over there, Chad Wright, the whole brain trust with the Gene Pilot owned machine. There's a good look at Jeff Miller. The big game hunters, as I like to say, with the big money on the line, like at the Yellow Bullet Nationals, these events, these guys always step up. This is the time to do it. We'll see what they're able to put together.
Beautiful looking run by King, and here comes Bowman. 360 with a 4 for Steve King at 207. 361 with a 6 at 217 for Bowman. Two guys punching their tickets into the show.
Yep, number 12 for Steve King, 18 for Bowman. They're both going to be happy with that, though. I'd say Steve King and those guys wanted to go in the 50s there. At only 207, that car's capable of running bigger speed than that.
Kind of taking a peek here, specifically at the exhaust pipes there on King's car. Didn't seem to be eating itself up or anything, but it's down a little on the speed clocks. But Ned Dunphy and Kenny Lang will now take their shot. And again, the bump sits 363.0.
Speaking of the bump, okay, let's take a look at it right now. I didn't even know or think that it would get much lower than this 363. We're going to see this thing drop for sure.
Yes.
Are we going to get another 350s bump spot like we had at the U.S. Street Nationals?
That is a bridge I don't know if we're going to cross, and it's all going to be contingent on what happens tomorrow with the timing of our sessions and what Mother Nature decides to deliver us with air. It is certainly not the capability of the racers because we know that's there. It's going to be the conditions they be running in. So, you know, if we hit the jackpot weather-wise, yes. If we have to live in the reality that we probably do, 61, 62 maybe.
Things have been trending cooler. I mean, they really have over the next 2 days. Just looking at the forecast, I think it's going to be a little cooler than we initially projected, but we'll see. Again, we think at the very least that these cars are going to be so tightly packed. Are we going to see that 400s window from 1 to 32 like we normally see?
So Ned Dunphy,
even tighter. Sorry about that.
Good. Kenny Lang from Grand Point, Manitoba, Canada. Dunphy from the slightly closer location of Roswell, Georgia. Last bit of communication there from the crew guy. As the dew begins to freeze on the injector hats, the alcohol being injected in those fuel lines you see in the back. And Dunphy is going to go down through 60 with a 1, 205.41 miles an hour. So Ned Dunphy goes from the number 35 spot into the field. And after Lang shut off, you could really hear Dunphy's car doing some work out there.
Yeah, it sounded like he kind of blipped the throttle or something, or maybe double-stepped it through, going through the finish line. Look good. Look at it with the wheels up, heading to the 330, drifting a little bit to the left, but it kind of a little.
He definitely breathed on the gas pedal.
I think so, and he only went 205.
Jason Harris and Ryan Hayward. Hayward is currently the bump spot at 362.8, and Jason Harris sits 35th at 363.0. Carbon watches, Florida Southern Diamond. CE Choke Express.
Uh-oh, shoots out. Oh, boy. Ryan Hayward, hopefully they get on the radio quickly to him and he doesn't back over these things.
Wes Buck attempting to outrun Randy Lee.
Which they did. That's the beauty of radios there versus waiting on a guy to run out and back you up, because that turns ugly quick.
Yeah, there is no more crummy thing when a hot slick goes over one of the springs and becomes flat.
I was just going to say 2 killers here really to watch on race day. Both of these guys have proven their ability to go rounds tomorrow, but I don't know. Oh, the chutes came out before he ever even started his burnout.
And it could be as simple as a guy just bumping a button by accident on the
so.
steering wheel. You know, that's the thing that stinks about it.
We'll see what they're able to do. A lot of times it's a thrash to repack these things. We've seen guys try to shove them in the passenger door to make their run.
Yeah.
We don't really allow that, but
it's like, how did you know?
You were supposed to see that. No, it doesn't look like, it's like they're going to abort the run here. You hate, I mean.
You do, you hate it.
Lose this. You know, we don't know what the weather's going to do. We don't know what we're looking at tomorrow, and you lose this run.
And again, front of the pack tomorrow.
Yeah, due to just probably touching the button with your finger.
Yep.
We'll see what Jason Harris can do. Can he get back on the winning ways that we saw at the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals?
Oh, yes, he can. 897 to 60 feet. He goes 358, wanted 206.
Another one that was on a killer pass, 238 to the 330, 897, 60 foot, but then only 206 and kind of had a weird sound at the finish line. I mean, was it spinning the tires or what's?
The sub 9/10 of a second, 60 foot. My goodness.
Yeah, it's going to be, obviously we don't have the audio on this replay. But just going right through the finish line. Oh, look at it bounce.
Man.
Kind of came off the ground.
Yeah. Well, the 58 places him 4th and removes any doubt as to whether or not he will compete in the quick 32, because let's be honest, we're not getting to a 58 bump spot.
I think that car, I mean, it was going quicker than that. Something happened right in the finish line.
Yeah, because you're right. I mean, even just it's conspicuous. You got 210, 207, 209, and then you drop all the way to 206, and the speeds come right back up again in the qualifying order.
We'll have to talk to Jason, or maybe Kayla can grab Jason down there.
Yeah, fine.
Never a guy that's short on words, so let us know what happened.
Robert Cox on one side, backing his way up, Carlton, Michigan. And Robin Roberts out of Smithville, Missouri on the other. Here, 23 of 32.
Yeah, we're working through these.
Yes, we are.
Cars. I thought we were about halfway through. We're well past halfway.
I think they took the opportunity when Bujinga had the issue to basically do their mid kind of session prep.
Good point. Robin Roberts, this guy's been running really good here.
Man, yes, he has.
Under the radar, we don't talk about it a lot or even have noticed it, but with this new car this year, this guy's been running really well. Rob Cox really stepped it up this first round of qualifying, finds himself late in the session. This Anthony Lum, Elite Motorsports umbrella over there with this team.
Central Power Systems and Services car, Serio on the doors as well for Robin Roberts. Robert Cox was in a hurry to leave. He goes 360 with a 7. 209 miles an hour for Cox as Roberts goes at 362.3 at 204. He had run 362.7 earlier, so he goes from the 32nd spot to 31.
Yeah, great run for Rob Cox. Finds himself dead center of the field, number 16 right now. I think that team's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, we've seen nice back-to-back clean performances out of the Robert Cox-driven car. Ariano Kayean coming up and Ethan Stedding next. Kayean is on the bump spot, having gone 362.5. Stedding is not too far ahead of him, having gone 362.2. He's 28.
We were talking about some dark horses or some people that have some eyeballs on them this weekend to potentially be a spoiler here. Ethan Stedding has popped up, and actually you and I talked about that during this last round, and then I went back and was pulling up some stuff on social media. I noticed that FloRacing even had a video and put together something kind of stating the same. So
okay.
The word's kind of floating around that
yeah,
Ethan Stedding is going to be a player here this weekend. 362 with a 2 at 205 in Q1. This car formerly campaigned by his dad. His dad's in the new model Camaro now, so he kind of inherits the 69 Camaro, which has found its way all the way to the final round of the Drag Illustrated World Series of Pro Mod a handful of years ago. In the left lane, we got kind of a new player out of the KTR camp, Jeff Pierce tuning with his brand new car.
Our Vinco Racing teammate, Ariano Kiayan, of course, hails from Brazil by way of Thompson, Georgia.
Great drone shot. American flag blowing. Beautiful night here in Bradenton.
It really is. Stedding now gets the high sign from Todd Tutterow. Moving on down the line. And Ethan Stedding is clean and mean. 359.0, 359.9. The bump spot continues to fall as guys leapfrog their way up the qualifying order.
897 and a 239 with a 7.
Nice.
Stedding had the early numbers. Kayan had the power out the back door. 210.67. It's kind of two ways to get it done. 359 with a 9, 210.67, and a 359 with a 0 at only 206. So a lot left in that car.
And that brings up Johnny Camp and Sidney Frigo. Johnny Camp was among the first cars to run during the first qualifying session where he anchored the field for a minute up top, and then he is now 31st.
Life comes at you fast, especially in these sessions. It changes quickly, but great to have Johnny Camp back in the mix, a guy that's always been a player at these events. Hasn't been able to attend the first two, but he's back here for the World Series of Pro Mod. And some guys do prioritize, you know, if they're going to run a full season in PDRA or IHRA or NHRA.
Yep.
And I mean, it's a tall task to have your stuff ready in December.
Yes.
Or even in January.
Yeah.
But we're getting to the point of the year where guys got their stuff together now and are going to use this sort of as their first race of the actual season. And you see a lot of guys kind of look at it that way and prioritize this event. I mean, it's when do you do your off-season maintenance? When do you do your upgrades? When do you get a new car now? Because having everything ready in December, that's a tall order.
And if you are, you know, as some of these guys are, if you're running the NHRA series, you need to be in Gainesville in less than a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to leave here and go right to Gainesville, which is, like we talked about, I don't think we see that as much as we did a couple of years ago. This thing's gotten so competitive.
People have added second cars.
Exactly. Yeah. You've got to have an entire car,
a
dedicated car. You can't do this converting over from quarter mile to eighth mile. You've really got to have a dedicated setup to come out here and compete.
So Camp and Frigo flipping the motors there to clear them out as they get ready to stage them up.
Redline Oil coming on board, title sponsor of the World Series of Pro Mod. Sidney Frigo, finalist at the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals.
Went a round or two a month ago, but he's looking to get back into the form he had at the Snowbirds. Hanging the front end 330 feet, 59.8, but look at Camp, 357.7 for Johnny Camp, uncorking out here at 210 miles an hour.
And that's what Camp's capable of with that Brandon Stroud tuned machine. We've seen that over and over down here. They love this track and they love this event. Go all the way deep into the 350s, 357 with a 7. 210.67. That's what that car's capable of. That's kind of what we've missed these first two events. Like I said, a guy that's qualified #1 for the World Series of Pro Mod back in 2023. Our first time at Bradenton Motorsports Park, and on it again. Jim Halsey in the Blacklist Camaro, really the torchbearer for the Nitrous cars here this weekend and throughout the Winter Series. This car repaired after an incident at the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals, tangled up in an incident with Jeff Rudolph, quickly repaired Jerry Bickle race cars and back out here last month for the U.S. Street Nationals, capable of going right in that mid to high 350 zone like we're seeing these guys consistently do at this point. So what can he do with this Nitrous car and hang with these guys? And looking at the fuel injected screw blown setup for Jason Lee. They've been working away at this car, putting a ton of runs on it and testing to get it where it needs to be. We saw Gustafson lay down a pass earlier today, tuned by Jason Lee, so he jumps behind the wheel here. Can he kind of keep pace with his teammate? So get a look at Kathy Halsey, longtime partner of Jim Halsey and a big motivating force behind this team, and a team that's been together for decades at this point. Good looking run for Jason Lee, 360 with a 1, 208.91. Halsey early, 931, but then just had, I mean, the car was just pouring black smoke. Looked like it had some kind of issue. Never really.
Man.
Never, I mean, just a large amount of orange flame coming out of that car, which you want to see the blue flame. It looks like some kind of mechanical issue to me.
Certainly did. And again, like we talked about earlier in the session, when you see a car, when the nose just kind of falls out of the sky like that, definitely an indication of something gone awry mechanically. Banneker and Stedding. Kayla has Jason Harris. Let's hear what he has to say about that run.
Jason Harris, not the run we are looking for and not the story I am used to following for you. What's going on here?
First round blew a boost line off and it just kind of laid down. I lifted a little early that time. That time, got out there, felt like it was okay, but it just laid down again. I don't know what's going on. We got an issue, but went to the chip. I could see lights flashing and everything, but I just held her down to hell with it. Just go with it. And so we'll go back, rebuild it, and we'll come back tomorrow and we'll see. You know, it's going to be a chess match with the rain coming in like it is, but, you know, World Series of Pro Mod, you got to go for it.
Got to be some drama out here, right?
Exactly.
Thank you.
You know, the speed is concerning, obviously, and the nosing over at the top end is concerning because that typically means you're moments away from disaster.
So it sounds like an engine issue for the second run in a row for Jason Harris. But he said, I'm not getting out of it. You gotta
oh,
keep
yeah,
this
no.
thing. He said every light in the dash was going off, but he wasn't lifting.
Yeah, his foot's going to be through the firewall no matter what's going on out there. We'll see if Kurt Stedding can keep up with his kid. Of course, Banneker, 361.6. Stedding went 361.8. Bump spot has fallen to 362.3. And again, we're into the portion of the session now where the cars you see are in the field currently, but virtually all of them, maybe all of them, can go quicker than they did earlier.
No doubt about it. Is Banneker's crew guy, Mike Graves, gives him one last look. Pulls him into the beams. Banneker's a player as well. He could dip into the 350s.
Clean and mean, 59 for Billy Banneker. So he joins the 50s club at 2:12.43, by the way.
We've been seeing some huge speed out of the car. Big power with that ProCharged car.
In Stedding's 361.7, we're seeing repeatability there, which is a good thing, but it's maybe not repeatably quick enough.
Exactly, and we're already down to Kurt Stedding puts himself 30 with that 61 with a 7. We're dropping quick on that bump spot.
We are. Yeah, and we're, you know, it's one of those things where we're going to hit this vein of the low 60s, and it's going to go way into the mid 61 range. Melanie Salemi lining up next to Erica Enders. How cool is this?
Oh, we got an issue here for Erica. Looked like Ben Stoss reaching in through the
wheel well there.
Yeah, the wheel well there. Maybe it looks like he was turning something.
They're trying to get the nose off
this thing quickly.
A crucial moment here for this team and for the Salemi team. I think as always, they will have some good sportsmanship, but they will obviously not going to sit here and truly place their own run in jeopardy. So their ability to kind of slow roll their process is only going to take them so far.
And if you see Jamie Luke is up there, he's got his stopwatch out. They've got a predetermined amount of time that they will allow these guys. But at that point, like you said, in fairness to the other team.
Especially in this condition right now, in this moment, when you have the track's got teeth in it like a great white shark.
There's a mad scramble going on the underside.
Yeah, it's unfortunately at this point, by the time you get the nose back on it and complete any sort of a burnout, they're going to push it back.
Ah, man, you hate to see that. She ran so well.
Brutal.
In the first session.
I honestly thought after we saw that 61 early, I thought that was the sign of things to come for that team. And this is just a tough break, which they can certainly recover from. Erica 28th in the field, but will not be able to make this attempt.
She came in the middle of this field, kind of feeling comfortable. At this point, 28th, it's not comfortable at all. So they're going to find themselves in a similar position to what they were at the U.S. Street Nationals, where down on the number of attempts left, they're going to have to break into this field. I mean, I'm just speculating based on how this bump spot shapes
This is a car that could go #1 in this moment. And she wants it. 60 with a 3 at 206 miles an hour. Picks up 0.7 of a second. Knocking on the door of the 50s, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, all over the place. Drove to the left, wheels up. Very similar to the Steve King run. Obviously, they share a tuner. But 360 at 206, almost identical lapse time and speed to what we saw at King. And they'll be looking for more out of that car as we take another look back at Erica. Justin Elks on the left, the crew chief for this team. We'll take a look at this. This is one of these passes where it just looks better.
Oh, man.
Quivering the tires, picks up the front wheel, sets them down. Look at it.
That thing was shaking it. I mean, that was crazy.
It was basketball on the tires all the way down the track. That's obviously going to affect performance, and that's maybe what we're seeing out of those cars. And one of those runs that looked way quicker and more exciting than the scoreboard showed.
Yeah, and I think, and again, when you watch it in slow motion, it's definitely a run, too, that highlights the skill that Melanie Salemi has to not, you throw a bunch of wheel in that car at any point in that run, and it's going to upset itself. She did enough to get it to the finish line, to run 60. It's a cliche thing to say, but that's not a run that everybody out here can complete.
Yeah, exactly.
Johnny Camp has been lighting up the scoreboards big time today. Kayla talked to him with the top end.
Oh, I'm about to tell him. Don't worry, I'm about to tell him.
Tell me.
Okay. Johnny Camp, you make your way to the #2 qualifying position, 3:57.7, and you are making your way to being a real spoiler here at the World Series of Pro Mod.
Well, like I say, we're going to do our best. This morning we were second pair out, so we were a little bit conservative. Brandon Stroud, as usual, conservative, does the job, and picked it up tonight. So hopefully we can hang in. There's a lot of fast cars behind us.
I'm becoming a fan, and the story that you could tell here is pretty interesting, because you're not in the points necessarily because you haven't made the first 2 races, but you could come in here and be a real problem for the top 5, and I am absolutely here for it.
Well, that's what we hope for, you know what I mean? Like I say, we'll do our best. Thanks, Proline Racing, NGK Spark Plugs, Tapman Electric, everybody in the shop. It's not just me, it's all the guys.
Congratulations on your pass. It was an absolute killer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't watched wrestling since I was a kid. I loved it when I was a kid. I just haven't followed it since then. But like one of the great plot twists that WWF used to use all the time was like there'd be a match going on, and then some dude would just show up out of the locker room and wreak havoc. Camp is that guy this week.
He is the spoiler. That's a great point by Kayla as well. Not in the points necessarily, but can really come in here and be a problem in this top 5. And he's not a spoiler in the sense that he's doing something surprising.
No, it's not like, oh, wow, who is this guy?
Yeah, we know what he's capable of. As Blevins has having issues. We're seeing some issues crop up for these guys that, okay, got it in reverse now. But these guys, we talk about how well prepared these cars are, these teams are. We don't see, for running 80, 70, 80 Pro Mods like we have been, you don't see a ton of failure, a ton of issues, but the World Series Pro Mod is different. And you see stuff like what happened with Ryan Hayward, and just some goofy things that is just maybe gets in your head and causes you to get off your game, where or whatever happened with Manny Bajinga. Maybe the fitting was loose. Whatever happened with Erica Enders right there, you know, was that an issue that typically they would have caught before they come up to the water box. And so you start to see some of these weird things happen undoubtedly every time we get to the World Series of Pro Mod.
It's why at the U.S. Nationals every year, the first round is the most unpredictable one of any race, because the mentality of the moment, people make mistakes, people get in their own heads in ways they normally wouldn't. And for true professionals like these two guys, that's not going to be an issue. For Stevie Fast and Greg Blevins, Stevie wants $150,000 and he wants an additional $25,000 for winning the points championship, which he is very much in the thick of right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But in this car, a borrowed ride from the Pierce family, part of the KTR group. And so he's familiar with this car, but not his normal Shadow that we've seen him in.
I like how he went from a car with no color on it to a car with every color.
Got them all.
$9.15 for Blevins, $9.17 for Stevie, $57.1 for Stevie Fast Jackson at $2.10. Greg Blevins Jr. at $359.7 at $207. I got a feeling that if you want to win this race, you're going to have to stop the guy in the Gorilla.
Yeah, the Gorilla, the purple Gorilla just made itself known. 357 with a 1, 210. Goes second just based on speed compared to Victor Alvarez earlier today.
0.5 of a mile an hour, basically.
These two love to line up against each other here. We've got them 1-2 so far. We'll see what Vic's able to do.
Do one.
Thumbs up.
Bo Butler just told us he's happy that Stevie left his fast car at home.
We should have grabbed Bo. He's out now, but we wanted to know what was going on with his car earlier.
The flying shake and bake heads.
I'm gonna send an invoice to Stevie or somebody for advertising their podcast.
Listen, this is a brilliant pirate advertising campaign they're executing here. Lyle Barnett and Tommy DeApril coming up now.
Only I'm allowed to get free advertising, okay, guys?
Yeah, that's right. This is a victory. This is a Victory Wraps free advertising, guerrilla advertising campaign.
Got the Modern Racing drone looking down on Lyle Barnett. A car with the Modern Racing sticker in the window. Makes frequent visits to that shop for updates, upgrades. The wiring issue, the electrical issue that they had at Snowbirds that it really bugged them that whole event. Car came to Modern Racing, I think got completely rewired to take care of that situation. So we'll see what he's able to do. Courtney getting some more advertising going on there.
Now, Tommy DeApril was a guy who happily surprised us to a degree in the first session. Again, we know the car is capable of running in the 350s, but we didn't necessarily see this one coming out of the gate. I think you and I both had the mindset of if they needed to go to the war emergency settings, they would, but they came out of the gate with the thing wound up.
I look at him as more of a race day threat, you know, a consistent racer that you don't want to line up against or draw his chip in Saturday's eliminations. But, man, that performance in qualifying was surprising in this car.
The competitive nature of these two men, Barnett and DeApril, will be illustrated. Even though this is a qualifying run, I would bet you dollars to donuts you're about to see two stellar, and I'm talking stellar reaction times leaving on this run.
Absolutely. We were talking about kind of our pure driver list. Lyle makes that all day long, but you don't count Tommy off that list as well.
Yeah, and if you, again, this guy's got a car that, if he can repeat in the high 50s here, certainly changes the tone maybe for Tommy DeApril's rest of his weekend. $23-20 on the tree, 59.4 and 59.0. Bart, this feels like an exorcism for Lyle. It feels like the demons are being sent off into the hinterlands. He goes 60 and he backs it up with a 59. Those are the two best back-to-back runs he's made in 3 races.
No doubt. 2:12.09. Big power out of that car right behind Billy Banneker's 2:12.43. That's huge numbers for this triple combination. Finds himself 12th. Tommy hanging in there at night. I mean, he puts it together with his driving and the car performing like that. That's going to be scary on Saturday.
I mean, Lyle just posted top speed of the top half of the field.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah. Randy Weatherford, Spencer Hyde. Weatherford, a guy who was battling electrical issues. They went a 59. They went a 59 in the first run, and they had the car halfway torn apart down there because they were having sensor issues. They were getting interference, so they were trying to figure that out. Spencer Hyde sitting number 7 right now.
Yeah, two tried and true machines at this point, especially the orange car sitting in the right lane, our left from this vantage point. the car that dominated the Winter Series last year with Ken Q behind the wheel. And Randy Weatherford, this car has been very dominant since it came out. I think it went on a string of probably a couple dozen passes where it didn't abort a run. They've kind of gotten away from that a bit here, and like you talked about, find themselves struggling with it just a bit, but they'll get that figured out and have this thing right back where it's been, and maybe we'll get another Randy Weatherford interview on the top.
Well, look, that's what we are unbiased observers up here. We're not pulling for anybody, but what I am pulling for is to hear what will come out of this man's mouth if he goes number one.
The Proline test dummy is what he's calling himself this weekend. That circular sticker in the rear window. That's I don't know all the details behind that, but he said, I'm the test mule for any new Proline stuff.
Yes.
I sent him a sweat emoji. I said, what are you testing for Proline? Like, we kind of need to know what you got going on here.
Oh, don't you worry about it, pal. Yeah. Weatherford, a big lick of flame out of the left side of the engine. 58.3, 58.7, the repeatability. And he did pick up 100th of a second on the nose for Weatherford.
9 flat, 60 foot, just almost into that 890 zone. Spencer finds himself 7th, Randy 8th. Great side-by-side run with these guys.
I feel like if you're in the position, especially if you're in the position of Spencer Hyde, I kind of like this strategy. They ran 58.2 earlier. They go 58.7 here. And because this is a chip draw format, you don't need to be number one.
No.
And I think this idea of let's just stack 358 runs on top of each other. Had a fascinating conversation last night with Chris Bell, Kinetic Engineering, one of the great suspension guys out here, deals with many of the race teams. He talked about the approach of a successful team in an environment like this. And if he said, if you set up your race car to be 80% as fast as you can be and make 100% of the runs, you're going to win a race rather than being the hero. So I think that strategy we're looking out of that car of Hyde looks good. Let's go back to the top end with Kayla.
357.1, putting you at number 2 qualifier just by a mile an hour. But what a debut for this really cool car, Purple Heart.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Jeff and Dave Pierce, it's a great honor to get to drive this thing. If you saw the first responders, military vets, all the folks that are on the property that come over and take pictures with it, it gets me fired up. And it's really cool. We got a KTR SF1 in this bad boy. Got my buddy Lyle Barnett hanging out with us, and it's a really cool deal. This whole team's fired up. Ardavinco, both Ardavinco cars went 59. This thing went 57. We got us a hot rod team, hot rod horsepower. Built by Bob, is not on the pole yet, but we're going to the pole.
Thank you, Stevie.
Thank you.
He's almost on the pole just by speed, like Kayla said. And the man that's holding that pole right now, Victor Alvarez in the other lane, the only guy that can knock him off that perch, Derek Minholt. He's certainly got the capability to do that.
Yes, he does. Alvarez is going to try to hold on to this number 1 spot with both hands, cables, and chains if he needs to. Minholt still. Saw him last night at the party. I said, one more win light this weekend, brother. He said, that's the plan. Menholt 9-10 down low. 56 with an 8, 2-11. Menholt takes the number 1 spot away from Alvarez.
How about Alvarez? 57-0 right behind it. But there it is. The one guy that could knock Vic off that perch just did it. 356 with an 8, 211.66. That car has just come around since the U.S. Street Nationals, or throughout the U.S. Street Nationals, and it is on a tear.
Over the last 7 runs we've seen out of this car have all been very good. The 5 that took him to a final came up a little short, but the fact that they unloaded this thing, the fact that he and Jackson both unloaded their cars and have been among the class of the field is highly impressive.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
56 with an 8. That was obviously the run of the night, but even quicker than I expected, to be honest with you. I was thinking a 57 and change, but to dip into the 350s with a 356 with an 8, absolutely incredible. And we'll take a look at this updated qualifying order here in just a bit.
And so this is a point series, points and a half race to lock up this Drag Illustrated Winter Series presented by J&A Service. Stevie Fass is making a big case for himself here, but Lyle Barnett, boy, oh boy, he's going to be loving life. He's with Kayla.
Lyle Barnett, you went a 3:59.0, major improvement for the Tommy Humans camp. I'm super proud of you. That was a really nice pass. Tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, we were looking for a little bit more, but I let go of the button and it rattled some early and cleaned it up. Made a good run beside my buddy Tommy D here. I think we both won a pair of 59, so something good for the fans for sure. But I've said all week long, you can come here and run good and you can come here and drive good and go home early. You have to be great here. You got to be great behind the steering wheel. You got to have a great car, a great crew, and a great crew chief. And I feel like we've got all of that as a package. We just got to put it together on race day. So I think 59.0 will put us well in the field after Q2. And I think would hold it should we not improve throughout the rest of the week. But it's got plenty more in it, and we know that. So we'll go back to the trailer, get back to work, do some homework, and figure out how to pick this thing up a little bit tomorrow. It's got a 56 or 7 in it for sure. We just missed it a little bit there. But 59.0 will work for now. We'll keep us solid in the field. We'll be one of the first out in the morning, and looking forward to Q3.
We'll take it. Thank you so much.
So an interesting point there that Lyle made that we haven't talked about. We are going to actually invert the field from how we would normally run it, and the quick cars are going to go out first tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay.
9 a.m. session. So they're going to get the cooler conditions instead of having to wait as that temperature climbs through the 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock hour. So these guys that are at the top of the qualified order after tonight are going to be the first ones out tomorrow morning.
I like it for all the reasons that I think I feel it is the right decision, not just to be selfish to see a good show that I'm going to love to see fast cars in, but the reality is you've earned this position, right? You've earned this ability to be in the ideal conditions, so that's great.
Yeah, it's definitely going to shake things up, and he mentioned there that he thinks he's got a 56 or a 57. Yep. We'll see what the conditions are when we roll out here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Are they going to mimic what we're seeing here tonight? Are these guys going to have an opportunity to lower these numbers further? Or maybe if you didn't get your run, like an Erica Enders, are you going to...
That was the heartbreaker of the round for me.
Is it going to kind of make up for that fact that you've missed that big run tonight?
And so a great drone shot high above Bradenton. Bradenton Motorsports Park. As I'm stumbling over my own words, Brian Loans here with Mike Carpenter. Been a pleasure bringing you the action today. If you've been watching live, and we hope you have been, whether it's on FloRacing or on Amazon Prime, we've put on a heck of a show yet again.
I think so, man. And we're just getting started. It's only Thursday. Yeah. We're going to re-rack this thing. 3 rounds of qualifying tomorrow. We're going to see this bump spot. We're going to end up in all 350s, just like we did at the U.S. Street Nationals. But let's talk to the guy that's on the pole, as Kayla's got Derek Minholt.
Derek Minholt, low ET of the event. You go 56.8 there. Badass race car, and in my opinion, the most consistent race car on the property.
Yeah, no, it's been good. I mean, the whole winter series. So, everybody that stands behind us, we've got Auto Group, Scott Tidwell's team, Steve Petty. So we're just honored to even get to race with everybody that's out here. So to be number 1 is pretty amazing for us. So.
And I know your kids are here. Your daughter came in last night. You were up late, ready to get her from the airport. How special is that to have both of your kids here?
It's, we've raced together since they're 8 years old. So for them to make sure they come to each one of these races, it's tough. That's the reason she had to get here so late last night because of her schedule. So my son Caden comes, my wife Tammy comes to all of them. So no, it's amazing. So.
Sitting pretty at number 1. Good luck tomorrow, but I think we're doing okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
The guy's a cool customer too.
Yeah.
That is you can tell he's excited, but a very measured level of excitement, and that comes from having that experience he had last race.
Absolutely.
Getting that far and almost pulling it off. He knows there's another step to take.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's always a threat, a veteran racer, family guy. Like you said, he's going to have his family out here this weekend. Always having fun and having a good time, but it's getting serious now, and he's going to take home, or at least attempt to take home, this World Series of Pro Mod trophy, and he's going to be a threat.
We are not done yet tonight, folks. We still have 10-5 cars yet to run. Track's being prepped. When we come back, it'll be smaller tires. Mike Carpenter's going to bail. I'm going to go hang out with Al and Steve.
All right, Brian Lone's back in the house. Oh, he still looks good. He looks like he just came off television, but it's all right, ladies and
I'm
gentlemen.
eating cheese, Al.
Hey,
Meat and cheese,
you're
man.
making cheese right now, my friend. Ty Casper coming up here in the left lane. Westville, New Jersey right there. The kid was racing at a very young age because I remember him at least 20 years ago back at the New Jersey, Englishtown, racing with his family. Nice little car, man. Good-looking car.
Yeah, it really is.
Turbo.
Precision Turbo, Victus Sports, Baseball Bat Company, Vibrant Performance, Fuel Tech, J&E Engines.
So he'll have Chris Mattingly over there in the right lane. Elizabethtown, Kentucky, the 69 Chevrolet. That's a good-looking car, too, man.
So Casper has not yet made a qualifying run. This is going to put him on the sheet for Mattingly, 893.8. At only 51 miles an hour, so it was not a banner effort there. Second Pro Mod session showed us all we needed to know about the conditions in the racetrack with those 350s just raining out of the sky.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
side
man.
by side.
Yeah.
58 side by side. I mean, you don't usually get that every night.
No,
You
there
know
was
what
a
I mean?
fire sale on 58s tonight.
It was cool. So here we go. Watch the young kid. Boost. Ready to make it happen. He's going to build some right now for you fans.
And they are stuck and gone. Big numbers here. We got a 404 and a 409. Couple of big ones and a bunch of smoke out of the back of Mattingly's car. 409, 194.44.
What a run right there, man. Ty Casper will go number 6 in qualifying with the 041, 191 mile per hour charge.
So we're going to send a spotter over the wall to check the right lane because of the cloud we got out of the back of Mattingly's car.
Yeah, it was really close to Chernobyl when you looked at it from here.
It was. You don't want that. You don't want that cloud around you. Yeah. Yeah. Just wait for it, or. So Carmen Damiani and J.R. Webb will be coming up next after we get a clean bill of health on our racetrack.
Hey, Sigmeyer, what's up, man? How you doing, kid? Nice to see you, young man. He's like, oh, my gosh. I had dinner with that kid at a steakhouse and some guys, and they wouldn't talk to me or anything. I'm like, God.
That's a shocker.
I guess they don't like me. They said no. They weren't shocked that I would sit with them. What's it look like? All right, so Carmen's going to come in here now, ready to go out of Fort Meade, Florida. Carmen Damiani right here. He'll be in a Ford Mustang down there in the left lane, the number 18 qualifier. J.R. Webb down in the right lane. Scott DePoit, West Virginia, the 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, 521 cubic inch under the hood of that beautiful Chevy. That thing is good looking, man.
Yeah, it sits perfect. The way it kind of tucks a bunch of that back tire in there, making its way back to the starting line. Just a beautifully finished car. Both machines in pretty much the equivalent shade of red. For Carmen Damiani at 654 at 104 miles an hour. J.R. Webb was closer to a full run at 452, 175, but both guys have a whole lot of room to improve. ProCharge combination for Carmen. First couple of cars showed us that the 4.0s are definitely out there. Those were two cars that probably were a little more conservative because they didn't make full runs the first time through.
Good looking ride. To the lanes, please. True 10-5 to the lane.
And J.R. Webb's trying to put one down. Finish line, it is a 412 at 183. A nice pickup. Doesn't move to the top of the sheet, but Damiani goes to 423.3 at 178.
Doesn't need to move to the top with that car. That car's beautiful,
It is.
man. Take that thing to a show or something. Number 14 in qualifying. Damiani, 16 in qualifying on the 16-car field, I believe, right? Is that what we race in this category, or is it all run? All run. I apologize. So let them have at it. Wherever they fall, they fall.
Have at it, boys.
Wherever you fall, it's yours. You're going to be there.
Fletcher Cox and Jerry Morgano coming up right now. Morgano coming in as the winner of the U.S. Street Nationals. Fletcher Cox coming in on the heels of a great 2025 PDRA campaign. He wants to build on for 2026.
You go, Fletch. I'm going to tell you what, it's so cool to see that man driving his own car.
Yes.
Retired off the Eagles football team in the NFL, and he's out there. He's got his, I don't know, he's got a couple homes. He's in Texas the other day ago. I think he was in Texas with Jason Mahalik, and they zoomed in. They gave me a call over there to Lights Out 17, and they're both sitting there, and he goes, Tucci, I got your trophy. I go, you get me an autograph? And Fletch goes, and he goes over, and there's Jason over there. And Jason's pro stock
that's
material.
cool.
Jason, you can pick up and set him in the seat now of a pro stock car.
Right.
And he's right at fighting weight,
Yeah,
man.
good.
But it was really nice to see those guys. I mean, you haven't seen them in a while, but here's Fletcher now. Give you a run for your money right here. Fletcher Cox, left lane.
Talk about NFL players that are drag racers. Obviously, you know, Fletcher Cox in the current area. You mentioned Dan Pastorini. Jerry Glanville. Remember Coach Glanville?
Oh, yeah.
Jerry Glanville was a big drag racer.
I announced Jerry Glanville. He had a black Torino.
Yeah.
He was in a little track called Reynolds or something, Georgia.
Reynolds, Georgia.
Yeah, and he had the black on, the suit like he always wore for the Falcons. That was cool.
Who was the quarterback, Raiders quarterback, late 70s, Jay? Yeah, I got to remember his name, but he also was a very competent sportsman racer. It'll come to me. All right, Jerry Morgano out of Apollo Beach, Florida, the Ameriprise Financial Cobra. Bumped in. There's the header flames. Man, that thing looked good coming off the starting line. Morgano charges to a 382 at 203 miles an hour.
The mile per hour alone in that run is incredible, huh?
Man, he outqualifies the field by a 10th and change.
And where did Fletch? And Fletch has got a fast car. I'm going to tell you what, Fletch's car. I think they'll find the threes by the end of this tomorrow.
It was all about it early, and it got loose at mid-track, so he goes 4 flat 177. But Morgano went by him like the thing had a rocket strapped to the roof.
Unreal. Big power out of New Jersey right there. Big power.
The Strange Racer Appreciation Party starts now. Racers, crews, competitors at the event. The Strange Engineering Racer Party Appreciation Party is going on right behind the timing tower in the tent.
That should be a party in itself here on a Thursday night.
Yes, it should.
You get all those guys down there smelling like 90 weight. Look out.
Well, look, I mean, there are, outside of a scant few examples, most everybody came out of qualifying session 2 with a pretty good feeling. Not everybody, because we had some swings and misses out there, but there's a lot of good vibes out there right now. So this will be a fun evening at the Strange Engineering Racer Appreciation Party.
You know, I'm with you on that one, man. After watching what I seen on a Thursday night, 2 rounds of qualifying, it was incredible in Pro Modified. Norflit.
Steve Halpern of White Lake, Michigan. Kenny Stabler, the name that I was seeking delivered on a plate by Gavin Carter up here, along with his career stats, blood type, and eye color.
Here comes Tony out of Canada. Well, Flint, Michigan, they call it. That car was built in Canada, though, on the left lane. Down there in the top end, he'll go down 527 out of power. How about Steve Halpern? Where do you run?
Yeah, 4 flat, 593 miles an hour. No shame in it. Moves him 0.08 of a second better to the number 6 position.
I'm still staring at Jerry's number, man. That is unreal. 382.9, 203.
Yeah, Morgano just ghosted the field.
And Tim was fast, man. The green ProCharge Camaro, that thing's fast. I was thinking, wow, they're going to have their hands full trying to catch him. Here comes Billy Glidden now. Whiteland, Indiana, the 98, I believe, Beretta. 500 cubic inch Beretta. He's probably got a lot of 500 cubic inch motors laying around the shop down there.
Well, it is an old Bob Glidden shotgun Ford Hemi in this thing. It is a former pro stock shotgun Hemi.
That's pretty cool. He ran those motors in a competition back a few years back.
Joel Wensley out of Dearborn, Michigan, the 2014 model year Camaro. I think we may have talked about it before, but there was, you know, certain things Bob Glidden did different than everybody else. One of the things was he didn't use engine stands. I don't know if you knew this. This is a true story. He built all of his engines on the floor of his shop. He did not, he thought hanging an engine off an engine stand would, you know, stress the block in ways he didn't want it. So he never used engine stands. Everything was always done on a flat, low surface.
Impressive. And also, well, he didn't tell the rest of the whole story. You know, the first one he ever put probably snapped the horn off and fell on the ground. He's like, I'm never using one of those again.
You're right. There was something that happened.
No, because I've seen guys put boards and
yeah.
steel beams under the, you know, the harmonic balancer.
Yeah, to take the weight
so
off.
it doesn't go. And I always thought that. So he's probably Bob Ross. Get that junk out of here.
100%.
No, this is quite the family. I mean, this kid could tell you stories forever and ever about Bob Glidden being his son down there. I said years ago, when I watched this kid, I said, you know what? Billy and Bob, they have the same genes, they just don't wear them.
Right. Maniacal work ethic passed on through the generations.
So Joe Wensley Jr. Let's see how the kid does right here against one of the greatest of all time. Well, he's got some bragging rights here. I took him out once in a qualifying pass. 395, 193 for Joe Wensley Jr., the Dearborn, Michigan. I'm going to tell you what, not bad. Number 11 qualifier is going to move up a bit, maybe.
Your eyes weren't lying to you out there. Glidden's car was trying to go. It went 987 to 60 feet. It's a very lightweight combination he has in that thing. But if that tire stuck, I mean, it looked like somebody fast forwarded the tape on my eyes when I was watching the thing, because it was really getting with the program.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what was his 60 foot? Did he
987.
So, and that's about right when he started getting out of the shape, right?
And it went pear-shaped from there. But if he had been able to carry that through, that would have been an impressive run. Chris Tooten, Carson Baker.
Wow. Well, Carson Baker over there doing his deal out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, the 24 Chevrolet Camaro. Will be in the left lane. Chris Tooten brings the legendary Mustang he's had for many years. In South Carolina, 87 model Mustang.
KJ Jones, my buddy, coming off the top rope. Alan Page, who used to play for the Vikings back in the day, with the purple people eater defense they had back then. He used to race a Superstock car, 100% right. It was a Chrysler product of some sort. Page would go on to be a state Supreme Court judge in the state of Minnesota. How about that?
And did he change?
How about that, Gavin?
Did he change the racing laws at all?
Dropping a little Alan Page knowledge on you over here. Purple Haze. I think the car was called Purple Hazy Racing. Anyway, Chris Tooten and Carson Baker. Fayetteville, North Carolina.
I'm going back to my uncle renting a room at our house playing all that heavy metal, man. My dad said, you got to go.
You got to go.
These kids are too young. I swear, you got to go. These boys are too young for that. Anyway, so here we go. Chris Tooten ready to go. South Carolina, calling it home. A guy who's been around a long time with a Ford Mustang, and it's so good to see him out here. The Winter Series race number 3, J&A Service, bringing it along with Drag Illustrated here at the incredible World Series of Pro Mod. Here we go.
Saw that shot of the rear tire, Chris Tooten's car, with all the slash marks and notes of how many runs those things have had. They're running out of space.
Wow.
Carson Baker, 391.7, 197. Tootin goes 406, 191. And Jerry Morgano
is a hero.
Is still
a
in
hero,
command.
man. I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of talk in the pits. Well, here comes, we'll clear that up. But what I'll say, they'll be talking, how are we going to get around him? Well, here comes Nick Agostino. They're all good guys out of Ontario, Canada. His 69 black, white Band-Aid skunk-looking Chevrolet will be over here in the tower side. And look at champion in drag radial, Pro 275 coming up here. Changed over for Pro 10.5.
And yeah, Grantley Schloss out of Brisbane, Australia. This guy's done the job at this racetrack multiple times as well.
Man, he's made it his own, hasn't he, with the black paint job and everything? It looks good. So he'll be over there in the right lane, and looks to be as though Nick and all the guys out of Canada, good guys, man, all hanging out there. Ski's in the house always when they come up to Florida and stay at Agostino's place in Florida. A small block, right? 496 small block in that car. It's pretty incredible piece, man.
Again, using the small displacement formula to run a lighter combination of a race car, kind of making up for the maybe lack of power you get out of a larger displacement engine, trying to make up for it with the more efficiency, weight, yeah. So Grant Schloss, see the big beam breaker on the front nose of that car. Beam breaker out there to maximize the front overhang of the car. The rules dictate how much overhang is available. If you run a Nova like Steve and I talked about earlier, those Novas have almost no overhang, so you put the beam breaker on there so you're not giving up any sort of overhang at the top end to break the beam.
Agostino now into the lights. Lights are down. Look at Grant. Look at Grant going all the way, using all that racetrack down there to go 397, man, 190, but look at the better run to the left lane.
389.9, 202 miles an hour for Nick Agostino. So Agostino has at least pulled into the orbit of Planet Morgano, but he has not landed a spacecraft on it yet, but he's at least close.
I mean, that alone right there is a big jump, 2 to a 9. You know what I mean? When you're thinking of these cars.
But that was a nice pickup but for Agostino, Steve Summers, that entire crew down there, brilliant. Any run you're going to put down in the 80s in these cars is getting most all of it. So that was great.
Absolutely. So Roger Holder has transformed his car out of Bakersfield, California to race here in the Pro 10.5 category. He's done well. He's out there with a 399 first hit. Not bad at all, 190 miles an hour.
Tim Parton started the session way out qualifying the field, and he is now 5th. Holder bumped down to the number 7 spot. So Holder making his way back, and Parton has got his car in reverse. Breaking news, people lobbying to add a second engine to their cars to compete with Jerry Morgano in this class.
There you go.
A petition has been raised.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, I could sacrifice and you could. We could let Bob here over here get our parts, and we'd really give him a run for his money.
Yeah.
That's a good one. There it is. Like that Chrysler green on that Chevrolet, huh? Sort of. I mean, back in the day, what was that, lime liquor green?
It is safety vest green. I do think, yeah, Steve Logan mentioned the fact that like a factory color on like a Corvette or something like that. Yeah, you're right. There is something out there, I think, that does have some close shade to this.
That little tweak right there on the right wheelie bar. Parton's guy, his crew chief down there, real fast, made it happen. Now they're going to go to the lights. Here we go. Roger Holder, keep your eye on him. Many times. I mean, this guy's been around for many, many years out of Bakersfield, California. Dirt track racer. He can do it all.
And Parton is on a very strong lick. He goes 392.6 at 193. Picks up 0.03 of a second. Holder goes 4:02.9. He backs up by about 0.03 of a second. And Jerry Morgano, please come and join us at the Racer Appreciation Party. They're going to start throwing food at you when you walk into that thing, presented by Strange Engineering.
You get it, Mary
Man.
Kay. Unreal. That's going to be awesome. Congratulations, though. That was an awesome run, man.
Great
and I'm with you
session.
on Billy. That's what's going to be in my mind all night. I can't wait to see Billy at the same time tomorrow night. When that thing leaves and all of a sudden a 79 comes up, you're going to go, I told you.
That car is going to be. I just like he does. I just want to see it make a really
lick.
full
It's going
pull.
to, believe me. Don't take much work.
So yeah,
for that guy.
the deeply sub 1 second 60 foot time, pretty cool out of that car, and we'll look to see more out of it tomorrow as we now go to true 10.5. So the Pro 10.5 category allows that W style tire with a little bit more width to it. The true 10.5 is just what we're talking about, an actual 10.5 inch wide tire. And that is basically it for this rule. It is a no-time category, and if you can put the true 10.5 tire on the back of it, you can race it in this class no matter the engine, the power adder, the size of the motor, how many power adders. Nitro, you want to run that? You can do it. Want to add nitrous to it?
Unlimited?
Sure.
Unlimited.
And you want to use a screw supercharger as like a trash compactor for the air, you can do that as well.
God, that kid's a natural in the right lane. I'm
Jimmy
sorry.
Dale.
I'm just saying the way he does everything first time in a blown car like that, and the way he hits the throttle, and it just seems like a veteran doing the driving over there, don't it?
All right, thank you, Al. I'm going to jump in here just for a little. Look at the nitrous birds right here. McGee's car, left-hand side, another South Carolina entry. This reminds me of Nate Saylor's car, actually. The
It does. Very reminiscent.
Right? It looks very close to it. How about that hood scoop, man? That thing's not like 45 degrees up in the air, it looks like.
It is.
That's a big one right there. Big nose on that one.
About the angle of like a Civil War cannon.
Yeah, there you go.
And for Jimmy Dale, as Al said, it's been a quick, steep, but ultimately successful learning curve in this car. It started out rough, throwing drive shafts and stuff out of it, but they really have this thing sorted down well. He had a nice race for himself at South Georgia Motorsports Park about a week ago, and he looks to continue the momentum here.
A little bit of info right here. This is True 10.5, True 10.5, and the boards are off. They will not show times. You can look down there, you can see it. Whoa! Backfire right in, still steadily put the foot in the left-hand side. So once again, the clocks are on, but the boards are off.
Jason Terrell and Kyle Canyon coming up now. Terrell out of Hebron, Kentucky. And Kyle Canyon in this ruby red Camaro on its way back to the starting line.
Kyle is another one that I think tried his hand in no prep racing for a while there and did pretty well. I mean, good looking car. And of course, Jason Terrell out of Kentucky in the right lane. After this class, they've got a celebrity Burmax e-bike race. I don't know if you knew that. Did you hear that?
I did not get the memo on that.
Yeah, a couple of people are going to match race here, and I know it's Lyle Barnett is involved, Wes Buck, Scott Taylor, Courtney, Spencer, and a few others are going to race.
And as we speak, the Strange Engineering Racer Appreciation Party is happening behind the timing tower. Strange Engineering, of course, a legacy company in the sport of drag racing, driveline componentry, axles, rear ends. Company that still takes a very high level of pride in their product and is a great supporter of drag racing across the board. Al Tucci is left with a midnight snack, which is 36 Reese's peanut butter trees.
Jason sets him out a few, but couldn't catch him, right?
Yeah,
Not sure what happened over
right.
there, but
yeah,
good run right there on the left-hand side. I didn't see too much of the right-hand lane for Jason, but looked good.
Yeah, Canyon's run was nice. The car was, trending toward the center line, but had grip the whole way through. And, yeah, Terrell had a delay of leaving, kind of an odd kind of setup there, but enough data that they'll be able to do something with it, that's for sure. It made it to the finish line under power.
We got a second. We start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to fire this off tomorrow. We're going to hit repeat. 9 a.m. is when we're going to kick things off tomorrow morning. Be back out here with a big day of racing, 9 a.m.
The Junkyard Stewed out of Mays, Kansas. Brandon Sandlin. The Sandlin Iron and Metal auto salvage car. Snyder Motorsports, Nitrous Express, and Andy Willoughby out of Odessa, Texas.
How loud is Brandon's car right there? Right?
Listen, this guy is the human highlight reel of True 10.5 racing. This thing has had the blower hanging off the top of it. It's been the meanest, nastiest looking car we've seen in the category. It is, I would argue, if we look at everybody's combinations out here, this thing may be making the most power.
Ejected the door, flew off of it. Remember that race here?
Yeah.
The door flew off of it. So loud right here at 8:30 or whatever time it is, right there. The manatee are rolling over there in the lake.
Right. And this category, as we mentioned, does allow multiple power adders, and this is a car that uses them. You have a screw blower and nitrous oxide on this car. You got to pay attention. If memory serves correct, it's like kind of like at the base of the windshield. It doesn't necessarily make a big plume or anything.
That's just a cool
and it is possible that
car.
Yeah. The cars that do run the multiple power adders, superchargers love nitrous oxide for the simple fact that it's a liquid intercooler. I mean, it's cooling that charge down. Of course, you're introducing oxygen in so you can feed even more fuel into the car or into the motor. It's a magical combination. Good side-by-side run. Stout looking. Sandlin's got no parachutes, but I think he's got good brakes. Not junkyard brakes.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting slowed down right there. You know, they have to feather that thing out, making so much power. You know, they have to feather that thing off the starting line. It really comes onto the back end. Just couldn't catch him right there. Couldn't catch Andy.
Wonder if that's
a good run nonetheless.
Wonder if that's a blower belt laying out there in the track. Let's pay attention here to get the replay. A little header flame flickering here and there. The headlights on the Junkyard Stewed. Yeah, I think it might have pitched the blower belt off it down there. It's in the shutdown area on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And Scotty G. C7 Corvette over here with all that nitrous motor. You can see the throttle bodies for the on the top of the intake manifold peeking through. And Larry Larson out of Oak Grove, Missouri. There's the nitrous purge you've been waiting for.
Yeah, that looks like an 18-wheeler there taking off, right?
It
That's
does.
Crazy. That's a cool purge right there. So right-hand side, this guy set the world on fire. You know, last year he won the big race down there in the south of $50,000.
Yes.
Larry Larson at Shady Side.
He won the Snowbirds here to kick off the Winter Series, too.
There you go, man.
Yeah.
He has been really hot over there. And another one of these guys to be the first one to refuse a hard charger. So,
yeah, he was way early on.
Yeah, way early on.
Whoa, baby!
Hang on!
Larson almost took that thing across the 8-mile finish line on the rear tires. It drove into a wheel stand at 330 feet.
Wow, hard to steer him there when you're on the back wheels only. I can't wait to see the replay right there. He got close to that wall, but he stayed in it as long as he could have. Here we go with a replay.
Yeah, pay attention. Left side of the screen here if you're watching at home. And when it starts to pull the front end up, it is on its way. There's the 330. Touches down just ahead of the 8th mile.
And that was a big wheel stand. It got higher as the further it went down. Man, that could have been ugly. Great driving job there by Larry right there.
Yeah, a lot of self-control there. He felt the thing was tracking almost straight, but not quite straight enough. He was probably steering out the right window going, yeah, that's enough wall for me.
A great run, though. Great run.
Here comes Corey Reed, the J&A service machine.
Ryan Hendrickson, left-hand side. Always a strong runner in this category. I think he was either runner-up or he lost to...
yes, this car went very deep in the rounds.
Very deep. He might have lost to Larry, I think, in the semis. Right? This car is fast, left-hand lane.
Yeah, fast. It's really nicely put together. It's not, no wild paint job. It's just done up like a, factory-style paintwork on the car. Just clean and well finished. Patrick Miller down there working on the tune-up, along with the team.
And the right-hand lane. This one is put together. He's had, it's got the Mustang slash Camaro.
It used to. It does appear as though they have gone back to the Ford nose as they don't no longer have the.
Oh, you're right, and it's all primer. It wasn't all primer before.
No.
The car they call Freddie.
Maybe the first time in history I'll say this: the all primer nose, a visual improvement. It is. It doesn't usually go that way. Yeah, it had a Camaro headlight and a Mustang. It was a surgical masterpiece.
Working.
It is, yeah. Yeah, that is a nose job for the ages. That was as nice a looking run as we've seen. That was like Larson's run minus the wheel stand. It was so nice and clean off the rip. Both of them went down side by side.
Yeah, I think Ryan and left-hand side still went fast. He just got a gate job on him and made it look worse. But two good runs right there. Russell Stone coming up next, left-hand side. Now, if you've seen the video, Russell, he had a mishap earlier in the week testing. For this thing in testing.
Oh yeah, it was that, and that was about as big as a blower launch you're going to see. I mean, I'm surprised it's back together the way it was, because it seemed to have taken most of the nose with it as well. As you can see where they repaired it, it looks like on the fender. And then across the racetrack, you got Big Boost Bill Lutz over there. And there is a reason why that car is throwing header flames out of it at idle. It's because it's running on nitromethane fuel, M5, maybe M10 or M20, depending on how much Bill wants to spice it up. And it also has a screw blower, and it also has nitrous.
You have to work your starting line when cars like that would come up, and man, your eyes are watering, your nose is running. You can't wait to get out of there, away from it. It's tough. You're right. Big Boost, Bill Lutz out of Pennsylvania or Ohio.
Yeah, that thing is the Ruby Tuesday salad bar of power adders. You got them all. You got them all. And look at it go. Lutz goes across the finish line. Again, no numbers for you or I, but
he started out like 3 car lengths behind.
He was tracking him down.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that was a quick one. Wow.
Yeah, that was very impressive looking. To your point, when you guy gets spotted a couple of car lengths and you pass him like he's tied to a tree stump down there, that's something.
Left you.
Yeah, wait a second. Brad Eglin, Joe Rabbiola coming up.
B-Rad, Brad Eglin, left side. This is a Luminosity car. The Lumino, they, had a mishap with this thing, and we're running fast with the ProCharger. got out of shape, blew the motor up and just disintegrated it, and went through it last year. Him and his son Braden standing there behind it, and they went through the whole car, did it themselves. They said, hey, you know, we don't have really the funds or the backing or the sponsorship to do it, but we're going to do it ourselves and take our time. And really came out with a nice piece right there.
Yeah, Caleb Morton interviewed his son earlier today on the FloRacing stream, and he said, yep, my job's to do the between-round maintenance and keep up on the car and give it what it needs to be gotten, and it's pretty cool. Motivated young guy.
Brad and I have been friends for a long time. One time I was walking through the pits, and he said, hey, man, you got any of your Logan 660 decals? I said, I sure do. He said, I need one. You got a purple one? Yeah. I gave it to him. And then later on in the race, I go by and walk by, and I see he put it on. He had a hole in the windshield, so he just puts my sticker on the hole. Like, so all I provided was a Band-Aid, right?
It's a structural sticker, though.
Yeah, right.
High-quality piece.
Just laugh, yeah. So Joe Ravioli, Boost 12 was what he used to call him down in Chicago on the right-hand side. Always a strong contender as well.
Eglin lifted early. Joe went across the finish line first. When Eglin left, it had almost like a misfire.
I thought it looked good at first. So
yeah.
It was running very well, and it silently just stopped, right?
Yeah, it was kind of odd. He was out of it, I don't know, let's call it 100 feet or so before the finish line as he coasts down there to the top end. Here comes Ryan Fireball Martin and Jim Daniels of Barnesville, Georgia.
Ryan Martin, we talked about in the last race, was one of the first one to post a ticket in this no-time category. And as we said earlier, right, Ryan was the first one to post a time. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Like a 93 or something, one of the first ones. And now everybody was saying, what? Right, a lot of them were surprised. Some other guys said, that's nothing, I've gone way quicker than that. So we'll see, right, when it starts eliminations, they will post the times, and the scoreboards will be on, and we'll get to see that.
Yeah, that was a bit of a controversy at the last race when it became the first event where people decided, you know what, we're just going to turn the boards on. It had never been done with this category before, and the internet was aflame, as it always is about everything. I think it was exciting. People were definitely getting into the whole program, and so it's kind of fun when you have this mystery kind of qualifying situation, and then you get into eliminations and actually see what's being produced for performance. Daniels actually has a small block Ford in this thing with a Vortec blower on.
Yeah, that's an interesting combination right there, right?
It is.
But, you know, if the rules allow it right there, sometimes they feel like they have an advantage.
Man.
Red car got away from him.
Martin might have something for him.
That looked good. Straight as an arrow, right down through it. 405 of Ryan Martin. Good hit right there. Nice job, team.
That leaves us with 2 single runs to end the evening on what has been a fantastic Thursday here at Bradenton Motorsports Park and the Redline Oil World Series of Pro Mod, the conclusion of the Drag Illustrated J&A Service Winter Series.
Scott Taylor, left-hand side, a little Goldie car out of Mississippi.
So when I said 2 singles, what I meant was 2 cars running next to each other.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. So
I'm glad somebody did.
260 or our first gen Camaros. Again, left-hand side, a little Goldie. Right trailers. You know, Scott, I looked for Scott Taylor earlier today, and I was like, where is he at? I haven't seen him. Is he not here? And then I realized he's running this true 10.5, but just only going to run this one round tonight. So Zach Jones in a right-hand lane out of Kentucky.
Right trailers, Burrow Max machine, Keith Superstores.
Yeah, he's been a dealer with Burrow Max for a long time.
A reminder, racers, the Strange Engineering Racer Appreciation Party is going on right now. Poblanos Mexican food being served. This is open to racers and crews. Please get over there and take advantage of Strange Engineering's hospitality here tonight. Scott Taylor says, I see you. I see you out there.
Yeah.
I can play this game too.
That actually looked like he had some tire spin right around
Agreed.
60 feet right there, but he stayed in it. That thing was gone. So a good run right there. The team out of Hattiesburg area, Scott Taylor, good job.
So that will conclude the loud portion of the evening. But there's a bit of a quiet portion coming because we got some Burrow Max match racing going on this evening. Perhaps. It's been threatened. We're waiting to get confirmation on that. If you're here for race cars, though, and you're going to come back in the morning, 9 a.m., we're going out of the gate with Pro Modifieds at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Qualifying session 3. Plan is to attempt to get 3 qualifying sessions in for a total of 5 for the Pro Mod class. What a great day today, Steve.
Yeah, a good day today, man. We saw some great runs, and you know it's only going to get better. 9 a.m. You said we're going to fire off the Pro Mods.
Yes.
Hello, neighbors.
Hello, neighbors.
Hello, neighbors, and the others out there that think they're going to sleep a little in their toter homes for a little while are sadly mistaken.
And look, you know, not to sound like your parents out here, but I would make sure you're getting up early to move because this is a busy area. You got to have people getting to work and everything else. So if you're planning on trying to roll out of bed at 8:30 and get here by 9, if you're a spectator, that's a bad plan.
Yeah, well, thanks. I see some folks moving. We want to thank everybody for coming out here and enjoying a great day of racing, man. You saw some great stuff. Hopefully you're here with us the next 2 days and see world records set at our Drag Illustrated World Series of Pro Mod as we wrap it up on Saturday. We got 3 rounds tomorrow of qualifying, like you just said. And everything else that you saw today, you're going to see as well. So 2 more days of great racing. We hope you're back out here with us.
Absolutely. So I'm going to hang here for a few minutes to see if anybody shows up in a Burrow Max. But if you're heading for the gate, drive safe. We'll see you in the morning as day 2 of that Redline Oil Drag Illustrated World Series of Pro Mod will continue with qualifying and first round eliminations in some categories.
Holy moly, that was exactly what we planned this out to be. I'm Courtney Enders, and I have my sidekick, Kayla Morton, here with me. You are looking at the end of the night here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. This is the Winter Series. This is the World Series of Pro Mod, and it absolutely delivered as we promised earlier. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the qualifying session. Number 2 here. We had a lot of action, Kayla, and we're going to rip through it here in a second. First one in our Redline synthetic oil round recap. Jason Harris, I gotta say it, from the outhouse to the penthouse. He goes 3:58.1 to get solidly into the field. Absolutely incredible. We knew it was gonna happen. Just looking beautiful party time rolling down the racetrack.
Your next pass, Johnny Camps, danger, danger. He goes 3:57.7, proving to be a pain in anyone's side that is running for this points championship. He could absolutely be a problem this weekend. That car is on rails, and he is here to hurt some feelings.
Stevie Fast Jackson, winner last time we were here in Bradenton Motorsports Park. No more shadow. It is the purple people gapper right there, getting a little close to the center line. Beautiful drone shot. Stevie Fast Jackson lays down a very impressive and consistent 3:57.1 in the purple people eater.
And our boy LB, or Lyle Barnett, side-by-side pass with Tommy D. April, 3:59 flat against a 3:59.4, putting them both well into this very, very competitive field. Really happy for that team. Lyle is getting it done behind the wheel.
He is, and he's coming off some nice momentum from Lights Out if you watched live last week on FloRacing. Derek Menholt, he stole it away from Victor Alvarez tonight. He laid down a 3:56.8 in his Scott Tidwell racing machine right there. He ends the night as our top qualifier here. Derek Menholt was the runner-up at the last event. He is here, he is up in the points, and he is absolutely hungry. Kayla, rip us through these Pro Mod standings.
Let's go through the standings. Number 1, Derek Menholt, 3:56 with an 8. Number 2 and number 3, 357 flat for Victor Alvarez. Stevie Jackson, number 3 spot, 357 with a 1, all the way down to your number 5, Eric Gustafson, 358.1, and what I call a sleeper of this race. Rounding out your top 10, Tommy D. April, 358.9, and 11, Callie Mills, 358.9 as well. Ned Dunphy does a fantastic job in that 20 spot, getting himself in with a 361.
As we're looking at this right here, Ethan Stedding, one that sticks out to me, made 2 really good runs there. Posted on our social media earlier. That is a young gun who is hungry to win this race, making a killer run there in Q2 at 3:59. It is a tight field. We talked about maybe not having the right weather to go ahead and beat that bump spot at U.S. Street Nationals, but that does not mean that the consistency and the field is going to be any less aggressive here. I'm going to rip through the Winter Series point situations. Reminder, once we get into eliminations, it is points and a half. These points right now are up to date. Jason Harris still leading. Stevie Fast Jackson right behind him, and as you saw, both of those were just a part of our highlight reel. Hungry to win this championship. All the way down to the number 10 spot. John Dog out this weekend with a broken hand. But honestly, you look all the way down to 5, 6, 7 positions. When it gets 2 points and a half with pure catastrophe up at the top right there, any one of these men and women with Callie down there could come away with the Winter Series Points Championship. So that wraps up our day today. Kayla, what do you got to say about our day today?
I think we are one dynamic duo that everyone did not know they needed. We have brought you all the coverage, and we will be here all weekend long covering for you the baddest of the bad in Pro Mod Racing.
We have 3 qualifying sessions planned for tomorrow, live on FloRacing.